team are below 500 or below 50%. They have lost 19 games where they had the lead the seventh inning or later.
Even if you win 5 of those,
Right?
you're right around 500, right? Yeah.
Do you know who the major league leader in blown saves is?
Is it?
No. Kyle Finnegan has 8.
8? I don't even think he's had that many save opportunities.
Yes. Drew Anderson has 6. Will Vest and Kenley Jansen have 5.
Oh, okay. Well,
Jansen's 5 home runs that he's given up in the 9th inning is 3rd in the major leagues. Okay, you know who leads that department, by the way?
who?
Some guy that we had last year or tried to have. Paul Sewald has given up 11 for Arizona. And Kenley Jansen also leads the major leagues by surrendering 4 walk-offs.
Some memorable ones.
Oh, my Lord. Yeah, he does. And he,
Okay, so if they had the 4th most blown saves in baseball, tied
Right.
with the White Sox at 25, they'd be 64 and 63 in a game and a half up.
Yeah.
Their save percentage, and when me and Jim famously got into the hitting versus bullpen debate back in late May, early June, the save percentage was below 50% then.
Still
and
is.
it still is,
Yeah.
but you're 11 games better than you were.
It's holding them back.
It's ridiculous. It's absurd how somebody pointed out, I forget who on Twitter, Scott Harris is so good at finding players who've never even played in the major leagues, drafting and developing. That's what they're really good at because the future's bright. But he can't find a reliever to save his life. Now, in his defense, this is a problem that's all around baseball. Most teams have our fans complain about their bullpens, but this is an epidemic.
So, yeah, I was going to say, bullpens are volatile.
Yes.
They're hard to year keep moving, right? At the same time, nobody's doing it worse than us.
No, it's amazing. Like when Flaherty comes back, remember how good he pitched in Seattle in the Game 5?
Yeah,
I think they put him in the bullpen.
I've said it going back to when he struggled early in the year. He should be in the bullpen.
Yeah. Or hey, when JV comes back.
Oh, yeah. Hold your breath. So you also said that you're writing them off.
Yeah, which is, I'm not.
Was that like a declarative thing?
No, it's
or-
not
okay.
a burial or anything like that. It's just, because yesterday was a microcosm of the season, but you can't completely write them off.
No, you can't because they're
of
only
the math.
a game and a half out.
They're a game and a half out behind the Twins. Right now are the team. The Twins swept the Braves. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
this American League. There are only 2 teams. I just have so many stats for it.
I'm excited for it. This is great.
I feel like Matt Shepard.
Oh boy.
Only 2 teams over 500 in the American League in the last 10 games. The Jays and the Yankees. That's it. Everybody else is 500 or worse.
Does anybody want to win this?
No, they don't.
Nobody does. So, yeah, you can't write them off mathematically. Emotionally felt like that kind of day yesterday for you.
I mean, mathematically, you can't write them off.
I do want to speak to that emotion. Have you made the switch? And I'm looking at you, Stoney, but also all of our listeners. Have you made the switch emotionally to it's now the Lions season? They're going to play their starters on Saturday. I am into football mode. The Lions are number 1 and the Tigers are number 2. Have you made that switch in your brain? Or is it still, it's preseason football. Tigers are in the mix. Tigers are still number 1 until we actually get to Labor Day.
Yeah, I'm still more concerned about the Tigers.
Okay.
Yeah, because the Lions, who cares about preseason as long as nobody else gets hurt?
Well, but it would be the excitement of the Lions coupled with the, hey, man, I just don't see it with the Tigers. I don't know where it is in most people's hierarchy. Like, who's the number 1 team on your mind right now in Detroit?
The problem is the Tigers are making it impossible, the way they've been up and down, to completely erase them from your mind. And the Lions, it's usually all right. It's like Labor. They start later, a week later this year, so it's it's like, what, do I want to wait some more?
No, I know. I'm telling.
No, I know.
The Tigers are still the focal point for me day to day. I
Yeah.
mean, I like reading about Derek Moore at practice yesterday, but
Yeah.
the Tigers are
Right.
still the number 1 story. They're playing games. They're still technically in it, even with a losing record.
Right.
I haven't made that switch yet. But that's a question for our listeners. 248-539-9797, even after a no good, brutal, buffoonery performance from our bullpen.
I know. And, look, Skeens was bad. You had, you had a chance to really blow them out, and they just couldn't do that. Torres was thrown out at the plate. I mean,
they've lost 5 of 6 now.
Yeah,
Tigers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Emotionally, you want to write them off, but you can't.
It's impossible unless you just don't watch, just get the score and say, all right, let's see what happens. But no,
we're also not into football yet. Like if you,
correct.
Let's say you did that. You said, I'm going to show some restraint. I'm going to stop letting this team bother me. I'm not even going to watch. I'm not even going to. How many weeks into the Lions? It's still 3 weeks away, right?
Right. I know, like Mike gave me crap 2 days ago because I said I'm still addicted to watching this team. He goes, how can you?
Addicted is such a strong word.
I know, but I said if they're on, I'm watching. That's a little bit of an addiction.
Maybe not a healthy one.
No, it certainly was. It was healthy last night because I didn't have them to watch.
There you go.
Watched Hard Knocks.
Hey, what's the next Ted Lasso?
Yeah, I watched a lot of Terry and Arnold stuff last night.
Yeah?
Yeah, and Hard Knocks. Oh.
I saw some of the scenes.
Yeah.
He's like on the treadmill, John Snyder, like a walking office treadmill.
Yeah.
Taking phone calls on the office treadmill. Mm-hmm. Text coming in. The arms that Harris signed are abysmal. That's from Chad. Turn off the lights. The party's over. Tigers are terrible. Blown save stat is misleading, Stoney. If you're ahead 4-3 in the top of the 7th, but give up a run in the bottom of the 7th to make it 4-4, that counts as a blown save. Not to defend the Tigers bullpen. They still suck, though.
Yeah, it's still a blown save.
Yeah.
That's why Finnegan has
So
8
many
of them
of
because
them.
he's not
Yes.
the closer.
Exactly. They're still blown leads. That's our
Yeah,
point. Late game blown leads.
Yes, right. I mean, good teams, when you get ahead late in games, you win them.
You shut the door.
Now, there have been some where they've blown and they've come back and won probably, too.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a blown save.
I think during the Skubal and Mize trades, they should have somehow added a bullpen arm to those packages, but that's just me.
They should have. There were other bullpen guys. I remember Birchie wrote a whole thing about it that went for less prospects and things like that. So, yeah, Scott Harris could have been criticized for that. But you could also criticize him for not trading Jansen and not trading Torres, too.
Yeah, you could.
Now, who knows what the market was for those guys?
I always thought there would have been a market for Torres.
So did I. But
It's a guy who's been in postseason moments. He's right-handed bat. Everybody kept saying there's no right-handed bats available.
Yeah.
You had Hayulita slot in. You're not going to make the playoffs.
I don't think there's anything they could have got for him that would have really helped.
right.
I think that's why they kept him. I think they probably thought we're better off trying to compete. He's a right-handed bat. We can still get in and sell.
Right.
I think that was the mindset.
Yeah, they tried to thread the needle.
But Stoney's point was if you're going to thread the needle, or I guess Birchie's point, were there options?
Yeah.
Jansen had been pitching very well since July 1st. That was the first time he blew a save since June 28th. It was overdue.
He was due. Yeah.
I had the same feeling, Sony.
Yeah.
yesterday.
Did you?
But
Yes.
you know what it was? It's not that he gave up one. He gave up 2 back to back.
but that's
Both of them had he had 2 strikes on both batters.
And the way those pitches were grooved
Yes.
for the batter just to clock them
Yes.
and pull the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, the one hit the foul pole, the other one almost did.
Right. Now, one of them, in fairness, I think was the first one, Flores' one, was off the plate. It was a ball. It was inside. But when a guy's got 2, when it's 0-2, like one of them was 1-2, throw the ball in the outside corner low, but make him,
No trash.
Yes.
You can get away with a wild pitch.
Yes. Whatever. It's just.
So here's where I'm at. I'm taking a vacation from this team emotionally. I will do my job and pay attention to what they do.
Right.
And unless they go on a 10-game winning streak right now, I'm just going to be like, it's just going to, like yesterday I said, are they going to have a chance to still win the wild card when they go on the 7-game road trip in September to Toronto and Chicago?
Right.
And if they are, then it's like, okay, it's game on. Is the American League still looking the same at that point? I'm sick of looking at it every day and say, ooh, they're tied. Ooh, they're
I know,
1.5
I know.
out. It's
I
just
know.
like,
I mean, look at teams like Seattle. I mean, they're worse than the Tigers right now, but they're only 2 back in the wild card. They could get hot.
But to tie in that stretch you're talking about, that's when the switch will be flipped for people. The
Oh,
Lions
yes.
will play the Sunday before that 7-game stretch, and they'll also play the Thursday during that 7-game
Exactly.
stretch. That's when the hierarchy almost unanimously is going to change in this city.
Oh, yeah. You see, the reason I still watch, I would watch most games even if they were completely out of it because I just love the fact that they have so many young players that I really enjoy watching.
Texas, Scott Harris might have failed the bullpen this year, but remember, he did have pitching chaos 2 years ago. We were raving about the pen now. It just seems like a year-to-year thing. You have no idea what it's going to be.
I think some of it's on AJ, too. Like, Holton only pitched a third of an inning, you know. Well, I think he makes too many changes. Anyway, but that's just me.
Our question, have you made the switch to Lions? Who's the number one team in town for you mentally right now? Tigers with another loss yesterday. It's 97-1.
Hey, those of you who wear glasses, contacts, or have reading glasses stashed in every room in the house, listen up. 7 years ago, I said, enough. I went to see Dr. Yaldo, Michigan's premier eye surgeon, and asked, tell me about those bifocal lens implants I've been hearing about. Well, he explained that, you know, when you're 45 and older, you know, most of us need reading glasses because our natural lenses lose the flexibility to see nearby objects. In a brief, pain-free, and completely safe procedure, he replaced my poorly performing natural lenses with 2 tiny implanted ones. I left his office a new man. 7 years later, I see 20/20 at all distances and will continue to see just as well for as long as I live. Thanks to these amazing bifocal implants. Get it done. Let technology and the amazing Dr. Yaldo set you free. No glasses, contacts, readers, and your best vision ever. Get the free evaluation at YaldoEyeCenter.com.
Let's talk Brightside Dental, community dentist, the people I go to see, cleanings, fillings, whatever I need done. Brightside Dental can help you or someone you know if they've been dealing with problem teeth, skipping foods, hiding your smile, that type of thing. Let's get your life back and let's forget about dentures. Better solution, all on 4 dental implants. You replace a full set of missing teeth with just 4 implants. Strong, secure, natural looking smile that'll actually stay in place. And Brightside can do it with a 1-day transformation. Walk in and leave the very same day with your brand new smile. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Got a troubling report on the Red Wings GM search. We'll get to it at 6:35. Stoney's in today and tomorrow for John. We got some texts coming in on the Tigers. Lost yesterday. Have you made the switch mentally? Are the Lions now the number 1 team in town? Or, hey, it's still 3 weeks away. I'm going to live and die with this baseball team through all the ups and downs. And there have been a lot of downs lately. 5 of 6 in a row they've lost. Text says, fun fact, 4 of the top 13 blown saves leaders are Detroit Tigers.
Yeah.
That's Mike and Sterling Heights.
I mentioned them all.
Once Jansen gave up the game-tying home run, I changed the station. I knew it was over. Definitely more interested in the Lions now.
It's amazing because when they lose games like that, they're like just gut punches.
The moment we traded Skubal, I switched to the Lions. You don't want to pay superstars to win championships. You want to save money and play prospects. No, thank you. That's from Aaron.
Well, Aaron, you know what? I don't want to pay Skubal that much money either for a pitcher.
And he also wasn't taking our money. He wasn't talking extension.
Yes. They did the right thing. Whether, hope with the prospects turn out, whatever.
Which is why, if people have listened to this show, I certainly have not been a Harris bot or whatever we're calling them.
No.
But I thought he did the right thing at the trade deadline.
He had no choice, I don't think.
And I give him credit for player development, which we're seeing a lot of down the stretch here. A lot of young guys. What else we got here? It says, Stoney, how was ladies' night at the bar last night? You pulling all-nighter to be here today?
No, I did not. Mike made it seem because my wife's out of town that I was going to go out to the bar. No, I didn't. Went to dinner. Actually sat at a bar at an establishment, had my dinner, went home, and watched Hard Knocks with my 2 dogs and my daughter. One of them.
Solo at the bar?
Yeah, well, it's at the club.
Oh.
Yeah, so, yes, the club.
What do you have to eat?
I had a French dip sandwich.
Nice.
Love a French dip.
Did you have soup if you had Jews?
No, I did. I had soup for lunch when I brought it here yesterday after before the Tiger game. I had soup.
You're unbelievable.
It's okay.
Kind of feels like the settle-in time before football. Watch a few shows, give up on the Tigers. I bet you Ted Lasso had a new episode yesterday. I mean, we are in the in-between. We very much are. The fact that Kenley Jansen's still pitching for us tells me the front office doesn't care. Why should I? Watching the Tigers every day is like checking the scale when I'm trying to lose weight.
That is an outstanding analogy. That kind of goes along with my thing where I said, I'll check back in 3 weeks. You don't want to look at the scale every day.
That's correct.
Drive yourself crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I am. I can't take it anymore.
It's tough. By the way, Scott Harris may have made so far it looks like a big mistake by there's a reliever out there named Dylan Smith who's doing really well for the San Francisco Giants that we had.
Yeah, at the end of March.
Yeah,
they traded him for cash.
Now he is 0-4, but his WHIP is actually not great, 1.177. But he's been really good lately. Look at his strikeouts to walks though.
The defenders will
33 strikeouts, 12 walks.
The defenders will say it's a roster crunch before the season.
Yeah,
they're basically picking names out of a hat at that point.
Yes,
but pick the wrong names out of the hat because it's not like they have too many good arms. They couldn't use him. No.
Yeah. Anyway. Doesn't this mistake seem to be Finnegan?
Yeah,
I can even understand going and getting Jansen. I really do understand that.
Yeah, for 1 year.
Right, but because it's 2 years of Finnegan, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So he's here next year.
Maybe. You could DFA him. I mean,
Pay money to have him
Do
go
that.
away.
What?
yeah, why not? He stinks.
We don't do that around here.
I know. That's why,
248-539-9797, talking about if you've made the switch over, if the Lions are number one in your hearts now after what's gone on with our baseball team. For the record, I'm not there yet.
No.
I'm not inspired by the Tigers. At the same time, they're still playing every night, and we're 3 weeks away from the NFL season.
Can't wait for that, but
Until
you
then,
gotta
the
kill your
Tigers are going to kill the time. And again, I'm not like sad or down in the dumps because once they sold, I kind of decided they're not going to make the playoffs. And if they do, it'll be fun. If they
Yes.
don't, this is what I expected. All right, we'll get to that Red Wing general manager update in 10 minutes. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Hey, you guys. Good morning. This
morning.
news is brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Well, a Detroit teenager is getting adult treatment after allegedly shooting his dad. So this 13-year-old boy is being charged with shooting his father in the back before stealing his father's car and then fleeing with the family dog. We talked about this, all which police say stemmed from the dad trying to discipline the boy. Well, now Wayne County prosecutor Kim Worthy has designated the teen as an adult. So the father thankfully did survive, but the teen could get up to life in prison if convicted of the most serious charge, which is assault with intent to murder under that adult designation. So apparently this adult designation for a 13-year-old is pretty rare.
Sure.
Worthy did say she struggled with the decision, but ultimately it will be up to the judge. So what it means, he's not being charged as an adult, but this adult designation gives a judge the option of sentencing him as a juvenile, an adult, or kind of like creating this blended sentence with the option of imposing an adult sentence if he's not like rehabilitated. So it's an interesting story. So we'll see what happens and what he gets sentenced with. Let's see. A Northern Michigan mechanic is facing charges for allegedly planting a tracking device on a customer's car.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So this woman brought in her car to the repair shop. And when she picked it up with all the vehicle fixed, she noticed something was happening. She apparently kept receiving alerts on her phone that a GPS device was within her proximity.
Like one of those, like the AirTag's been following you type of thing?
Yeah. Turns out the device was right there in the passenger compartment of her vehicle. So he's been charged with placement or installation of a tracking device on a motor vehicle without consent. A sad story to report. A 70-year-old Highland Township man died on Tuesday evening after falling off of a dock and into Duck Lake. So this man, identified as Byron Carter, was cleaning his boat at the time. Standing on this private dock, fell into the water. His wife witnessed the fall, and she immediately called for help when she realized he wasn't resurfacing. First responders found him submerged in the water between the dock and the boat. He was brought to the shore. Obviously, paramedics began performing CPR. He was transported to the hospital, but was pronounced dead. And the Oakland County Medical Examiner's Office says it was an accidental drowning. Very sad. Let's see. Gosh, it feels like bed bugs and libraries are going hand in hand these days. I don't know. Now, the Ypsilanti District Library announced this week that the downtown location will be closed until further notice after a staff member spotted bed bugs in the building Tuesday morning. So library staff says evidence of bed bugs was found at the downtown location on Michigan Avenue only. They say pest control efforts are already underway. The building will remain closed until treatment is complete. They didn't say where in the building the bed bugs were found, but they were there. So they also are noting that anybody who has visited the library with previous bed bug issues must provide staff with a written proof from a landlord or a licensed pet control company that their residence is treated, is inspected, and has been like eradicated of all bed bugs before they can go back to the library.
How are they keeping track of that? Honor system?
Honor system, right? Like us. I had them. It was me.
I don't think someone's fessing up to that.
But man, this always makes me think, because we love our library. We go there all the time. The kids love to check out the puppets.
Oh,
But that makes me think the puppets are normally in their bedroom. Sometimes they want to sleep with the puppet. I'm like, oh, Are these being washed? Are there like I think about it a little bit more with these stories.
And once it's in your head,
Yes. Let's hear this story. A Warren Consolidated Schools teacher, oh boy, is facing several charges after police say they found child pornography and drugs during a search warrant that was related to a separate charge. So this man, he's 37 years old, Mike Sharo of Warren, was arraigned Wednesday on 12 charges, 5 counts of aggravated possession of sexually abusive material, 5 counts of using a computer to commit a crime, 1 count of possession of meth, and 1 count of possession of LSD. And Warren Consolidated Schools say that he was on administrative leave at the time of his arrest on Tuesday. And we don't have a lot of details about his arrest, but it's like in connection, they say, with a 3rd-degree criminal sexual conduct charge out of Houghton Lake. So he was arrested for that. During that arrest, that's when they searched his cell phone. They searched, obviously, his home. They found the drugs. They found the videos on his phone. Oh, gosh, you never want to hear this type of thing, especially if your kid was a student there. So his bond was set at $1 million. If he does post bond, he must wear a GPS tether, cannot use the internet or any device capable of accessing the internet. He also obviously can't have any contact with minors.
no kidding.
Yeah.
That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, that troubling update on the Red Wings general manager search. We'll bring it to you, and we'll talk more about what's going on with our hockey team. It's 97.1. We talk about the in-between, between baseball season and football season. It's time to elevate your tailgating game with Moran Chevrolet. A great tailgate starts with the right truck. The 2026 Silverado 4x4 Crew Cab with the V8 engine is ready for your game days, and it can haul all the summer toys too as we get ready for football. See for yourself why Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2 years in a row. Shop anytime, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Painter Globe?
The Channel 2 stuff is crazy.
Isn't it crazy? It just-
both things.
It's just gonna get messy. It's just, I don't know.
Did you know Kate Cunningham? I forgot that he's a minority. He bought a minority stake in the Rangers.
Yeah.
So there's like a soundbite of him talking about what the Rangers have to do to get in a lot, win some games, hit some home runs, get some stops.
So apparently that wasn't supposed to be public.
Oh, really?
Yeah, got a backstory. Not anything crazy, but. Troubling update on the Red Wings general manager search. I saw this morning and I'm having a hard time accepting it and believing it. Stoney, they haven't interviewed anybody?
You know what? It's a clown show at Little Caesars Arena. It's incredible.
Now, Yzerman's been gone for over a month. They haven't interviewed anybody?
No,
Bob Duff. He was
The
on
Duffer.
NHL Network.
the Duffer.
Greg, can we play this for people? Because I have a hard time accepting this is true. How have you not interviewed anybody? Oh, he says we need a second. We're turning that audio around. Plus some other stuff that he had to say.
Yes.
Because he was able to kind of paint the picture of what's really going on over there. Stoney, this doesn't sit right with you, me. It shouldn't sit right with people who are paying customers, fans of this team. You haven't interviewed some? How are you going to get somebody in place to sort all this out?
You know, he's divided. You know, he's divided with the Tigers bullpen and the. No, I'm just kidding. It's ridiculous. If you're going to fire the guy, first of all, it would be nice to hear from you, but you have to have something going in your mind about who you want to hire and all that. It's whatever.
Sorry, I jumped the gun. We have it now. This is Bob Duff, NHL Network. There's no interview happening?
Well, yeah, because who's going to make the trade?
Horkoff,
I know.
Draper?
They said Horkoff is not going to be making any transactions, though.
I'm just a little baffled. It's one thing to not have hired somebody.
Correct.
Thorough vetting and deep interview process. Have you started it?
Check
You haven't started the process?
Check the Olympia Entertainment or the Little Caesars, corporate, websites for job postings. Maybe
Is the
has the job been posted yet?
unbelievable? I mean, the jokes write themselves. Duff said at the end that the Larkin trade's not going to happen until they have a GM in place. You
Right.
wouldn't think. He was able to say, "Yeah, Larkin's going to be at camp," but that he doesn't think there's any change in what Larkin wants to happen here.
That's going to be another clown show. I mean, is he going to speak?
Well, he'll have to. At
Well,
some point.
will he have a C on his jersey? I have no. Who the hell knows? It's crazy.
Stoney, you asked the question they asked. Bob Duff gave an answer. Will he have the C? That they'll take it away.
I'd love to go know what's going through Todd McClellan's mind right now.
Because he's been in hockey a long time too, and this is not normal.
It's absurd. It really is. Who's running the show? I mean, not that there's anything really to run right now, but
No, but it's gonna be here.
yes, you have your Larkin, the trade request, Evanson. Wait to the last second to, extend him or whatever you're going to do. Is some team might offer sheet him and who's going to sit there and decide whether we're going to match it or not? Who? The Zamboni drivers?
What's Al Sabatka doing? I don't know.
Be him.
I know it won't be him. You hear this stuff. You tell us. How does this sit with you? Stoney, you called it a clown show inside a clown show inside a clown show. It's
Yes.
clownception.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, look, you got your tickets, right?
Uh-huh.
You didn't get the full season, right? You got the
No,
half
half
season.
season.
Okay, well, obviously you can't get your money back. I don't know whether you would want to anyway because you still want to watch hockey. I get that, but it's a joke. It's a freaking joke right now.
Yeah, it just feels like they took the deposit and flushed it down the toilet. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, look, could it come back? Obviously, and everything can be somewhat
You hire
normal.
the right guy.
Yes.
He pulls off the
Yes.
Larkin trade.
Oh, you guys are all doing. We knew what we were doing. Okay, fine, whatever. But right now, on this date, it just looks like there is no leader. It's like a rudderless ship right now. And I know sometimes ownership, when they speak, they don't speak the right way. And we need somebody, Chris, please, to just talk to your fans. Tell them you have it under control if you think you do. Because people are pissed off. They really are. I have a good friend of mine. He's who actually knows a lot of these people who are in the front office, and he says people don't even know what the hell's going on there.
Yeah, that's disturbing. The other thing I think about is this was on NHL Network. The whole hockey world, forget about our fans
yeah.
here in our city and how frustrated we are. The whole hockey world's got to be laughing at us. Or at the very least, scratching their head going, what the hell's wrong with Detroit?
Wait a second. This is Detroit, right?
Yeah.
A city, original six team, one of the destination franchises. I understand it's not that much anymore because the team hasn't played, but at least you can be a bad team and still operate in a professional way. This isn't professional.
That's the best way to put this. This is not professional. You haven't interviewed somebody a month after the job opened up?
And to be fair, this is just what Bob Duff is
How about
hearing,
this?
and he's pretty accurate. But still,
Is Bob Duff credible?
Yes.
Okay, you know Bob Duff.
Yes.
Bob Duff's covered the game. NHL Network put him on their TV. They didn't
Right.
take some guy from a basement blog.
Correct.
They took a respected hockey voice
Right.
and asked him the question, and he said, "I'm not hearing any interviews
Right.
that have happened with the Red Wings."
Now, it's possible that they are just so tight-lipped and close to the vest that nothing's leaking. I doubt it, especially in that sport.
Oh, well, this is leaking. This is coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
To me, it's just a further indication that Larkin will be on this team this season. Mm-hmm. The fact that they have no urgency to get a GM, I believe it's been decided that they've probably talked. He's probably coming back. Todd McClellan's probably coming back as coach. Yeah. You're too close. You're getting too close to trade. So I would just say this. I'm going to play devil's advocate here. How big of a deal it is if your roster's set that you don't have a GM? I know what you're saying is, why does it matter that it takes 1 month or 2 months as long as you get it right?
Because
every single thing has been decided, because I'm in the belief that Larkin has been decided.
Well, if it has, at least for your public perception, you have to at least address it.
But it's
number
not,
one.
it's not settled long term.
Right. Okay. Larkin still, I believe, wants to be traded, no matter who's here. Bob Duff just said that.
Yes, we said.
So you got that. You got Evanson. You have other things on the roster that need to be worked out, and a lot of stuff is minor. But
if somebody came after Evanson, I believe the Wings have already made their decision on what they've would do.
Mm-hmm.
So
probably, depending what the price is. Yes.
So I don't think there's. I personally don't believe there's decisions in limbo. This could come back to backfire on me.
Well, there is a decision in limbo. Who's going to run the hockey ops? That decision is still in limbo.
How does that affect the roster going into this season, which you guys are freaking out about the beginning of the season as a timeline here?
No, it's not even because of what's going to be on the ice.
Tom, they're not interviewing people.
It's just.
But as long as you get the right guy by The
By
start
when?
of the season?
Oh, why the start of the year? Just get them by the deadline. I mean, seriously, the way you're talking, why
No,
haven't
you would start making-
No, you just match Edvinson.
Now
Larkin's
you're
going to be
interrupting
here.
me. You didn't let me finish. You have roster decisions to make once camp begins. Okay,
Let Todd make them.
somebody gets hurt, you go get somebody. That needs to be made by the new guy. My point is, if you don't have any hockey decisions to be made, minus Evanson, and I think Larkin's back. I do. I don't understand why didn't these guys elaborate on Bob Duff stuff about Larkin?
What do you mean?
Like one of the national guys, I know when you were playing at least back here, they still got this Larkin thing hanging over their head. Well, Bob Duff said he's going to be in camp.
Right, he said that
that
earlier this week.
But Tom, don't be obtuse. If he shows up to camp, it's still going to hang over their head.
They're going to have to address it.
Yeah,
they
so
don't
it's-
have to address it right now.
So as long as they have the general manager by training camp, is that
Yes.
okay?
Do you think they should interview someone before training camp?
yes, I do. Now you're being very smarmy.
That's
You know you-
that's the point.
I know I am, but that's Stoney used the word professional.
Right, that's
you,
all.
You have to start. What, they're going to just pull a name out of thin air in the next 2 weeks? How about you interview a couple
They
people
have
and then
a-
a second interview? Tom, how quickly should this take place? They're going to bring someone in, hear their pitch, and hire them on the spot?
They have a firm who is starting to build a list of candidates.
Yes.
You don't, until the list is provided, you don't interview.
The firm, of course, is run by a former Red Wing associate, Len Perna, but that's another deal.
Well, I'll put it this way: if I was ownership, what am I paying this firm to do if we don't have a list a month
I will
in?
say this
Fire
and agree
the
with
firm.
you guys. Remember, do you guys think Larkin is playing on this team this year?
He'll play the first game of the season as a Detroit Red Wing.
So you think something could still materialize very quick?
In season, I mean, it could happen at any point, right? I mean, if he expands a list or a team that's desperate on his list gives up more, I mean, it could
I will
happen at
agree
any
with
point.
you. They're doing themselves no favors by not putting out some sort of statement here.
Correct.
Instead of getting it from Bob Duff, because it's allowing this, what just transpired between us. It's not good for them. It's bad PR.
What's what I'm saying? This is going to be seen around the league. Bob Duff is not a nobody. This is
Right.
on NHL Network. He's telling you the Red Wings a month post Yzerman haven't interviewed someone. This isn't going to be settled. Like, he's talking about, will they have someone in place by training camp? This is what's being discussed in the national hockey sphere.
Well,
of course, we're upset as Red Wing fans.
Well, what is not good for if you're a Red Wing fan is the appearance. It looks like, well, the only person they've talked to is Jeff Greenberg.
I will say this: if you get a report, and the Friday of the Lions home opener, which is that Sunday, that's when this is decided, and it's Jeff Greenberg. That's not a good look.
No. Look, it is perception. You're right. And like
That's
I
all
said,
this
they could
is.
still hire somebody at the right, before camp and get things done, waiver wires and all that crap. But the bottom line is it's not going to affect probably anything on the ice because they're going to suck anyway.
Uplifting stuff. Perception is what I would say. Perception.
Yeah.
In this situation where your franchise is seen as problematic, where your captain who's been here 11 years wants out, and even with the GM change still wants out, the perception of the Red Wings is at a 30-year low.
Yes.
The reputation of the Detroit Red Wings is at least a 30-year low.
Oh, absolutely.
This doesn't help you. This is a perception problem as much as anything else. Maybe even more than an on-ice problem. It's a perception problem.
Yes, and it's more than 30 years because I moved here 40 years ago, and that was the year that they didn't make the play. 86.
call it 40
40.
years.
Yeah, whatever. It's just it's upsetting. It's like when you have this amazing classic car, and it's just like you're just letting it rot.
Well, okay, we got to keep it moving. We'll talk more 97.1.
Hey, Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on massive, high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. When you watch a game in the Dome, it's going to feel like you're being transported to the field or the court. Plus, they're going to bring you food and drinks directly to your seat. And Cosm has a huge selection of games from NFL and NBA to college football, Premier League soccer, WWE, and more. Plus, they also have these immersive movie experiences that make it perfect for the whole family or maybe even a date night. To get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
Bob Duff, NHL Network. They haven't even interviewed people for the open GM job. Text says, what outside firm are they using? Barnum and Bailey? It's Rob and Monroe. Great work, Rob. Text says, I'm telling you, Ilitch is going to sell the Red Wings. And another says, it wouldn't surprise me if the Wings were sold and a new organization picked the people they needed. I don't think a sale's happening in 3 weeks.
No, but you look at what franchises are being valued in right now, and it makes economic sense. If you're Chris Ilitch, possibly, I don't know.
Yeah, but that doesn't. The season's going to start.
Oh, I know.
And Bob Duff says they're not likely going to have a GM in place for training camp because they haven't interviewed anybody.
It's absurd.
So there's one thing for me to say, hey, I don't trust they're going to get this right.
Yeah.
That was before reading. They can't even conduct a professional search.
Well,
how long does it take to put together a couple names and start this process?
Look, we could put together some names and I've probably interview. If we were doing it, we'd interview some. We had some people interviewed already.
Right. And that doesn't mean you're hiring someone by today.
No.
But you would have thought the gears would have been turning already.
You know what they need to do now? I don't think they do it in hockey. They do it in football. Anytime there's, people get interviewed, the teams post basically who they've interviewed.
And for the NFL, that happens every year.
All the time.
Yeah, this is what it comes back to, because Tom made the point. Well, what if they get it all tied up nice, pretty in a bow, and there's really no moves to be made if Larkin's coming back and Edvinson you'll match? Who cares? What's the big deal? The big deal is the public perception of this franchise is at a 40-year low.
Yeah.
The issue is this is Hockey Town, beautiful arena, original six, and the perception of our team is clown show. It's a word you use. We got the Barnum and Bailey reference. It's a clown show inside a clown show. It's clownception. When you are a laughing stock, when the Detroit Red Wings are a laughing stock, that bothers me.
Yes, it should. It should bother everybody. And it should bother, the Ilitch family as well.
But what I'm saying here, guys, is between now and 3 weeks from now, they're still going to be a laughing stock. It doesn't really matter if they have a GM on August 28th or September 7th. You know that's what I'm saying here.
I understand
that. But when they're applying an extra layer of clown makeup, I don't like that.
Can it really get worse unless we hear something more salacious come out about all this?
I thought that the report from Monterez early in the week,
that was pretty bad.
Ilitch was meddling in Stamkos. I thought that was problematic, and then I find out they're not even interviewing people. So you say, can it get worse? I don't know what's coming out tomorrow.
The only thing that Gov is he could be right on. You do have a search committee. And they're not making names public right now.
Okay, so they're running an extremely tight ship. Nothing's coming out. Nobody spoke after a legend was fired on July 15th.
Right.
At that point, that was the signal that they're going to run a tight ship. Mike Ilitch ran a tight ship, except for one time when they did the Scherzer press release,
yes,
which was very abnormal because it bothered him so much. They wanted it out there that he was willing to pay Scherzer Verlander money. But right. What I'm saying here is I believe what's happening, and you might not like it. They know that they've got the egg on their face. There's nothing they can do about it until they turn the page and make the hire and let everything out at once and say, this is where we're going, unified one way.
Right.
Well, how about this concern? The Red Wings are dragging their feet so they can just make the easy move and promote someone from within.
Well, that's why I said Jeff Greenberg. It'll be Greenberg and Horkoff, maybe. I don't know.
That's not going to do them any. That's not going to fix the perception problem that they have.
I will say this: it's not. It certainly won't fix perception, but people around the league have great things to say about Horkoff.
The thing is if that's what they do, so you went and hired a search firm. You took 2 months to do this, and then it was actually the guy you hired to be the Tigers GM. That's not a good look.
No.
And I get it. He has got a hockey background. I'm not trying to submarine him before he'd even take the job.
And that's the sad thing. It's almost not fair to him.
No, it's not fair to him because he actually spent more time in his background on hockey than baseball, if you really dig into it. But the optics of we're a month late to fire Eisner, not a promotion to a senior advisor. However, we're going to PR this. We're a month late, so we didn't get a real offseason, and our solution was to take one guy down the hall and move his office. It would be public perception a disaster.
Yeah.
How about this? Pulled our corporate sponsorship from the Wings to the Pistons, and the Wings rep couldn't believe it. The entire place is delusional. That's a name texter.
Yeah, that's putting money where their mouth is.
Anyway, we got room for you on the lines, on the phones, 248-539-9797. Got a broader Detroit sports question we want to get into in the 7 o'clock hour. And dear Stoney, without John today, it's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers lost to the Pirates 4-3 yesterday despite holding a 3-2 lead entering the 9th inning. Detroit started the day trailing 1-0 after O'Neal Cruz's RBI single in the first. That would be the only run starter Jackson Jobe allowed, though, as he went 5 1/3 innings with 4 hits, 3 walks, and 3 Ks. A.J. Hinch, the young pitcher, took a step forward yesterday. The Tigers eventually tied the game on a Kevin McGonigal sac fly in the 3rd and the 5th. Detroit took a 2-1 lead on an RBI single from Gleyber Torres, and then an RBI double from McGonigal again made it 3-1. Rafael Flores Jr. then homered in the 7th inning to make it 3-2. He became the villain again in the 9th inning with a solo shot off Kenley Jansen to tie the game. That paved the way for a walk-off homer from Brandon Lau. Detroit's 28 blown saves this year have now tied the franchise record for the most in a season, with 35 games still left to play this year. Detroit blew 28 saves in both 2008 and 2004. With the loss, the Tigers are now 5.5 games back in the Central and 1.5 back in the wild card. They're off today before starting a 3-game series in Kansas City tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a chance to win some money in 25 minutes. 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Dear Stoney.
Oh, boy.
7:35.
I'm nervous.
Advice from Stoney? Who asked for this? I want to broaden the scope of what we're talking about. We mentioned Bob Duff's report. The Red Wings haven't even interviewed someone for the GM job.
Right.
It's been open for a month. I don't know what the firm's doing or what they're doing, but no interviews. And it's, what was his word? Skeptical, or will they even have someone for training camp?
Right. For rookie camp. Yeah.
Yes. 3 weeks away. I want to know what the biggest problem we have in Detroit sports is. Because you had some great numbers on the Tiger bullpen. Everybody knows they're bad. Mm-hmm. Could it be a Lions secondary issue? Could it be a lack of a Robin and this Duran thing that's not settled? Is Dylan Larkin in this like hostage negotiation with the organization? What is the biggest problem in Detroit sports right now?
I think it's the Red Wings. And it's not just the stuff we're talking about, the clown show, okay? That's bad. That's more perception than reality to a certain extent. Is how it looks. The bottom line is the Red Wings, in my opinion, stink. Mm-hmm. They're in an abyss. It's going to take them a long way to get out of it, I believe, because their prospects, although, the Athletic had a list of all the teams' prospects, 23 and under players. Some are already in the NHL, some aren't. The Wings are middle of the pack. But every single one, when they classified them, was middle-tier player is their strength. And that includes guys like Finney, Nate Danielson, things like that. There's nothing there that seems to sit there and say, oh, my God, this guy's going to be great. Now, the kid, Hurlburt, who they drafted this year when they traded Costa in the first round, he's going to Michigan. Supposedly he's a very talented player. Max Plant, maybe. That's about it. I don't see them being a good team for 2 or 3 years, minimum.
Yeah, especially if they do end up trading Larkin.
That's why I think they're in the worst shape of all. And as far as the Larkin situation, they're not going to get what they should get for him. But
yeah, look, he's sticking to the 3 teams. Reporting indicates he still wants to be traded. But they don't have someone to trade him. He's going to be here at training camp.
Right.
Yeah, that's going to be a dark cloud that hangs over the season. Mm-hmm. And the idea of taking the seat, you probably should take the seat, whether he's here or not. Give it to someone who wants to be here long term. Uh-huh. So you have him ripped C off sweater, still skating on the team, still seeking a trade.
Number 71, Dylan.
while the season goes south, right? I mean, they didn't make the playoffs last year. They had no real offseason. The idea would, even with the youth movement, maybe there's some fun Tiger-like stories.
Yeah.
But even the Tigers aren't a playoff team.
Correct.
So, yeah, that's going to be an eyesore.
Yeah.
The only
and
counter
the East
argument,
keeps getting better too.
yeah, and the division specifically is a pain in the ass. The only counter would be, I think a lot of fans can just put them off to the side and put them in the corner and say, that's Jim's got to pay for that. That's his problem. But for the rest of us, our other teams have issues that are stopping them from competing for a championship.
Yes, that's true.
So that's why I think it's an interesting question to ask fans, because if you're a big Pistons fan, you might be going, dude, I don't like that this Duren thing is in limbo, and I wish that they had actually acquired the Robin for Cade,
Yes.
so we could go from a second-round team to a champion.
Right.
I know there are Lions fans, whenever we talk glowingly about them, because I'm optimistic,
Yeah.
people will say, yeah, but that's secondary.
Exactly.
So if you're a Lions fan and you're going, that's the only thing keeping us from being a Super Bowl team, maybe that's your version of the biggest problem in Detroit sports. And if you're a Tiger fan that hasn't quit on this team yet,
It's the bullpen.
it's the bullpen. So I would love, we want participation from you guys. 248-539-9797. Could be phones, could be texts. What's the biggest problem in Detroit sports? Gov, you got an answer on this one?
Probably side with Stoney here with the Wings. You know, it's just with this report adds fuel to today's
Yeah.
discussion.
Right. But even taking away that.
It's a complete circus. I mean, you have one of the most well-respected franchises in sports. And I know people are like, the players don't care about the original six and all that stuff. I heard you, Stoney, last week. I can't remember what time slot you were on, but you referenced, I don't remember a team that had such a legacy falling down so hard for so long.
Yeah.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the three-ring circus with the Celtics after the Bird era. Kind of started with them not winning the lottery with Duncan, and they had those Patino years.
And then Reggie Lewis died.
Yeah, they went through all those years of just being a complete doormat. Like, it was about 10 to 12 years, I think.
So you're saying like mid-90s to mid-2000s, before they got the big three with Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen and Paul Pierce.
Yeah, and when they went out and finally decided we need to shift gears as a franchise and be bold, and they've been pretty good ever since.
But I'm saying that's about 10 years?
Yeah.
That we're in a 10-year drought, and I don't see an end.
Right.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Usually you're shifting gears at this point. You've reached rock bottom, and it seems like we hit rock bottoms every morning.
Well, that's a great way to put it. Like, I would have thought we reached rock bottom when we celebrated 100 years of hockey with our 10th straight year outside the playoffs, and then had to move on from our legendary star who had failed as a general manager. I thought that would have been rock
I mean,
bottom.
you have a head coach calling out rosters in late March saying there's a bunch of jerseys just floating around out there.
Yeah.
And
Collapse
then the
after
jerseys
collapse.
are back.
Right, well,
Did they get rid of any of the jerseys?
That's a great
No.
point. I would love to sit down with Tom McClellan and go, all right, who were the jerseys? Because I still see them on your lineup card, right? I mean,
Rasmussen.
right? Who's changed? I mean, the only change would be if you get a couple new
Comfer.
young players up in Arvidsson. But
Yeah.
yeah, if you're asking me who the jerseys are, yeah, Rasmussen, Comfer, they're not going anywhere. They're going to be
No.
on this team to start the season,
Probably.
especially with not a general manager to make any moves. There was no buyouts,
Right.
right? They didn't explore any buyouts this offseason.
And you could argue they're going to be worse because they lost Kane. I mean, I didn't care that much about that, but who knows?
Tom's made the case it could be a little better Arvidsson versus
Yeah.
Kane, but again, we're talking.
Yeah.
I'm kind of anticipating when the dust settles and they have a GM, and let's say it's September 15th, and camp's about ready to open, and preseason games are starting a week after that. I'm anticipating that they're going to have a little bit of a youth movement. And I
It's the only course
I
of
hope
action.
so.
Me too.
And I wouldn't rule out a buyout potentially.
Well, I think the buyout window is only in the summer. Pretty sure the NHL has
that
a-
I don't know.
unless there's a second buyout window. I know there's one in the summer that does end. I think you'd have to trade and dump salary at this point.
You know, we got one text that me kind of just being devil's advocate on some of this.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm saying is have 3 more weeks of patience, guys. It really doesn't matter. The guy called me out and said, that's, speculating that they actually have a clue of what they're doing.
Right.
And I
It
think
is. But it is speculating. I'm not saying you're wrong,
Right.
but it is
I think
speculating.
they're very aware of what the perception is. But they know they can't change
They
it.
have to be.
They know they can't change it overnight.
No.
They listen to this station constantly. They know what people are saying about them.
Text says Ilitch is waiting for Ward Manuel to be available in December. What a clown show, Jared and Fenton. I don't see how the Wings can allow Larkin to attend training camp after what he's pulled. Absolute ridiculous trade demand. Let him collect his paycheck and stew at home.
Well, you're not going to pay him if he's not, unless they force him not to show up.
Yeah, they could scratch him.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, they even show up at training camp.
Yeah, I mean, they could choose to. Does that make them look worse in the league, though?
Probably. It
You got
depends,
a
well, it
player-
depends what Larkin says. If Larkin says, hey, I want to be
Well,
here,
that's what I'm saying.
and they're not letting me, then they would look bad.
Well, yeah, if
but
Larkin-
if he still sits there and says, I want to get the hell out of here, but I'm here.
No, but again, you would give him the opportunity to dunk on you.
Yes.
Because if he comes out and says, well, hey, look, I tried to handle this through my agent. I don't know how it got out. I want to be a professional and show up and play hockey and honor my contract. The
Right.
team's not letting me. I think around the league, they'd go, hold on, a player asked out?
Right.
And now you're going to throw him in timeout? You look even worse, don't
Yeah.
you? So players can't request trades in Detroit or you'll get thrown in Siberia. You see what I'm saying? They got to be
but
careful
it's one
with
thing
that.
to request a trade. It's one thing to request a trade and you only have 3 teams.
Well, I have a no trade clause. That's contractually the players
I
know.
I understand.
Sony,
that.
you know this. The players fight for those clauses.
Yes.
When they get them, they want to honor them.
Yeah.
The players, that's what the audience I'm talking about here. The players would look at Detroit and think,
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
this new
Oh,
GM
okay.
came in and he's trying to be punitive. All right, I'm going to add them to my next no trade list.
That's
You know what I'm
possible.
saying?
Yeah.
So I know that sounds great from this texter who's like, stick it to Dylan. Other people are watching. You don't have a good reputation. Tread very lightly.
Yeah. I mean, look, the Hughes brothers are right on Cass Lake or whatever their place is here.
Quinn hasn't signed an extension.
I know.
Can we just hire like his mom to be the GM or something and bring him on board?
Why don't you just like give Billy Guerin a blank check? Just run this freaking team.
When we did the candidates right after Eisman got hired, I threw out George McPhee. Throw the bank.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's or even their general manager. He's the president. He's he doesn't do all the things anymore. But yeah, he'd be great.
Texas, the biggest problem is Mr. Margins wasting Kate Cunningham's prime. Not enough urgency to make us a true NBA title contender. That's Dave in Royal Oak.
You know, that's not the worst thing I've ever heard. I mean, they basically, I don't expect them to go much further right now than they did last year.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Costa's still going to be wearing his foam wingnut hat to every game this season.
It's okay. You can root for bad teams. I did it much of my life growing up.
Look, we may try to sell a couple extra games this year, but I'm on the hook. I love the hockey team. I don't
Right.
love
You
this.
like going
I don't
to the
love. I
game.
don't love what's going
It's
on
a
with
date
them.
night. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you keeping your tickets. I don't care what anybody says.
I do feel some shame with it, to be honest with you.
Do you
But,
really?
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe Jim could pull what you did with the Lions tickets.
Oh yeah.
what's this stunt?
You're not renewing for 27, 28 unless Chris comes
Illu.
on the show.
Yeah.
Because that's what Stoney said, unless the Fords come on the show.
Yep. And I gave up my Lions tickets.
Because they didn't come on the show, huh?
Yeah. The counter offer was Chris Spielman wanting to do public address announcing at a West Bloomfield game with me.
That was their counter or your?
That was his counter.
Oh,
Yeah. I said no. I want you. I think it was Martha back then, right? I want Martha or Sheila.
wow. Okay, I didn't realize there's a whole
Oh yeah.
backstory
Oh
to
yeah.
that. That's
I
interesting.
Wish I would have kept those tickets. Could have sold a lot of those games and made a lot of money, but I
No
didn't.
kidding. All right, I'll tell you about Shaner Roofing. When you need a new roof, you need to go with Shaner. And they don't just do roofing, it's windows and siding too. Over 30 years of trusted service, Shaner has a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. 5-star quality, that's roofs, windows, and siding. With Shaner, you're getting a family-owned company, and it shows up in the way they do business. The no-pressure promise. You're not getting a high-pressured sales pitch when they come out. They give you a true, honest assessment of what your home actually needs. Shaner can treat you like family because they are one. They're going to answer to you and not some private equity investors. Shaner's reputation, you don't have to take my word for it. Google them. 4.9 stars. Thousands of satisfied homeowners. It's a reputation that, quite honestly, they've earned. They've done the job right for decades. Peace of mind's another huge selling point. If you're going to work with Shaner, they're going to stand by their work. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. Shaner Roofing. Get started today. Get your quote today. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. MyMichiganRoof.com.
It is time for news. And here's Heather.
Oh, thanks, Tony. A demonstration in Dearborn Tuesday night led to 22 arrests as confrontational activist Jake Lang appeared at this Dearborn City Council meeting. So according to Dearborn police, several hundred protesters from a variety of groups gathered around the Henry Ford Centennial Library. That's where the city council meeting was taking place, and police said no one was injured, but police arrested individuals ranging in age from 18 to 64 years old. They say some had traveled as far away as New York and Tennessee to attend. The Dearborn police chief praised the officers, saying that they dealt with a challenging and rapidly changing situation while keeping people safe, protecting constitutional rights, and allowing the city council to finish its business. Oh, a Warren Consolidated school teacher has been charged with multiple felonies after authorities found child pornography on his phone during a search related to a separate case. So this teacher, Mark Sharo, was arrested on Tuesday on a third-degree criminal sexual conduct charge out of Houghton Lake. And while that was going on, his home and his phone were searched. That's when sexually explicit videos of minors were found, as well as meth and LSD inside his home. So his bond was set at $1 million. He was a teacher at the School of Performing Arts. You guys, Shaq is heading to Detroit, and he's going to bring his DJ equipment with him. Yeah, so Shaquille O'Neal, a.k.a. DJ Diesel, will be performing at the Container Globe in Detroit on October 10th. Tickets are on sale now. Available.
Where is the Container Globe?
It is. Let me look. It's an open air theater on Taylor Street off the Lodge Freeway in Detroit, near the Boston Edison District.
All right.
Yeah,
That's great.
tickets start as low as $54. There's VIP tickets available as well.
I didn't even know Shaq was doing this. Traveling the world as a DJ.
He's just the great. He's so much fun.
I bet it'd be a good time.
Yeah.
I'm sure it would be. Like the full set of lineup details will be announced at a later date, but he will be performing alongside his Shaq's. Where is it? His all-star something. He's got like a line.
Crew?
Yeah, he's got a crew. I couldn't find it there. Oh, Michigan health officials are asking residents across the state to protect themselves from mosquitoes after a Roscommon County resident tested positive for Eastern equine encephalitis, that EEE.
Oh, triple E.
Yes, the triple E. Health officials confirmed that the case, confirmed the case on Wednesday. They say it's the first case of EEE reported in the state since 2021. So it's a rare but serious disease. It spreads to humans from a bite from an infected mosquito. They say only a few human cases are reported each year in the United States, and it has a 30% fatality rate among people who are diagnosed and become ill. They say people under 15 years old and over the age of 50 are the greatest risk for getting severely ill from this. So they say wear bug spray with DEET, wear long sleeves, light colored clothing if you're out during peak mosquito times, and empty standing water if you have it sitting by your house, things like that.
Just get us to football weather. Get rid of these damn mosquitoes.
Hey, listen to this story. There's a Menards loving USPS worker who is now facing charges. So this worker, her name is Jill Brown, from Iowa, 45 years old. She's been arrested for stealing Menards rebates from people's mails. So she's delivering the mail, looking through what everyone's getting, and she's like, oh, I'll take that. And then she redeems them for herself. So one homeowner complained about their rebate missing, and Menards reported that it's already been redeemed. Yeah, the rebate's already been redeemed. They were able to figure out that this woman had cashed it in and that she's done this many times over the past 2 years.
Wow.
And not only would she steal these rebate cards that were being sent out, she would also steal like the receipts that customers were mailing to Menards to get rebates. And then she would send them in herself. Yeah. So I don't know. So she's been charged with 4th degree theft. It's unclear if she's like, I don't know, doing this with other rebates at other stores, or if it's strictly Menards she targets. And it's
you can save big money at Menards, so that's what she's trying to do.
She did for a minute, but now she's going to have to obviously shell out that big money. And no word on like what she was using. Was she just getting the cash? Probably. Or was she going and making purchases from Menards?
Got a lot of home projects to make.
Apparently so.
I don't know.
Who knows? A popular daily drinking habit could nearly triple your risk of stomach cancer. there's nothing we can eat or drink now, right?
What?
Everything is that.
What is it?
Well, sugary drinks, really. So it could be regular pop. This is not diet pop. This is regular pop, or maybe like sugary sports beverages, juice, things like that. But according to a new study, drinking one sugary beverage each day could substantially increase the risk of developing stomach cancer. And the CDC says about 63% of U.S. adults consume sugar-sweetened beverages at least once a day. So this is something everyone, almost the majority of people, are doing. And previous research has associated these sugary drinks with higher rates of liver, breast, and colon cancer. But like they never really looked at what it does to your stomach tissue. So apparently
Not good.
not good. But they do say that the study found an association between these drinks and the stomach cancer.
Oh.
There was no like direct cause and effect, right? So it's just
To me, it's more of a common sense thing. You probably shouldn't drink your day's sugar in your first drink of the day.
Correct.
no, but a lot of people do. Orange juice, lemonade. I mean,
But I'm talking
or
added sugars.
what about all those coffees people get?
I know.
I don't drink them, but I mean, I drink and eat my fair share of sugar. So, hey, if you want to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Your chance to play the $2 Grand Slam. Finally, be careful when you head to a library because bed bugs
what's
are
going on?
apparently infesting these libraries. We just had the Royal Oak Library that was closed for a couple days, and now they're changing their bag
Right.
policy. You can't bring in large bags or multiple bags. But the Ypsilanti District Library just announced this week that the downtown location will be closed until further notice after a staff member spotted bed bugs inside the building. Happened Tuesday morning. So obviously they shut it down. They say the pest control efforts are already underway, and once everything is taken care of, the building will open back up. No word on where in the building they were found, but they're also urging anyone who had a previous bed bug infestation at their home to
Just
like
fess
prove,
up.
but like come with written proof that everything has been remediated.
My question is how, unless they know, oh, you're the one that's living at a place with bed bugs, bring in proof before we let you in. They'd have to know.
Right.
I don't think anyone's going to voluntarily say, it was me. I was sleeping with the bed bugs.
Yes, I'm a bed bug guy. They're my
It's
pets.
not really something you want to fess up to.
They're my
Right.
pets. I have pet bed bugs.
Oh, unless they come in with like bites all over and they're
Obvious.
scratch.
Hey, weren't you in here the other day? Yeah.
Why are you itching? Do they cause itchingness?
I feel like they would, right? I
I
don't
don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I would think
Oh,
so.
yeah, I would think so
okay.
too. So, yeah, if you just, I don't know.
It's Heather with the news. All right, let's play the $2 Grand Slam.
Let's give away some money. Sounds simple. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly. And hopefully, we're going to give away $2,000 today.
That'd be nice.
Let's go to Jim in Berkeley. Great name. Good morning.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
How's it going, Jim?
Going good.
Good.
Have you played before?
I have not.
Do you feel
right.
lucky?
I hope so.
Okay.
You got this. If there's one you'd like to pass on, feel free. If there's enough time, we'll get back to it. But otherwise, good luck. Your time is going to start right now. Who do the Detroit Lions play on Saturday?
Pass.
Who played Monica on the sitcom Friends?
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Tennessee Titans?
Pass.
Who wears jersey number 93 for the Detroit Red Wings?
DeBrincat.
Who is the lead singer of Foo Fighters?
Pass.
John Mateer plays quarterback for this college team.
Oklahoma.
Is Torch Lake located in the lower or upper peninsula of Michigan?
Lower.
Who is the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Pass.
The Milwaukee Brewers beat this team 22-0 on Tuesday.
Mariners.
What is the capital of Jamaica?
Pass.
Who did the Detroit Lions play on Saturday?
Commanders.
Who played Monica in Friends?
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Tennessee Titans?
Not variable. Pass.
Who is the lead singer of Foo Fighters?
Wow, you've passed out.
I'm bad.
Yeah, a
dude.
lot of passes.
Still got 5.
You got 5, I know. Not
mean,
bad. You got
it's not-
$125.
bad.
I think you were feeling bad at the start, but you rallied.
Yes, yeah. She passed on 4 out of 5, and then you.
I didn't even have any guesses, so I figured don't waste it. Maybe it'll come to me.
Yeah.
Right.
That's, 5. Way to go! Congratulations.
$125.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it. Appreciate it, guys.
Put
Thanks
you on
for
hold.
having
Make sure
me.
you get paid.
So usually, I'll go over these before, see how I did, and when the 93 question came from DeBrincat, I had to go back to that one. I passed and went back in my own head and got it. My first reaction was Franzen.
Well, there you go. The mule.
That's weird.
Sony usually gets 9 or 10.
Right. Well, let's go through this. By the way, 2 Grand Slam brought to you by Feminine Law. Get David, get paid.
See, I thought this one was much more gettable than the last time I was here. Was really hard. You had a really difficult.
I think we had previously had a winner.
Yes.
So the very next one's going to be tough.
Yes.
This one was manageable. We'll go
Right.
through it. He eventually got that the Lions play the Commanders on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Safe to say that they haven't become the number 1 team in his mind quite yet. The baseball season.
Exactly.
Who played Monica in the sitcom Friends?
Courtney Cox.
The head coach of the Tennessee Titans is not Mike Vrabel.
Right. He was correct on that, but he didn't say the name. Robert Sala.
Yeah, we needed Robert Sala. Who wears 93? DeBrincat for the Red Wings. The lead singer of the Foo Fighters.
Dave Grohl should have got that one.
Yeah, I think that's one he should have got. Mateer, everybody knows you're going to see him in Ann Arbor week 2. Oklahoma.
Yep.
Torch Lake, Lower Peninsula.
Correct. Liam Cohen is the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He was right that the Seattle Mariners were the team the Brewers beat 22-0 on Tuesday, and the capital of Jamaica is Kingston.
Kingston, Mon.
Yes, right.
All right, there you go. There's your 2 Grand Slam. Next chance to win would be next Tuesday, 7:25, same time. Coming up next, it's not Dear John. John's not here. It's Dear Stoney, 97.1. All right, there were some that were sent in dealing with Ohio State, so I'm saving those for when John is back.
Oh, okay.
Stoney, people need advice. You're just the guy we're turning to.
Oh, that's right. The oldest guy in the building.
You can send them in dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. We do them every week. This week, we got topics on wasting food, kids' birthday parties, and grandkids.
Okay.
We start with wasting food.
All right.
Dear Stoney, my wife is taking one of those GLP-1 shots to lose weight, and I'm supportive. The issue is when we go out to eat, she has like 3 bites and then says she's full. It's fine. We can always take it as leftovers. One problem. She doesn't ever eat leftovers. The food waste, not to mention the cost, is driving me crazy. How do I handle it? We don't eat all the same food, so it's not just eat her stuff.
Well, you have to order probably, if you can, like half stuff. Like, see if you have the smallest portions. Like if you're going to a steakhouse, instead of getting a 12 to 16 ounce New York strip, go for the 6 ounce fillet. That's what some of my friends have done who are on the GLP. They just eat less, and they don't have that problem. So that's what I would tell her to do. Just smaller portions when we order, because I'm sick of paying for garbage.
But restaurants don't do a lot of small portions these days.
Well, you could maybe find an app, like an appetizer
Sure.
instead
Yes.
of a full meal
Exactly.
to order. And some of them
That's a
do
good one,
have
too.
really good appetizers, and
Yes.
they're not as large as a full meal.
Right.
Or
See if there's something every once in a while that your husband could share.
ideally, it's something you both eat, because then he can take some of it to go.
Exactly.
I agree with you, Stoney. Smaller portions, maybe order a couple sides, or do, I typically always get a salad with salmon, and you can get literally a side salad, which is very small, with
Yes,
a full fillet of salmon.
exactly.
And it's not that expensive. And then if you have a little bit of leftovers, it's the salmon. You're not going to bring home the lettuce, but
Right.
I mean, you could, but most likely you'll eat that.
So you have friends that are on these. How noticeable is it, the appetite change?
For them, look, all right, full disclosure, I've taken it for a little bit
Okay,
too.
great.
Okay, I've lost some weight. It helps, but it hasn't, my appetite is still somewhat similar than it was before. So I think a lot of it is psychological. But no, one of my friends, my best friend, basically has lost like 70 pounds.
Good for him.
And he will go to dinner, and he just won't eat.
He's just not
A lot.
hungry. Right.
Yeah.
You're hungry, but you get full fast.
Yes.
So you take a couple bites, and then you realize, oh, I am full
So does
now.
does he make the adjustment, like just orders less when he goes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, number 2, kid's birthday. Dear Stoney, my son turned 6 recently, and we hosted a pool party for him. It was from noon till 3. He had friends come over, and pizza was eaten, and everyone had a great time. Right after, I hosted a party with all my friends. It was easier to just clean and prep the house once, and I had prepared for both parties together. There were coolers with booze at the kids' party stored behind our backyard bar, but it wasn't out and nothing was consumed until the second party crew started showing up. So I had a few friends come over about 15 minutes early, and I told them there were drinks and they could help themselves. A little before 3, the parents of one of my son's friends came to pick him up, and they were clearly appalled that there was alcohol. She told us she would never have allowed her son to come over with that being present, and had assumed that it was a dry party since it was a kid's birthday. I tried explaining it was a dry party, that we were hosting back-to-back parties, and the first drink was cracked just a few minutes ago. I hadn't consumed anything yet, but she wasn't having any of my explanation. Who's in the wrong?
She's in the wrong, the person who was coming to pick up her kid, because you told her the truth, so she should have dealt with it. Just because there was alcohol there for a kid's sixth birthday party at the end doesn't mean the 6-year-old's going to be drinking alcohol, or the parents are going to be drinking alcohol. Then if you know the person, she was honest. I don't think she did anything wrong.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Stoney, but I also, when I first heard this, I instantly thought, well, man, you couldn't have separated them a little bit why not start your adult party maybe
At
an
5?
hour
Yeah,
after?
that probably would have been better.
When you have kids that don't belong to you or aren't your relatives, like your brother's kids or your nieces and nephews there, you have strangers' kids basically at your house. I wouldn't want to show up to a birthday party where I just dropped my kid off and I see someone that I don't know consuming alcohol, I think I would be a little taken aback. I do think if the adult told me, the parent told me, oh, this is what's going on, I'd say, okay, thanks for telling me, I understand.
And look,
but why not just separate the parties further?
but
Why
if-
have them literally back to back?
I get that, but I wouldn't have gotten that upset unless there was somebody there who was just when I
Hammered
Went,
and-
I was just gonna
yeah,
say,
right.
I don't
Yeah.
have kids, so like maybe I'm just completely out to
No,
lunch on
you're
this.
not.
If someone's having one beer,
Right.
they're not playing beer pong. There's not
Right.
some drunk fest. A dad can't have a beer on the couch watching football while the kids are there.
Yeah.
Of course. And it's not maybe a big deal, but I think because the mom wasn't there. She dropped her son off at this home. I don't know how well she knows these people. It could just be a friend from school. She doesn't know the parents that well. I would be a little taken aback if I didn't know them well and I went to pick up my kid and there was people drinking alcohol I didn't know. Again, not a big deal,
no,
but
If you didn't know them well, though, you wouldn't leave them there, right?
It depends how big the party.
That's a big thing for me. If I don't know the
So-
people well, I'm sticking around for a while. At
when
least.
does that start happening where you like this kid was 6, so clearly probably in like kindergarten having birthday parties.
Yeah, you
Normally
always-
parents stick
well,
around.
Obviously, things are a lot
but
different than when I was a kid.
Well, if there's water involved, swimming and all that, and they aren't
that's
good
what I was
swimmers,
most
I'm sticking
appalled
around.
by.
That's valid. That's you said pool
Yes.
party, right? Yeah.
that part's valid, yeah.
So I don't know.
But I
mean, just-
remember going to parties when I was a little kid. My parents would drop me off, and that would be it.
oh, me too, but not at 6. I don't think.
Oh, whatever.
Well, it does not a
Yes,
big deal. Just
it's
be
not.
transparent
Yes,
with the
exactly.
parents. Let
Yes.
everyone know what's
Right.
going on.
You didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Last one, grandkids. Dear Stoney, the other night, me and my dad got into an argument, and I need advice on how to approach the conversation moving forward. I'm 24 years young, and I don't want kids. In all honesty, you got to be in a relationship, which with modern dating now, I don't know. I haven't been in a relationship in over 2 years. He says, I'm not on social media anymore. I deleted every account in the new year. I don't really go out to drink, so I'm not meeting as many people. Regardless, beyond that, kids aren't very appealing to me. I value my independence, not to mention the cost of raising a family is outrageous. When I tell my dad all this, he gives me a hard time and says I have to pass on the lineage. I'm his only son, really laying on the guilt trip. How do I talk about this with him?
Just the way you wrote to John and me. Exactly. Hey, listen, Dad, here's the deal. I'm not in a relationship. If something happens, fine. I don't want kids. It's too expensive. I love our name and things like that, and I get it. It would upset you, but it's not happening. I have to be happy, and kids, unfortunately for you, but for me, they don't make me happy. And that's just the way it is.
Yeah, the dad needs to back off. The kid, he's only 24 years old.
Right. And you know what, Dad? In this crazy freaking world where we live in, I don't really want kids to be subject to what's going on in the world right now.
And for me, the more somebody would badger me about it, like, when are you going to have kids? You should have kids. We want pass on the name.
Did that happen a lot?
No, but we definitely heard it. I mean, we were much older when we decided
Right.
to have kids, so we did hear it a little bit. But that almost like made me not like that. Don't
gonna
keep
force me to
badgering
do
me.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's almost going to make it worse. The dad he said what he wanted to say. The son needs to say, "Hey,
Because you did change, because originally you didn't want kids.
I did not want
Now,
kids."
you're definitely not changing.
Yeah, we don't plan on having kids.
Well, that's fine. So what if your father said this? That should
Yeah,
have
no,
actually
it
been
could
for
be addressed
you.
to me. No, look, I mean, you're your own person. You have to
Right.
be comfortable with your own choices,
Yes.
and not everybody's going to agree with you. You'd hope your dad, who loves you, would get over it.
Yeah. And I'm
And,
sure
and
you
I hate
will.
when people say you could change your mind because some people don't. But
Yes.
he's 24. He could. I mean, what if he
yeah.
meets the person and,
Right.
and circumstances are different?
Yes. Or there's a mistake made, and they have the kid, and
There
you
you
know,
go, too.
Or
That
that
happens.
you're not
too.
going to. You might still keep the kid, hopefully.
I just had a follow-up question because he said, I'm his only son. Does that imply that...
Well,
the
that's why he wanted the lineage.
to be passed
Okay, but like
on.
you have daughters. Do you feel like your lineage isn't being passed on?
No.
Like, what are we, like the Roman gladiators? Like, who are you to have some lineage that needs to be passed down with your
I've
son?
never
Well,
felt
that
like
is
that.
a good point, though, because there'll be no other Stone, because my sister got married, so her kids are not Stone.
The name dies with you.
Yeah, exactly.
It could be used as a middle name. I mean,
That's
like
true.
I have.
Yes,
I'm-
my nephew, my sister's son, his middle name is Stone.
Yeah, so it could, in some ways, still be kind of
Mm-hmm.
passed on.
So you don't care about the Costa name legacy?
I have a brother. I suppose he could have a kid.
You think he will?
Probably not.
So what if Kelsey changed her mind? Have you thought about how you might handle that conversation?
No, I haven't. I think she's
Think
more
about it in the
she's
break,
more
and you'll
adamant
tell
that-
us coming up next.
She's more adamant than I am, so I would be really stunned.
She's pretty young, though. She's got lots of time.
When that the maternal gene kicks in sometimes.
Don't put this in my head. This isn't about me. This is Dear
No
Stoney.
more fantasy football. No more.
It's 97.1.
All right. Hey, Detroit. Tigers baseball is in full swing, and there's nothing better than a warm night, a great game, and an ice-cold Surfside. It's iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea, super refreshing and perfect for the season. And as a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, Surfside is right there with you all summer long. Plus, it's only 100 calories, just 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip all game long. The iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Text coming in. Dear Stoney, the feedback, and then we'll get into the Tigers. You were on right after that game yesterday.
Oh, yeah. It was beautiful.
Quick turnaround. Feedback. I'm on a GLP-1. I just don't snack between meals. Lunch and dinner are big. Breakfast is small. Work out 5 times a week. I'm down 35 pounds.
Yeah. Pretty much. I don't snack as much as I used to.
Do you feel hungry, or does like the food noise kind of go away? Like, because sometimes I eat just because of boredom. Sometimes
Yes,
when I'm home.
my problem is if it's not around, I don't crave it. But like here, I've been here for a few days, and there's people who have like candy on their desks, and I'll take it every once in a while. But I wish I didn't. But
Well, you take candy off people's desks?
Well, I think some of it is for the
Yes.
taking. It's
Oh,
not
okay.
like
Yes.
it belonged to them. They put it out so people
Yes.
will take the
Yeah.
candy.
Okay. But so you're just mostly avoiding the snacking at this point.
trying to, at least trying, if I snack, try not to eat anything after 9:30 at night, even now. Okay. We'll see.
Wife is on GLP-1 for her A1C. Appetite reduced by 50%. 3 meals off a typical restaurant portion. Luckily, she eats leftovers. So
yeah.
one restaurant meal is
Yeah.
3 meals.
Wow. That's great.
Yeah. It's probably how you can help pay for the GLP-1.
That's correct.
The money you're not
Well,
spending on food.
If you're diabetic, insurance usually covers.
Oh, well, yeah, I said A1C. Definitely just let her eat whatever she wants. Toss the rest. We waste like 30% of food in the U.S. Letting your wife get whatever she wants at the restaurant isn't really moving the needle, Jay, in Detroit.
It's just
You can limit the waste you want to.
yeah. I mean, so many people take stuff home when they're I'll box it and then they don't eat it anyway. I mean, I don't. Did I tell you the story the
never
last
as
time I was
good
here?
the next
I was
day.
when I was in Philly visiting my mom. Her and her friend, we went to lunch, or was it anyway? But with me and 2 people who were even older than me, we all ordered soup. Okay, my mom, they finished like 3/4 of the soup. They finished it.
Sure.
They asked for a lid to take it home. I was like, "What are you, crazy?"
Let it go at that point.
Yes, exactly.
Easy solution for the guy's wife wasting food. Stop going out all the time. Stay home and cook.
Yeah.
What parent leaves a 6-year-old alone at a pool birthday party? Okay. Why are we acting like alcohol is heroin? I don't even drink, but who cares if the guy had some drinks out?
Exactly.
That's a parent issue, not a party host issue. Heather sounds like a helicopter mom.
No, not at all.
I don't think I am. I'm sure I am more than parents used to be, like than my mom was.
Right.
I'm sure I am more than that. But I just think if I showed up and I didn't know that there was going to be another, I don't know. I'm just trying to react to it honestly. Like I think that I would be a little like taken aback by it. Like,
So
was
do you
alcohol
think-
being drinking this whole time
Would
while
that-
my daughter was here?
With the helicopter mom stuff, looking forward, when your kids are in, grade school and stuff like that, are you going to be Miss PTO going to be there all the time? Because my wife was kind of a helicopter mom.
I'd like to be involved in my kids'
there were
school.
people that thought she like worked at the school. She was there anytime there was an activity and they needed somebody, she was there.
I don't think I will be. I mean, I'm already not.
Yeah.
But I would like to be involved. Like if there's
Right.
a classroom, a day I can be a classroom helper or the
Right.
classroom reader. Like I hope I can do that. I
No
do want to be
PTA?
involved. I don't.
There's
Does
a
that
fine
even
line.
exist anymore?
I don't know if it exists.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah,
PTO.
I imagine it does.
They call it an organization, it's not an association. Why? I have no idea.
It was offensive for some reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my wife was the president of the Whitmore Bulls PTA a couple years ago, and now she's currently the PTA of the. She's the president of the special ed PTA.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
they do
you,
exist.
you do need parents to have
Oh, yeah.
involvement in their
Yes,
kids.
absolutely.
Yeah, someone has to step up and do that stuff. Could have had the drinking on hold until the kids were gone. Greg in West Bloomfield. Much ado about nothing. This is signed a parent of a 9 and 12-year-old. Very different world today. We have to worry about weirdos at all of these parties.
Well, you just heard about that Warren teacher, right?
Yeah,
like
I
who
know.
are these guys or women coming over and my kids running around in a bikini? I don't know. I think about all sorts of things. And
How about this? You guys don't have booze at your kid's birthday party? I don't think I've been to one without booze, John and Shelby.
Even for a 6-year-old?
Again, I think we got to draw the line. Is someone drinking a beer at a kid's birthday party a problem? I
No.
don't think so. Is someone running beer pong in the basement during the kid's birthday? Yes.
But usually the parents are present, and I think maybe that's what's getting me because I have been to kids' parties where the adults come with their child
Right.
and there is alcohol
Yes.
offered, but I am there with
Sure.
my kid.
Right.
This is where I drop my kid off and you are supervising them. Maybe that's what's getting me. I don't know.
On the lineage conversation. Hey, if this dad's worried about the lineage, gunpowder doesn't go bad. Tell him get out there and get shooting. It says you're on this earth to procreate. If your father wanted you to, if I was your father, my heart would be broken, Jim, when you say, who are you to want your lineage to keep going? I just think it's a very self-important mentality
Yes.
to be like, I am so important that my legacy must carry on for millennia.
Well-
who are any of us?
Well, maybe
You're not
it's
that
maybe
important.
it's not just him. Maybe it comes from a big family of I don't know.
But you got a
Fucking
big
name.
you got a big ego if that's
Yes.
how you view this.
Yes.
You live your life as much and as full as you can and be good to the people in your life.
Yes.
That's all you got to do. You know?
The Goldthorpe name must continue forever.
As an only child, I had the same situation with my dad. My response is, it's my life. My dad should just adopt a dog if he's really that.
Right, then the dog can have his last name.
There you go. John in Lake Oregon.
Back to this lineage thing. Is that what is behind Jeremy Otto's all the kids he has?
Maybe.
Auto name must
That's
continue.
right. That's right.
Goes all the way back to the dawn of time.
Yes.
Brendan, are you that way with your name?
I mean, I want to have kids, but it's
Okay.
not. I don't need to. I don't need to rule an empire here.
Right.
To keep it going.
Right. So if
Bathians.
you have all girls, it won't upset your
It
parents.
won't break my heart.
No.
Yeah,
It'll be-
like-
it'll
Or
be
your
my
father
daughters.
won't sit there and go, the
My
Shabbat
heart.
name must continue.
No, I don't think so. I think he'll be happy to have grandkids.
Right.
Will you force them to be Michigan State fans?
No, I mean, if they're smart enough to get into Michigan, that'd be great. You know.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
Was it?
News.
were you a Michigan fan before
My dad was, so I was. Yeah,
you
growing
were?
up.
See, yeah,
Yeah.
you made the switch.
Yeah.
I have a friend of mine who's a avid Spartan. Just but his daughter, he was so pissed that his daughter got into Michigan and didn't go to Michigan. She went to Wisconsin.
Oh.
It's like out of state tuition.
If they ended
too.
up going to state, I wouldn't be broken up about it.
No.
Absolutely.
Probably be pretty cool. You'd be taking them to campus, moving them
Right.
in.
I mean, and who knows what college athletics and campuses will look like that many years from now.
That's true. Yeah, by then, Michigan State could be a football powerhouse. You never
it's a
know.
Let's
destination
hope,
job.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You never know.
One can dream.
But the AD said it's a destination job, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he's got to make it one.
Tom Izzo still coaching hoops, not attacking the transfer portal.
Probably would be.
That's right.
All right, 248-539-9797. Stoney, you had a reaction to the Tiger game yesterday, and it
Yeah.
was not that it's done mathematically,
Correct.
but emotionally, you wanted to say, hey, this is
Yes,
it.
It was tough.
I wonder, does that now transition you into football mode? Who is the number one team in your heart and mind right now? Is it the Tigers, or have you moved on to the Lions? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. The Tigers lost a heartbreaker yesterday to the Pirates, falling 4-3 in the series finale. Detroit had a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the ninth inning when Kenley Jansen came to the mound. He gave up a solo home run to Rafael Flores Jr., who hit his second homer of the game to tie things at 3. Then 2 batters later, Brandon Lau walked it off with a solo homer of his own to win it 4-3. After the game, A.J. Hinch talked about what he saw from those home runs from Pittsburgh.
Location matters. It's not just the velo. And so, Flores took 2 cutters. I think they were inside for homers. One off Kenley, one off Wags. But I didn't see where the last pitch was. I saw it go in the air and just wanted to see if it was fair or foul. So I'll look at that location, but I'm assuming that's part of it.
That's now 28 blown saves this year for the Tigers, which is tied for a franchise record. They have lost 19 games, including yesterday, when leading in the 7th inning or later. At 1.5 games back in the wild card, Detroit is off today for travel to Kansas City as they will begin a 3-game series with the Royals tomorrow here on 97.1. And we had a big 4-team trade in the NBA last night as the Denver Nuggets sent Peyton Watson to Cleveland. The Clippers got Max Strus from the Cavs. The Nuggets received a 2031 first-round pick, a second-round rounder in 2032, and Julian Reese from the Wizards. The Wizards got Trey Mann from Cleveland. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Look, I think some of it was you were on right after the game yesterday.
Yes.
Stoney's in for John today and tomorrow. You were on with Valeni, and you said that you're writing this team off. Not mathematically, but like emotionally.
It was just such a microcosm of the season. They were 2 of 12 with runners in scoring position. The bullpen obviously blew the game, and I saw it coming. I said to Evan, I said in like the 5th or 6th inning, I said this has a Jansen blown save in the 9th inning written all over it because they couldn't get those add-on runs when they had opportunities to, and sure enough, that's what happened, and it was just awful.
When you say microcosm, what runners in scoring position?
2 of 12, and the bullpen sucks.
Yeah,
that's been their season.
Mm-hmm. They lost to the Pirates.
Yeah,
they lost the series to the Pirates. They've lost 5 of their last 6 games.
Correct.
And the way they lost was a gut punch. It's not 1 homer. It's 2.
It's 2. I'm sure. Obviously, yes. That's happens. It's happened a lot, I'm sure, but I can't remember ever seeing one off the top of my head like that. You know, where your team that you're rooting for, hoping wins, loses a game by giving up back-to-back home runs in the 9th inning to walk off.
So my question is to you, but this also applies to our listeners. You feel that way after that game. Mm-hmm. Are the Tigers still the number 1 team in your heart and mind right now? Or have you, starters are playing on Saturday. Derek Moore had a great practice. Are you now shifting to where the Lions are the number 1 and you're keeping an eye on the Tigers, but the Lions are where your heart is?
Slowly, I'm getting more intrigued by the Lions, but my mind, not necessarily my heart, but my mind is still with the Tigers.
Well, and I get it. They're only a game and a half
Yes,
out. Whether
I mean,
you think they're going to make it or not,
right.
There's something today to pay attention to and tomorrow to pay attention to.
Yeah, and then today is a good day because they don't play.
Right.
You know, no aggravation, no agita.
But so I'll just speak for myself. I don't feel this agita or this sadness when they lose. They sold at the deadline. They handled this responsibly.
Oh yeah,
But I don't have this like lingering like, oh man, because like when the year started, you got a top 10 payroll.
Right.
You got an expiring contract, Tarek Skubal. You're chasing a World Series. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of pressure and expectation that comes with it. All of that faded away and washed away
in May.
Well, yes, but then in August too. I just said, you know what? At this point, it's house money. That's been my mentality. So when you lose, it was house money. It wasn't my money anyway.
Yeah, but when you're this close and
but it's a little bit of fool's gold.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
but this American League is so pathetic that they could. Who would, if they made it, let's say, hypothetically, and like I said, I don't think they are. I'm pretty much.
But they could.
They could. Who in the American League do you think they have no chance of beating?
I'm not going to say no chance, but they would be underdogs.
They'd be underdogs against the Yankees. Look, especially Judges, they think he might be ready for
swinging
the playoffs.
Swinging a bat soon,
yeah, that kind of stuff. But, yeah. So that's why I'm intrigued. I don't think they're going to win the World Series. I don't even think they're going to make it, but you're still there.
So you tell me, you're in baseball mode or football mode? Which it could be a little of both, but who's number 1?
Right now, the Tigers are number 1 with an arrow pointing way, starting to pay downward.
Stoney's still in baseball mode. You did say this week you're addicted to watching this team.
Yeah.
For better or worse. Mostly worse.
Yes.
Losing record.
Yeah.
But you are still in baseball mode.
Like in May, it was like background noise. Now I'm still watching, paying attention, but it's starting. I could see it this weekend.
How about this text? This is such an on-point response. After the game yesterday, I told myself I was done watching the Tigers. But damn it, this morning, I woke up to see how many games back they were in the wild card.
Yes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people can relate to that.
I mean, look, there's the last 10 games. Only 2 teams in the American League have a record over 500.
Wow.
The Yankees and the Jays.
Nobody wants it.
The Twins just swept the Atlanta Braves, who's a really good team.
Yeah.
The Twins are the last wild cards team right now. The Minnesota frickin' Twins with Cody Clemens giving them big plays.
Former Tiger.
Yes.
Hey,
2 for 4, double 3 RBIs last night.
But wait 24, wait 48 hours, it'll be somebody else.
That's exactly the point. That's why they're still.
You can't fully check out.
Yes.
Text says,
I almost wish they'd be 30 out.
yeah, but then what? So we can like fawn over training camp practice? It's great that it's back, but there's only so much we can do with it.
You don't hope that because then you
No.
wouldn't have the youth, the
Right.
hope of the future
No,
that's emerged here.
That's true. Yes, they have the brightest future probably. Actually, except for the Red Wings, I think the future could be bright for all three teams. Really bright.
Sure.
They're-
They
they're
all
better,
are
better players are all young in their primes.
young or in their prime.
Yeah, no. Pistons-
Nucleuses and cores. Yeah.
Pistons need another player.
Yeah,
but
they all could use another player, but yeah. Look, the Red Wings are the exception. We do have something on them coming up later. 8:35. Well, no, we're going to push that back. By 9 o'clock, we're going to get into the Red Wings because there is a troubling update on this general manager search. In the meantime, we're talking about, Tigers and Lions and whether you're in football mode or baseball mode. Tex says I'm in football mode. The Tigers are a brutal watch. The Lions have so much potential, and who doesn't love Motor City Dan Campbell? Hard to move on to the Lions when they only play once a week. I'm a baseball fan through and through. Still going to watch. Great show. That's from Rich. Yesterday was the end for me. Been hanging on with the team all summer. I've emotionally checked out. And now I'm ready for football season. Jeff in Wixom. Let's go to Dave in Livonia. Dave, good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, first of all, I want to say, Stoney, thank you. You did a Christmas cameo for me last December.
Okay.
So my son reached out to you, and I enjoyed that. So
You're welcome. Yeah, but I still do them. I do now fantasy football draft order reveals. I've been doing a lot of them. So
I've seen John do those too.
yeah, it's funny. They're funny as
Yeah,
hell.
those are a good time.
Okay, but as far as football or baseball mode, normally at this time, as the team starts fading, I would be switching over to football mode. But about a month and a half ago, I bought tickets to go out to Kansas City. So one of my sons and I are going out there for the weekend, going to catch Saturday's game. So I'm still in baseball mode for now. I mean, there's always that little glimmer of hope that still remains, but that could change by Monday, depending on how they do over the weekend.
It's a beautiful ballpark,
It
by
is.
the way. It really is. And are you going to try to sample some barbecue places?
Absolutely. I've already got a list.
Gates and Arthur Bryant's, right? Or the
I don't know. I know
Okay.
Joe's is on the list.
Yeah.
And then I don't have the list in front of me right now. So those could be on there. But yes, I do love the barbecue as well, too. And worst case scenario, it's a good weekend away with one of my sons.
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. You have a lot of fun. I'm happy for you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
That's the thing. Whether Royals aren't good, they should beat them. Even if they don't, you
Right.
enjoy the barbecue
Well, they
and the weather.
They split 4 games here without Bobby Witt Jr.
Text coming in. Some people plan big families and others just occur automatically. Signed, Jeremy. Cookies, aren't you glad your dad didn't have your opinion on kids? That's a good point.
That's right.
Says we have to procreate so we can backfill Social Security.
Okay.
That's not the reason to have kids.
No.
Just put that PSA. Have them when you want to have them, and then go do cool stuff like that. Go to a baseball game.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, come.
But don't have them because you feel like you have to carry on a name for some.
No.
You're not the Kennedys. I mean, what? I'm trying to think of like famous
Yes.
lineage. You have to. You're the Smiths. It'll be fine.
Yes.
Have them or don't have them.
Right.
Do
There's
what's
a lot-
right for you.
There's a lot of them.
Mathematically, we might not be out, but I agree. Yesterday's loss was the straw that broke the camel's back. I will still enjoy listening to Dickerson on the radio. Tigers are slowly slipping from my attention. When's the last time they won a series with a team against a team with a pulse?
Well, I pointed that out on Tuesday that since the trading deadline, the only teams they've beaten have won series. Their record against teams under 500 was really good.
Well, now I want to know.
Now
Who
they
is it?
lost. Now they lost to Pittsburgh. So that's another.
Who is it? Who does he answer the question? The last series they
The
won
White
against
Sox.
the team with a pulse.
The
No.
White Sox.
How far back was that?
Oh,
The series they won.
Oh, they won with
They
a pulse.
won. They took the majority of the games against, and that team is someone we consider to be a good team. Any idea? I'll pull up the schedule.
No, it hasn't been for a while, right?
So Cleveland doesn't have a
Cleveland
pulse.
has
They're
a
in the
pulse,
mix.
but yes, Cleveland was. But They had
They had to
below,
win that series.
Yeah,
and
they were
they
below.
did.
They were below 500.
But
though.
prior to that, San Francisco, Seattle, and the A's.
Atlanta, yeah.
But then you go
Right,
Baltimore,
A's.
Kansas City leading to the deadline. They didn't win either series. The Cubs.
The Cubs.
They took 2 or 3 against the Cubs July 20th through the 22nd. That would be the answer to the question.
Right.
That was 1 month ago today.
Yes.
Well, that kind of puts it in perspective.
Right. Hey, good teams are supposed to beat the bad teams. Which
There
they've
is
done.
only, well, this was as of yesterday. There was only 5 teams in the AL above 500.
Right.
Yes,
Okay,
there's only
so-
so many to pick from.
Well,
They did beat the Rays and Yankees this year.
yes, they did. But that was a while ago.
How about Joey? You got a different way of looking at this. Football mode or baseball mode?
Yeah, so when you first asked this, it had me think a little bit because I didn't know which mode I was in, and then I thought about the fact that I have Tigers tickets to the Rays game next Tuesday, and I also have a beer league softball game next Tuesday, and I'm considering just going to my softball game.
Oh, wow.
And then I think about, okay, so I'm in football mode then. I'm a state fan. I graduated from state. So, okay, I'm in football mode, and I'm praying my team wins 4 games. So, I don't know. I mean, with baseball not being a potential to have a season next year, I wanna stay locked in on the Tigers until the very end.
That's a great
That's a good
point.
point.
At the same time, yeah, but at the same time, I'm sick and tired of like going through a week where we'll win 2 series, and I'm like, okay, we have a chance, we're playing good, and then we drop 5 or 6, and it's like, all right, you know what? Maybe I do just want to sit there and watch 9 straight Michigan State Big Ten games and pray we win 1.
And maybe
I don't know.
Cam Edwards is going to be this year's Kenneth Walker III.
You can hope. You can have. I hope.
Joey, are you having a hard time getting into Spartan football?
I was lucky enough to be there the Kenneth Walker year. That was my first year at state. This
Oh,
is my
that's
first year
awesome.
graduated. So it was tough going from that your first year to what the next 3-4 years looked like. And I mean, I go into every year with optimism. And I think you guys mentioned this a couple weeks ago. Alisi Milovashevich, whatever his name is.
The quarterback.
I liked what I saw from him last year. Yeah, I liked what I saw from him last year, but you guys made a good point. It wasn't his team. It was house money. So I'm really curious to see how he can come out and play. The first 2 weeks, I think he'll do fine. I think that game in Notre Dame week 3 will be a big telling point if the lights are too bright or if he can handle it. And I hope he can handle it.
Yeah, look, I like the hire of Pat Fitzgerald.
Like that. And
But he's got his work cut out for him.
Oh, yeah.
And in terms of results in year 1, I mean, like he said,
what's the
you watch 9 or
over-under?
10
What, 4.5?
and I don't even know if they're going to.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to win like all of those toss-up games.
Correct.
And if they do, something to build off of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But I said this to a friend. I go, you know what the hard thing with college football? It feels like you have to do homework to keep up with your favorite team. It used to just be fun. You knew most of the guys coming back. Like, you know the quarterback. But beyond that, how many Spartan football players can state fans name? Now they got to go do homework. They got a research paper on these guys. Oh, he was at Wake Forest once upon a time. He was at Florida Atlantic back in the day.
Well, more now because of the coaching change and all that stuff. If they would have.
Yeah, but fans shouldn't have to do homework to follow their team.
No, I know. But not that they should have kept Jonathan Smith, but there was so much more even tumult and, players leaving and arriving that you wouldn't normally have without a coaching change.
Football mode, baseball mode, want to hear from you. And 8:35, Stoney, you saw a college football story that had you thinking back to the college days.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Shirley Povich is Maury Povich's father.
Hey, Cosm Detroit is opening soon, and at Cosm, it's going to give fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. You can watch all your favorite sports on these massive high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. There's numerous ways to watch. You've got the Dome. It's got this massive wraparound display and reserved seating. It feels like you're watching a game and you're being transported right there to the field or the court. Plus, you can have drinks brought directly to your seat. You've got the hall, features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports so you can catch every game while cheering on your team with fellow fans. And of course, you can't forget the deck, Cosm's top level bar with amazing views for when you need a break from all the action. To get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
We'll explain why Stoney was pulling up his college transcript off air. We'll do that at 8:35. How do you still have that?
My God.
I was cleaning out some. I keep a lot of stuff, right? You know, ticket stubs and cards and all this stuff. And I had my college transcript in this shoebox, so I took took pictures of it and sent it to my friends, and they laughed.
What year was it? What?
1976 through 1980.
Also, what year in college? Like, was this like your?
That's the whole thing.
It's the whole thing.
4 years.
Yeah.
All
Wow.
spelled out.
Yep.
And
including my semester at Temple, my semester at UCLA.
the reason we're going to
Summer school.
The reason we're going to talk about it ties into something going on in sports today. So we'll do that coming up at 8:35. We've asked people football mode or baseball mode. I'm ready for some kneecap soup. Signed, Balake. Certainly not baseball mode. Release Jansen. Get us back Kenna Maeda.
That was a good signing, too. Boy, it's amazing. He's so good at getting young players and drafting and developing. But, man, oh, man, the free agent signings have just been abysmal.
Well, you're trying to get the bargain bin
I know.
You don't want term.
Right.
You know, that's what the one. A lot of these free agent signings have been. They're Band-Aids.
Well, Maeda was 2 to 3 years, right? Yeah.
Well, they've had, I think, the Tiger situation, they had to throw on an extra year a few times. They did it with Flaherty,
right?
Finnegan.
I think the optimistic way of looking at it would be if they develop pitching the way they did hitting, they will have a surplus and you'll end up kicking failed starters to the bullpen. That long term, it could work out. But I got to tell you, Band-Aid's a good word for it. Last year at the deadline, this offseason, bullpens are volatile by nature.
Yes.
Nobody's bullpen's worse than the Tigers.
Correct.
They were never, I've said it at the gym 1,000 times since we worked together, they were never going to jeopardize 2027 and beyond.
No.
That was, that to me, that almost is, that's like in Scott Harris's office. Don't jeopardize 2027. And when you get that temptation to make this move or that move, to make maybe that bigger signing.
I get it for your top few, maybe 5 guys, but after that, especially since they have so much similarity positions.
Yeah, I remember that was what we talked about at the deadline 2 years ago. Was no one suggested trading Clark or McGonigal?
No,
and I don't even think we wanted to trade Melton. The point was maybe
they didn't want to trade Melton. That was last trade,
and they should credit for holding on him. But I don't believe that was our push. You got to trade Melton.
No.
It was hey, if you have
Lorenza and you had
Briseno were both kind of catcher types. Could you pick one? Or more so, it was hey. The guy everybody wanted was Suarez, and teams were giving up their like 7th and 8th best prospects.
Right.
Could you give up those kind of guys?
Yeah.
Whatever. We don't need to revisit Suarez, but they do have to look at this bullpen. And when I say they're the worst in baseball, it's not by ERA, but you've laid it out. The blown saves, the leads in the 7th or later. Their bullpen holding leads is terrible.
They've converted 48% of their save opportunities.
They've blown the majority of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. Baseball mode, football mode, 248-539-9797. Text says, I'm ready for my Lord and Savior, Dan Campbell, to rescue us.
Okay.
And then another says, everybody was clamoring for these young players. Enjoy the ride with the ups and the downs. Relax. This is what you wished for.
Well, that's true, but it's still, if you want your team to win, there's still games that the young players aren't screwing up. You know what I mean?
No, they're really not.
They're not. Young players are fun to watch. The future of this team is great.
Well, that's so Greg called out John the other day because John says this is a fun team, but then like a day later he'll say this is a frustrating team, and they're both fun and frustrating.
Double Fs.
Careful. And this text says my heart is always in hockey mode. Unfortunately, not looking forward to this season, so football mode.
Well, the owner of the Red Wings isn't in hockey mode because he won't even interview with a general manager candidate.
We've got an update on that. We'll do it later in the hour. Whenever we finish your transcript discussion, someone wants to know if it's written on parchment paper.
No, it's written on regular paper.
Get to it, but first, Heather, with the
Is
news.
it handwritten?
No.
In cursive, hard to read, fading. It is typed. It isn't. Oh, okay. Anyway, Detroit Public Schools is getting ready to go phone free in the classroom. The district has announced its new cell phone policy for students, with the changes taking effect when the school starts on August 24th. So the district says under the new state policy, students are expected not to use cell phones from the entry bell all the way through the dismissal bell. So all day in school. The goal, obviously, is to create a more distraction-free school environment. And the new rule comes after Michigan lawmakers passed legislation requiring public schools across the state to adopt policies restricting cell phone use during the school day. So it's kind of up to the school
Yeah, I've
to
seen
decide
different policies.
to decide how this is going to work. Whether they're going to keep their phones in their lockers, whether there's going to be like a locked bag, whether they're going to get access to their phone during breaks or lunch or things. Each school can kind of decide.
What would you recommend if they put you in charge?
I would say they can have their phones while they're walking to and from class. They can have it during their downtime, during lunch. But then when you enter a classroom, there should be a place that you put your phone,
I
whether
agree.
it's a charging dock, which would be fine, or somewhere where they don't have it sitting with them at their desk in their hands. I think that during classroom time, you should be focused on the instruction from the teacher.
In some of the schools where I've been a substitute teacher,
Yeah, what do you see?
they have, some of them have like a setup where they have like slots where you just put your phones in.
Yeah,
that would be great.
I think that's fine. And then they're there in case of an emergency, because I know that's what some parents are worried about, that if they need to contact their kids or heaven forbid there's an emergency at the school, they'd be there in the classroom with the kids. They'd still have them if they need them, but they're not focused on
because
that
I
during
always-
instruction time.
I think about like if there is a reason that you want to be able to contact your kid, or if your kid needs to contact
Right.
you, that it's in the room, just not the
Yeah.
temptation to be scrolling or looking up stuff or texting.
Exactly. Police in Dearborn Heights and Melvindale are investigating and reviewing evidence after flyers advertising for the KKK were found scattered around both cities Tuesday evening. Dearborn Heights police say that somebody called after seeing these flyers being thrown from a vehicle. Residents say they found business cards as well containing KKK contact information, also thrown around that area. So they were found in people's front yards, like in playgrounds, even in the streets. Here's one resident, Janice Townsend, discussing what's been going on.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Hey, you can catch Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq, aka DJ Diesel, in Detroit. He's coming. He's coming to the Container Globe in Detroit on October 10th, bringing a show with him. So, if you're a fan, I've never heard his music.
Have you ever been
know.
to the Container Globe?
And I never actually heard of it. I did Google it because I didn't know what it was. Never even heard of that. But either way, tickets are on sale. $54 for general admission, $102 for VIP. Sounds like it would be a good time.
DJ Diesel.
DJ Diesel.
Shaq just makes everybody smile. He does great things for people. You know, you see the video, some of it's stuff on his own, some of it's corporate, but a lot of it's on his own where it goes in, he's shopping, and he just randomly buys things for people.
Oh, yeah. You hear about that all the time.
Yeah.
Seems like a good dude. We were talking about phones in the classroom. Well, listen to this. This is a little depressing news for anyone who actually remembers when hanging out with people meant actually being in the same room with them. There's new analysis of U.S. Census data that finds that about 10% of Gen Z adults report having zero face-to-face interaction with other people on a regular, typical day. So before the pandemic, that number was just 3% among young people who were having zero contact with others. By late 2021, it climbed to about 9%, peaked at 10% in 2023. So it's come down a little since then, but it's still above pre-pandemic levels. And it's not just Gen Z. The average amount of time Americans spend socializing with each other has dropped from about 45 minutes to 35 minutes over the past 20 years. And young people are seeing the biggest decline in that.
Is that online classes, work from home? Because you're not getting any, like, we see each other. We're in person.
Yeah.
But if you don't even have a work environment to go to, it would be easy to just, if you're home, it's one screen to the next.
Yeah, they say those aged 15 to 24 now spend about 35 minutes a day hanging out with other people compared to about an hour previously.
Okay.
Sad.
It is sad. And a lot of people don't know how to communicate.
Well, that's a huge issue.
Which is tough too. Yeah, I noticed that even among young people in retail or working at restaurants, and
just
it's interesting.
They don't get, a lot of younger people don't use the phone to talk. It's all texting.
So then you call and they're just like,
Yeah. Or they don't answer.
hello.
Or they use it to voice message one another.
Oh, you know what? I've never, like, where you actually listen to the voice or voice
Yes.
to text. Yeah, you know what? I haven't gotten into that, but I have received a couple. I'm like, what is this?
I don't like
Just
that.
call me. What is this? I'm
Right.
listening to your message when you could have we could be having a conversation.
Exactly.
But that would just use the voice to text and text it to me. I'd be annoyed if someone was sending me voice messages.
I've only received one in my whole life.
Well, at least with voice messages, they can't screw up the
tone.
spelling.
Well,
Like
yeah.
voice to text.
Yeah. Anyway.
That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, why are we looking at Stoney's transcripts? And it deals with something going on with a college athlete today. It's 97.1. Hey guys, I would have thought bringing up Stoney's college days would be from the news out of Penn State this week.
Oh, yeah.
John and Chesterfield.
Yeah.
No.
I have cousins, kids who go to Penn State, so I asked. I hope Mason is not in those fraternities, and the mother says, thankfully not. No.
So why are we looking up your transcripts?
Well, it's a broader issue than my transcripts, but it's Lenora Sillers. You're familiar with his work?
Yeah.
Quarterback, South Carolina. They had a press conference the other day, and they were asking him about, majors and things like that. And he happened to bring up that he doesn't have any classes this semester. His only school commitment outside of football is an internship at the Par T Golf Center in Columbia, which is a driving range. His duties, quote, just facility management, stuff like that, cutting grass and picking up balls. Okay. I have nothing against internships. I had an internship. I'm sure a lot of people have had internships. And I'm not picking on him per se. But it's not just him. It's the broader idea of college athletics. And while many people are pissed off at the transfer portal or pissed off at NIL, the thing that really bothers me is because the NCAA has no power. If you're going to go have a transfer portal and at least have one, especially if it goes through Congress, at least make these kids go to class. Make them. Justin Fields, remember when we went to Ohio State? Never been in a classroom. And I know you don't have to do anything. You can do things online. Make these kids, they have to go to class.
Well, I remember.
A basic, rule.
Back in the day, Matt Leinart, I remember famously, had like a ballroom dancing class
Yes,
his final
did.
year at USC because he was graduated but needed to maintain eligibility.
So and for Sellers, it's more of like a grad intern. I don't know, whatever. Okay. But it got me thinking. Going to a driving range for your internship? That's your class?
It's pretty awesome.
What was the easiest class you ever took in college? 248-539-9797. We used to call them gut classes, is what they were called. Guts. I don't know why, but that was the name for easy classes.
So this is an interesting question. Mm-hmm. But then it got even more interesting when you revealed to us that you have every class you've ever taken saved on your phone.
Yes. Well, first of all, the easiest class I took was this class called Individual Creative Expression. And I took that in the spring of 1978, along with Sports Society and the Press, taught by Maury Povich's father, Shirley Povich, the Hall of Fame baseball writer. By the way, why a man's named Shirley, I have no idea. However, and don't call me Shirley, that was my best semester. I had a 307 that year. I also, my freshman year, I'm looking back, I took, spring semester, I took tennis. I feel guilty now. My parents paid for me to go to college and play tennis. I took tennis as a class.
Yeah, well, you weren't paying what they're paying now to take tennis as a class.
I know, that's for damn sure. And, there's some, obviously my communications courses, public speaking, they're legitimate classes, I got a B in business law. My grade point average at graduation is nothing to be proud about at the American University. 2.3. Okay, so I was not a great student. Can't imagine why that was, but it was. Anyway, this class, Individual Creative Expression, all you had to do basically was show up. It was the only class in college that I actually got stoned for. And for our final, we had to do this. We did the group project. You picked a song and you had to act it out. And we did Band on the Run. We just sat there and ran around the Paul McCartney Wing song, Band on the Run. Band on the Run.
Yeah, I know
okay. Then for my individual one, for my final, I did the song Wintertime by Steve Miller. In the wintertime. And I'd sit there and pretend I was freezing. And it was bizarre. It was like a dance class. It was under the School of Dance. We all found out that it was very easy. So we all took it. And the teacher's name was her name was Lou White. Not my dad, Lou, but Lou White. So what was, you guys all went to college? What was your easy class you took?
What about you? It's hard for me to go back and even remember all of the classes I took. I think anything in communications, was pretty simple. Or those were like, that was like the easy major. If you don't know what to do, go into communications and it's easy. But once I got into the school of School of Ed for teaching,
right.
I thought those classes were not easy but fun. Like I took a children's lit class, and we literally were reading children's books and then like analyzing them and discussing that. Like pretty easy, I would say. I think I might have taken a creative writing class. Also, when it's like a creative class, it's like open to interpretation. So as long as you're using proper punctuation, I think you got an A, right? Like as long as you wrote something and you wrote it well, could be on anything. That was easy, I feel like.
Are you asking easy or cool?
Whatever you want.
Those are different.
But
I think.
you take a class because you know you're going to get like a good grade.
When you said easy, like my college experience was kind of a windy road. So when I first got there, I went into broadcasting, and Central has a great student radio station, but they also have TV and some writing, and I was trying all of my liked radio. But I noticed people who were seniors didn't exactly have jobs lined up, that this radio thing might be just a dream and not actually going to work out. So then I attempted to double major in business. And for a couple years, I was juggling both before realizing, I'm going to be in college for like 5 years if I do this. So then I ended up making it a business minor and a broadcast major. But
that was smart, though, what you did.
Who knows? I mean...
No, I know, but in fact, learning something else.
But because of the way it worked, I still had some easy credits towards the end, and I had this like music appreciation class my last semester, and it's a big auditorium. It's mostly freshmen. The homework is online, and you can do it as many times until you get it right. So you just keep clicking until you get it right. You're not actually learning anything. That was the easiest class I took.
248-539-9797. Go to Carl.
Okay, let's go to Carl. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, Carl?
All right. So, Stoney, I can agree with you a little bit, but once you become a senior and you fill out your requirements.
Oh yeah, it's like for Sellers. It's like he took a class just so he could take a class, and he did it as an internship. It's like almost like a grad class for him because he had enough credits to grade. He's got enough credits to graduate anyway.
Yeah, so if he does, who cares? He's already filled his requirements. He's already went
I'm with you.
to college for 4 years.
Yes, I'm not.
You're not mad at him.
I'm not mad at him.
It's the system.
It's the system where that should not
well,
be.
Even at the system, once you fulfill your requirements, just like high school, even when I was in high school, after I filled my requirements, basically I went to senior and I did home ec. I really didn't have to go to school, but back then you had to.
Right.
So now it's a different thing. So I think if you stay in school and you ain't got nothing else to do, I'm not going to harp on these guys.
Right. Well, I'm not going to
internship to take.
Yeah, I'm not harping on him per se. I just think there are a lot of instances that of where the kids don't even go to class, which I think is a joke. But it just got me thinking about easy classes in college.
Well, I'm just thinking about them going to school, period.
Yeah.
I mean, how many outside of people of 2 years do they even go to college anymore? So if you can get to 4 years,
Sure. I hope it didn't come across like I was picking on him. It was just because it was a driving range too sounded weird to me.
Well, it sounded like a fun, easy class.
You're getting credits for shagging balls at a golf course.
Hanging out. Some text coming in. Bowling class. The final exam was to keep score of your final game.
Oh my gosh. That's awesome.
I did bowling at Eastern.
Did you?
You did?
Yes. Hey, we had to take it was part of the whole thing. Certain credits you had to get.
How about this wine tasting class in college?
What?
We tried 4 different wines and ate cheese and crackers, Jack and Chesterfield.
Wow.
What?
Pretty impressive.
I wish I would have taken basic analytics, Steve at Oakland Hills. Cooking 101, Brad and Allen Park. Easiest classes you took in college. I took knitting at Michigan, Dylan and Royal Oak.
Oh my gosh.
Let's get to the phones. Let's go to Joe in Grand Rapids. Joe, good morning. Oh, Greg's saying we're late. We are way late. Greg, I'm sorry. Joe, you'll be the first in line when we come back. We want to talk easy classes, fun classes that you took in college. Lenore Sellers, his final semester, going to be at the driving range.
Yeah.
It's 97.1. All right, I want us to be timely with this. 9:02, we have an update on the Red Wing general manager search, and it's discouraging.
To say the least.
No kidding. We're talking about some fun stuff.
Yes.
Lenora Sellers, his final semester, is going to be taking a class, his only class, at the driving range.
Right, it's an internship. No, not to disparage him. It's the system as far as making these kids go to class. He's got enough stuff to graduate. That's not the problem. But it's a weird class. What are your weirder classes you took in college?
Easy, cool, interesting. Matt Leinart back in the day took a ballroom dancing class.
Mm-hmm.
Joe in Grand Rapids, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, so the system is the system. Like, so when I was a freshman and sophomore, I loaded up, right, so that my senior year could be a cakewalk. So I'm never going to trash somebody for taking advantage of the system that was created. But I was telling the screener, the easiest class I had was social ballroom dance, and I got to dance with hot chicks for 3 hours twice a week.
There you go.
And I was single, so I figured, hey, I originally went to school to study law, so I thought I needed to learn to dance, but life changes. And so the hardest class I had, and I had a 3.89 GPA in college, was casual recreational golf. I got a B, and it pissed me off because I got graded because I had a slice on my drive, And
what college was this at?
Golf. This was at Muskegon Community College, bro.
Okay.
When I started, before I even transferred to Grand Valley.
Wow.
The coach was the teacher, eh? And I'd argue with him, hey, dude, this is supposed to be recreational, non-competitive. I'm not trying out for the golf team.
Right. Joe.
Joe. Yeah, other than that was the hardest class I had, dude. And our test was we had to read Ben Hogan's book, and then we had to answer questions. I think it was 20 questions from the book.
Joe, did you ever end up getting with anybody from the ballroom dancing class?
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fauci.
My guess, lots of cold showers.
Let's get to David in Birmingham. David, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning. Easiest class I took in college was American Ethnic Studies.
Okay.
Yeah, it was taught by a white guy, and
well, white guys have ethnicity too.
Right? No, true, very true, very true. But it was just basically if you were not a white person, we just talked about our experience in America, and I'm half Mexican, so. Just talk about that. And I didn't even buy the book, and I still got an A.
What college?
I went to Kansas State University.
Oh,
there you go.
Go Wildcats.
Go Wildcats.
The Little Apple.
Yeah.
Lead Purple, yeah.
There you go.
But I got straight A's that semester, too, so it was great.
All right, there you go.
That was the only easy class I took that semester.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. We're going to try to get as many of these calls in as we can. Bruce in Bloomfield, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, Bruce.
What's up?
Yeah, so easiest class, Michigan State, the history of motion picture.
That sounds like a great class.
Yeah. I took a film class, too.
It was a great class. Interesting thing, the professor's name was Jim Cash.
Oh, yes. He wrote a lot of stuff. Yes.
Yeah, including Top Gun, Legal Eagles.
That's awesome.
But basically, for 9 weeks, this is back when the state was still on terms, so we only had 10-week terms. So for 9 weeks, we basically went in and watched a movie. And then the 10th week, we had a final exam, and it was questions about every movie, but it wasn't the directors, the actors' names. It was the characters' names and what city was it placed in, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Oh.
It was just sit back for 9 weeks and watch a movie.
No kidding. That's not too bad.
Yeah, it was great.
Bruce, appreciate the phone call. We got some texts coming in. Took an humanities credit at MSU. Plaxico Burris was in my class. Great receiver, horrible actor. It's acting for humanities. Chris and Grosse
You have
Point.
a gun on him?
Oh, God. Most shocking thing I heard was that Stoney took a public speaking course. Gosh. Walking class at Western Michigan.
Wait.
Teacher was a football coach. Halfway through playing walking soccer, he said, "This is dumb. Run if you want." Doyle in Livonia. See, that's what they teach you at Western. What? Walking class.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
There's your Central Western bitterness.
I already said my easy class was bowling. I did have something unique happen in a class once. I took journalism law class, And I was in this class when the Monica Lewinsky story broke.
Okay.
And it befuddled the professor to the point where I don't know if we're supposed to trust this kind of stuff or not, but like the whole story on that quick was that Newsweek sat on the story and then the Drudge Report broke it and nobody knew what the Drudge Report was.
Right.
So like blogs, it's like all this happened and it completely like changed the course of the course while I was in the course.
Does the Drudge Report still exist?
Yeah. Oh, now it's all blah, blah.
I know.
Back then it was like more of a blogger type thing.
Tim in Berkeley, meditation and relaxation, Oakland Community College. Progressive relaxation and fell asleep for an hour and a half, 4 days a week.
Oh, that's good.
I took math and margins at Duke. Trajan. Best class was sailing. Toledo University, 1997. Sailing. Brought a six-pack on board every class. 3-on-3 basketball at Central in 2010, long before the Big Three basketball thing was a thing, Alex, in Northville.
That's a class 3-on-3? What's
Gus,
that?
Gus Macker.
Gus Macker, I was going to say. Macker.
Nick, I can give you a minute. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
So I played baseball in college, and I took a class called baseball. And so the teacher was the coach, and we just hit for 2 hours. But the funny thing is, I signed up for that class before school started, broke my hand earlier in the season, so I just fed machines for about 2 hours a day.
Did you still get an A?
Oh, I got an A.
So they didn't like give you baseball history questions or anything like that, huh?
It's just called baseball, Stoney. That's all it was.
Okay.
Took a boxing class at MSU. For the final, you could write a one-page paper on boxing or get in the ring with the teacher. I chose to get in the ring and got my bell rung.
Whoa.
Also took bowling, sailing, and rowing at Michigan State, Thurman, and Detroit.
Wow, that's a lot of that.
I was Lenora Sellers at MSU my senior year. Took golf 201 and 301. Says instruction days, Mondays and Wednesdays. Rest of the days we got to walk 18 and turn in scores for extra credit. Great class, Nick and Warren.
Wow. Shabbat's like nodding his head.
I took golf and softball in my Michigan State career. Golf class was great. You just go play acres.
Sure, mom and dad were thrilled to be paying for that. All right, we're getting the Red Wing update next. This GM search, you're not going to like it. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tough one for the Tigers yesterday as they dropped the series finale and rubber game with the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-3 in walk-off fashion. Game started with Paul Skeens making a return of sorts after extra rest as he continues to work through his struggles this year. The Tigers did get to Skeens and remove him from the game in the fifth inning after scoring 3 runs. A.J. Hinch discussed what he saw from the NL Cy Young winner after the game. Despite the struggles from Skeens, Kenley Jansen struggled more as he gave up a pair of solo homers in the ninth inning as the Pirates won the series on the walk-off blast from Brandon Lau. That's now 5 ninth-inning homers for Jansen this year, second most in baseball behind former Tiger Paul Sewald. Jansen has been walked off 4 times, which is the most in the league. His only non-walk-off ninth-inning homer was from Rafael Flores Jr. yesterday. Tigers off today. They start a 3-game series on the road against the Royals tomorrow. And yesterday, Live Golf CEO Scott O'Neill held a press conference on the tour's future. He said Live 2.0 is full steam ahead as people have a, quote, appetite to put the parochial friction of the past behind us. This comes days after the tour canceled the Michigan Team Championship. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
All right, we got an update on the Red Wing GM search from Bob Duff.
The Duffer.
Credible guy, covered hockey
Absolutely.
forever.
The Windsor Star. Now he does the Detroit Hockey Now with our buddy Kevin Allen.
We referenced him earlier in the week with his Larkin thing. He's going to be at training camp.
That's what he believes, yes.
Bob Duff was on NHL Network, and he spoke more about what he's hearing and what he thinks about this Red Wing situation. How about the GM interviews and the fact that we're counting down the days? Season's going to be here. What's going on? I'm sorry, what? They haven't interviewed anybody?
Not yet, or at least that we know of.
Yzerman's been gone a month.
There's a search committee, Jim.
Yeah, what's the committee? Barnum and Bailey?
I don't know. Well, it is a clown show there. You're right.
But yeah, that's kind of my point here is, when are we going to move this thing along? We do have a season. The season will start, whether they figure this out or not.
Yeah.
They are publicly, your word, a clown show.
They are.
This is the low
The perception is a clown show because they don't have a general manager and it's been a month.
And
since
are they
fired
actively
the guys.
are they actively interviewing people to try to hire one as a Bob Duff? No, they aren't. So you tell me, this is a prestigious organization.
Yes.
This is the low point in the last 40 years reputation-wise for the organization. Not only is the product bad, but you end up moving on from a legend, and it's been kind of sloppy. It's a month late. There was no off season. And are you acting with any urgency to get someone in place to handle it? Also, no. No. We'll get to it when we get to it.
This appears that this is another version of the dead, the dead things, whatever they were back then. When they were horrible, nobody cared. You couldn't even, Joe Louis just opens up. They were giving away cars to get people. It's not going to be that bad, but it's awful to look at this organization and see where they are.
Yeah, look, Larkin's going to be there because there's no GM, and he has to show up if he wants to get paid. But you'd like to be able to start charting a course forward. They're stuck. This offseason they were stuck. What moves did they make?
They made two basic, acquisitions, free agency.
They brought in Victor Arvidsson.
And Colasar. That's about it.
Sure. And Arvidsson played like 14 minutes a game in Boston.
Yes.
That's more of a third line role, but sure, without Patrick Kane, he'd probably be a second line guy here.
That's right.
But
and Colasar is just a guy, a gritty guy who need that toughness. That'd be good.
But in terms of this offseason was a total nothing burger.
Yeah.
Arvidsson replaces Kane, maybe slightly stylistically, whatever. They didn't do anything. They didn't honor their trade request of Larkin. I would argue it was going to be hard to do with only 3 teams.
Correct.
They haven't sorted out Edvinsson. I know he's restricted and they retain his rights. But big picture, did they add anything? Did they pick a direction? Are they trying to make the playoffs this year? Are they ushering in a rebuild? You can't answer any of it. And are they actively moving the process forward? Bob Duff, credible voice, says, I don't think so. I don't think they're interviewing anybody yet.
And there's nobody for us to even ask those questions. I mean, Sean Horkoff is running the show, so to speak, but with the instructions allegedly of not to make any transactions.
Yeah, it's a mess.
A general manager who can't make transactions is like being a porn star without having sex. I mean, what are you there for?
This is why we have men people.
But they have to have somebody in that role, though.
Yeah.
And you can understand if you think it's a complete start over from the organization philosophically. I'm not saying a start over is a rebuild. Philosophically, that July 15th, this team said we're starting over on how we're going to try to build a, quote, championship hockey team.
And
so they're going through the process. So they hired a search firm. They did that with Scott Harris. They're probably compiling a list. They're probably not going to conduct interviews until the list is complete. I do think if somebody tried to sign Edvinsson to an offer sheet, that the Wings would probably match, and then Horkoff would probably do that.
Yeah,
but I will argue here that we are kind of you shouldn't be happy with the offseason. They didn't do a lot, but that's all they were going to do with Yzerman as the GM. Now you're kind of in a spot where you're really not going to make moves. We're in the limbo part of offseason, right, for the NHL?
Yeah, most moves are done.
So as long as they have a GM in place by training camp, I really don't think this is a big deal.
Well, the clip we played, Bob Duff says he's not sure they're going to have someone in place by the start of training camp. It's 3 weeks away and they haven't done interviews. So even by your generous timeline, they might not have somebody in place. And I would just make the point. Yes, they could have a general manager by the start of the season. And there's not a major roster move to make until the start of the season. So who cares? Here's why I care. Because I'm embarrassed. That's why I care. Because we're a laughingstock. That's why I'm upset. Because other people in the league, this is on NHL Network. You don't think they're talking?
Oh, I know.
What a clown show it is in Detroit. The Detroit Red Wings. They got a captain who's unhappy. They can't trade him. They don't have a GM. They're not running interviews. What are they doing? They didn't have an offseason. What are they doing in Detroit? Are they actually operating as an NHL organization?
Well,
this is the low point in 40 years, and that's why it matters to me, because optics matter. You can say they don't. Optics matter. Your captain wants out. What do you think people around the league are saying?
I don't want to go there.
I don't want to go there.
Right.
So it matters.
But they have to hopefully be aware of all these things that you just said.
You would think so.
And the whole goal here is to get the right hire.
Exactly.
Not get the quick hire.
Right.
It's
It's like on breaking news. It's more important to be accurate than to be first.
But hold on. I want to be very clear on this. I'm not asking them to rush the process. I'm asking them to participate in the process.
Well, they technically are with the search.
It's been a month. They haven't interviewed anybody, Stoney. It's a month and they haven't interviewed anybody.
But didn't it take 2 weeks for it even to come out that they had hired a search committee? So you sit there, you did Yzerman, we're done with it. Now, how are we going to go about doing this?
Let me ask you this.
Which search committee are we going to hire first? You got to figure this stuff out. It takes time.
When did
People have
owners...
vacations.
Okay, don't do that.
Look, everything is on a weird timeline. I mean, the fact that they fired him after the draft and after free agency is bizarre.
When did, again, who made the call? It's Ilitch's team. When did he decide he wanted Yzerman to be promoted to senior advisor? I'm just using their verbiage, Stoney.
I know you are.
But whenever that decision was made, was there no thought to how this was going to impact the offseason?
It doesn't seem like it, but there might have been we've heard of the Yzer plan. It's the Ilitch plan.
I'm just saying, like, this is your baby. It's your team.
Yeah.
You do whatever you want with it, but the fans are going to look at this and say, do you have an urgency to this? Did you make the move with Yzerman with anything else in mind? Or was this seat of your pants? Is this just going to be, and I say it, is this just going to be Greenberg? And it might be unfair to him because more of his background is in hockey than baseball, but it's going to be
not as much as you think, because he only worked for the Blackhawks for like 1 or 2 years.
And I guess now he's with the Tigers for
everything
3.
else is baseball. He worked with the Cubs. He worked for the Pirates, I think, at one point.
But you're talking about optics here, okay? There's optics with Greenberg, and I actually if he's the guy, then this should have happened sooner than later.
Correct.
And the it's a bad optics look if you come out on September 7th and say, after we did this search with the search committee and this and that and this and that, we hired our baseball guy, because that's how fans are going to take it. Even though he does have a hockey background.
It's both. Sony's point's right. He spent more time in different baseball organizations, but does have a hockey background. So
he is starting with 1 strike from the fan base simply because of how that process would have played out. And that's unfair to him.
It would be. But
no doubt.
But you wonder if this goes on and it's truly this dysfunctional, is that where all roads lead? We just asked the guy to take his belongings from one desk, walk him down the hall, and put it in another desk.
The difference is that I believe they're seeing reality.
Oh, yes.
I think what you just said, questions, are they delusional?
Well, what I said is what Bob Duff said. I just keep going back to the respected hockey guy that we've cited multiple times that goes, dudes haven't even interviewed anybody yet.
This is unprecedented, I think.
Well, he speaks to that. So I actually want to play a couple more clips, but just so this is in order. He was asked about Dylan Larkin and whether any of this changes his trade request. And in terms of what about the C? What's going to happen with the C? Would they take it away? Doesn't that just say it all?
Yeah.
Never seen anything like this.
It appears this is just going to be an in-house deal. It's going to be Horkoff and maybe Greenberg.
So there's your. So we threw away the offseason to not actually run a real search and hire someone with outside ideas? That would be the conclusion?
That's what it looks like right now. But
yes,
I will say this. The hope is that Chris Ilitch realizes that this is his Tom Gores moment, where you had a GM, what was it, getting in a little bit of a spat with a fan, and then you hired a coach to a $65 million contract, and God forbid you didn't want to buy that out after 1 year, but you did because you saw reality. You saw a 28-game losing streak. You were humiliated. The hope is that Chris Ilitch sees that this is his Deshaun Watson coming into Ford Field and clowning you on Thanksgiving and leading you to firing Patricia and then committing to a culture and then being humiliated 3 games into that season on the field, being booed during Calvin Johnson's moment. These are game-changing moments that change. Ultimately, if he sees it, he looks in the mirror, that's going to change your course as an owner.
You're hoping that there's a humiliation factor.
There has to be.
You know who really led the charge on that, though? Fans.
Yes.
Fans were telling Gores to sell the team. Why aren't you involved? Why aren't you around? Why are you letting us rot? Why your weird quote about when you put aside winning, all that we do in the community, he got skewered for it.
Yes.
And fans were vocal. And you mentioned vocal fans with the Lions and Sheila. I don't know what the environment's going to be like at LCA this season, but I can't imagine many paying customers are happy.
Yeah, you just have to realize that I think most professional teams, you got to really tune out the outside noise. But once in a while, you got to listen to it. It's pretty intense with this, right?
Absolutely. And I'll give you some more evidence that the fan unrest is here coming up next.
Perfect. We'll do it next. 97.1. Bob Duff, he was on NHL Network. Unlikely the Wings will have a general manager by training camp. They haven't even had interviews from what he's heard.
It's crazy.
And he's plugged in. This is a hockey
Yes,
lifer.
absolutely.
When he says unlikely you're going to have someone by training camp and they haven't interviewed anybody. I mean, I'm sitting here going, what are they doing?
Yeah.
I get it. They farmed it out to a search
committee.
firm, but unless that's Barnum and Bailey, I don't really have an explanation here. They need to fire the search firm. What do you mean? We don't have a name? We don't have a list of guys yet?
I'm sure they're giving them lists. I don't know if they're doing interviews. It's awful.
I was floored when I read that this morning. They
Yes.
have not done interviews. It's been more than a month since they moved on from Yzerman.
By the way, I think it's very fitting, I couldn't have scripted it any better, that today The Athletic comes out with their fan poll of NHL front offices and what you think of your own teams. Now, there's 32 teams in the National Hockey League. Carolina is number 1. Where do you think the Red Wings are voted by their fans from 1 to 32? You know, now this was probably taken before Yzerman was fired because they had to, calculate everything. So you have to,
Where do I think they ended up?
Yeah, because there were Steve Bots, as people call him.
And this is from
The Athletic.
But with the opinion of Red Wing fans.
Yes, your own fan bases.
I don't know, 25.
30.
Okay.
They gave the grade is D-. Roster building, D-. Cap management, C-. Draft and develop, C-. Trading, D-. Free agency, D-. Vision, D-. Okay? Only the Seattle Kraken and another original 6 team, the New York Rangers, is 32nd with similar a D-. Some of the fans, they put their comments. One of them is, a total dumpster fire right now. Not sure what the next few weeks and months, even hours maybe, will bring, but the Wings aren't stuck in the mushy middle. They're in quicksand and continue to struggle and, of course, just sink deeper. And here's what the person writing the article says. Obviously, there are some positives from the last decade, namely Seider and Raymond, but everything else on the pro and amateur side was far from ideal. The biggest issue, though, was trying to take the cake out of the oven before it was done rising. What's left is an underbaked mess for the next guy to clean up. The Red Wings aren't unsalvageable, but they are in a very unenviable spot post-Yzer plan.
Why is the radio so negative?
It's a lot like the Randy Smith era. Right, Stoney? You didn't get any better the entire time.
No.
You flirted one year, I think, with a near 500 record.
Yeah, and they
Wings haven't been
they traded Brad Osmus back and forth like 3 times.
Yeah, but what was that? Like 95 to
something
2-3?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, there are plenty of people who say they should have stayed bad for another year or two. The Bedard draft truly bottomed out.
Yeah.
That might have meant, in addition to trading Roenick and Bertuzzi, that Larkin wasn't here long term either.
True.
Which now we're facing the reality of that today.
Yeah.
And that's another thing Bob Duff said, is that he doesn't believe this has changed Larkin's mindset at all, that he still wants to be traded. It's the same 3 teams, but because a trade's not happening, there's no GM, Larkin will be at camp.
But even if they would have bottomed out, they would have had bad lottery luck. So,
well, there you go. Yeah. Perfect.
There it is.
Yeah,
or we'd have our version of Cade. We'd have our Cade on the ice.
Yeah, Celebrini.
I'd love it. We should come up with a list of the top 10 like bot commandments. Lottery luck is very high.
The thing that always revs me up about it is
the Abdelkader contract.
Oh,
he was left with that by Ken Holland.
How could you navigate $1 million? It's just unmovable. How could you possibly field a hockey team while paying Abdelkader $1 million? No,
we're not in the West.
We're not in the West. Yeah. The thing with the draft is, like, Seider was one of the 2 or 3 best players in his draft.
Yes.
Raymond was one of the 2 or 3 best players in his draft. They ended up creating their own luck and getting a couple good pieces.
Correct.
They just didn't build a team.
I forget which year, but the year that they really got screwed lottery luck, where everybody, Lafreniere was the number 1 pick.
And it was Raymond's draft.
Yes, and the Rangers don't really love him. He's played better lately. But.
Yeah. A couple quick texts. How the hell did Chris Ilitch never learn from his dad? This disaster is on him. Why would they use a search committee? Mike would never have done that. I'm not against a search committee, but you have to have like some urgency to this process.
Right. I mean, Mike
moving it along would be helpful. You got a training camp and a season on the way.
Mike would go and fly down to Florida, and meet with Bill Zito and just give him a blank check. That's what he would do.
Text says, breaking news, Zetterberg, the next general manager.
No.
I'm cool going outside the family. I don't need someone who's not even in a management role. Come on, people.
Come on, Federer's a GM over there, right?
There you go. Can we get Shanahan?
And his name's mentioned, but
Ask Toronto fans if they love him.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't want that. No, give me something new.
Cookies, I'm on your side. The worst part is we used to sit here and point and laugh at Maple Leafs fans with all their issues, and now we're the one everyone's laughing at.
Yes, you're correct. Toronto, everybody laughed at the guy they picked, and they seem to be doing a good job.
Start to bring the bags out, paper bags at Red Wing games again. It's from another unnamed texter. All right, we'll get to Dear Stoney, but first, Heather with the news.
Well, a Huron Township senior citizen is out more than $12,000 after being scammed. This 90-year-old resident called police last week to report that a man called his phone and said that he was a lawyer. And the scammer, told him that his granddaughter had been arrested and needed money to get out of jail. So the scammer actually had a female impersonating the victim's granddaughter talk to this victim on the phone, and the old man believed that was his daughter in jail. The scammer said that he would need $12,500 in cash immediately to get the granddaughter out of jail. And they said that this bondman would come to the door and pick up the money. 15 minutes after that phone call, someone knocked on the door, took the cash, and ran. And it happens. You hear this, 90 years old. Those are the people they're trying to contact. Obviously, further investigation found that the victim's granddaughter was not in jail, but was rather at work. The Huron Township Police Department says that this is a deplorable act of preying on one of our incredible seniors whose only intention was trying to help his family. Yeah. Police say that they're sharing this because they want to make the public aware so that nobody else becomes a victim. The investigation is still ongoing. No word if this man is going to get any of his money back or not, but most likely he's never going to see that again. That $12,000.
Completely different scam, but my dad got scammed.
Yeah, you've shared that before.
Mm-hmm. And here's a starter. Don't answer the phone if you don't know the phone number.
Yes.
That's the first step. I never answer a number I don't know anymore.
Me neither, but I was just telling these guys, I got a phone call, woke me up in the middle of the night last night, 2:30. I picked up my phone quickly. I saw a 248 number, put it back down, went right back to sleep. Do you ever try to look up who the phone number is that calls you? Because I do. And I looked it up.
I used to, and it's a pointless.
I looked it up. You know what it said it was? It was the Bloomfield Township Police Department. So I'm guessing it was a scammer. I'm guessing using that number to call me. I mean, there was no message left.
Right.
No. It was strange, though, that's what popped up.
They get more sophisticated.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you still got to use some common sense, but it's harder.
But I get it because I was then intrigued, why were they calling me? And I could see somebody believing that maybe it really was somebody from the police department. Anyway, we talked about that suspected cocaine trafficking operation. Well, it wasn't suspected. It sounds like it was going on at Penn State involving some frat members who... Anyway, it was recently uncovered. Did you hear this? Because one of the guys who was the ringleader was accepting Venmo payments using his own name.
Oh.
How? I mean, that's why criminals get caught, because they're stupid.
Exactly. So authorities had been tipped off by this guy who goes as T-Rob. His name was Thomas Robinson.
Boy, crack that code quick.
Right. And then linked it to his Venmo. Thomas Robinson was receiving payments, lived in one of the frat houses. Boom. Everything blown up.
Yep.
It's wild. Oh, I got more time.
You got time.
You were a fan of How I Met Your Mother, right?
Yes.
You watched that show. I've never actually seen an episode of it. I know.
Really?
Yeah, I know of the show. I know some of the characters, but it wasn't one of my favorite shows. But what I'm hearing now is one of the actors, Josh Radnor, who played Ted Mosby, says that the cast doesn't hang out anymore. In fact, they're not even a little bit close anymore, he says. He was just on a recent podcast, but he was quick to clarify that there was no dramatic falling out or bad blood.
Interesting. Yeah, the show was big when I was in college, so I watched it.
Did you watch Grey's Anatomy?
Yes, but not all, not the newer stuff.
Because the new president of the University of Michigan, her sister was in Grey's Anatomy for a long time.
Oh, really?
Dr. Altman.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Small world. Interesting. I saw this story and I totally relate to it. If you feel like feeding your kids is basically a full-time job, there's some new data that says it is. So there's a new survey of parents with school-age kids, and it found that parents spend about 432 hours a year planning and preparing meals. So that works out to roughly 12 hours every week. That includes 3 hours for planning meals, 3 hours grocery shopping, 2 hours packing school lunches, and 4 hours cooking. And it did say that the challenge becomes even bigger when you have picky eaters because you're not making one meal for the whole family. This, for me, I get it because I feel like I spend so much of my time planning, prepping, making meals that my kids don't eat. It's soul crushing.
Well, you also don't eat the same things as Colin
No,
or them.
So we're
sometimes.
all making meals. So, and my kids don't eat the same either. Emily will not eat meat besides salmon, and so I can make chicken for
I wouldn't
Brooks.
consider salmon meat, by the way.
Well, she'll eat some fish, I guess I should say.
She's a pescatarian.
But she will not eat chicken. She won't eat beef. She does like bacon, but I'm not like, let's have bacon every day, right? Like I can't.
BLTs for lunch.
So our meals are completely different, and it's one of my biggest struggles. I feel like is trying to get my kids to eat healthy food.
It's Heather with the news. We got a quick text. Someone used their one call for help. They called Heather and she ghosted them.
Well, right? Like, who was that calling me? Was that it? Somebody was in jail?
That was their phone call. Mm-hmm. You left them hanging.
Why would they call me?
I don't know. Coming up next, we're going to call on Stony. Help some people out. Dear Stony, 97.1. Got some reaction to Dear Stoney. Wrap up the hour. Get to Midday's Carson Anderson. Doug back today.
Ah, yes.
Some of the texts coming in. The dad will be dead. He'll have no idea about his lineage. Says, don't rule out anything when it comes to kids. I was with my high school sweetheart for 14 years from ages 16 to 30. As I got older, I really wanted to be a dad and she didn't. We split and now I'm the father and couldn't be happier.
You never know.
That's right.
Opinions on that can change, and you
experienced
no pressure on you, but it could change for both of you. You got plenty of time.
Text coming in. It says, I feel bad for Cookies. Every day the world is ending. I'm clearly upset about the latest Red Wing report, but I'm not really all that bummed about the Tigers. They lost yesterday. Cool. House money.
Pick your
I'm
poison.
chill. I'm actually excited about the Lions season starting. It's just the Wings that put the dark cloud over. But they are understandably our worst team.
By a long shot.
And our most dysfunctional team by an even longer shot.
And you are a paying customer, which is different from anybody else at this station.
That's right.
Living in the country, the parents would be more offended if you didn't offer them a beer when they came to pick up the kid. It's funny how that gets interpreted.
Yes.
And then there is a difference. Like, the guy said they had just cracked open a drink in the last 15 minutes. It's not like it was a drunk fest. People are stumbling over each other. They're playing beer pong in the yard.
And I totally get that. And my kids have been around people who have been drinking, including myself, right? Like, I'm not like, oh, alcohol. I just do think if I left a 6-year-old, which seems really young, and then I get there and there's random people who weren't there with their own children, like, drinking.
I think she has every right to raise the question.
I think that I would be a little like, huh.
I thought I dropped off my 6-year-old to a
kid's birthday.
Cute little kid's birthday in the pool, and now there's a bunch of grown men drinking beers.
That I don't know, and they're not here with their own kids. So I can understand the mother.
The
feeling that way.
explanation makes sense.
Yeah.
I think transparency. Just let parents know that this is going to go on right out. I just think that the dad, though, should have given a little buffer time.
I just don't think they. I don't think the person prepared for the alcohol to be opened when it was open.
Right. They were planning on
So
separation of church and state. The second party starts later.
Yeah.
Someone's calling her a Karen. Says you are a negligent parent if you're dropping off your 6-year-old at a party anyway. If you cared that much, you should have stayed. Says, my friends and I all drink during kids' birthday parties. The party was more fun for parents, for sure.
But that you're there with your kid. And that's kind of where my point was.
There's a difference. There's no doubt.
There's some weirdos out there, right? And if I left my kid, which I like I said, 6 is young, but if that's what happened, it would be weird. I would feel a little uncomfortable by it, showing up and seeing random people drinking and my kid is there under your supervision. I don't know. I would just feel a little uncomfortable by it.
How about this on the GLP-1s? And Stoney, maybe you can attest to some of this. It says, I've been on it for 2 years. Some restaurants actually have smaller portions on their menu because of their popularity. Have you seen any of that?
That's a smart thing to do.
Order off the kids menu.
Well, we've had that topic before, and that's frowned on.
It is. But some of the kids' portions are pretty huge.
Yes.
I'm flabbergasted. They bring this kid's
plate of fries with...
It's massive. Like, how's my 2-year-old going to eat this?
Yeah.
He's not.
But I think that is an adjustment if you're on them, is that you just don't have that appetite.
Exactly.
Have you had that where you take like 4 or 5 bites and you're going, I can't
occasionally,
finish this.
but not a lot.
Okay.
I still like to eat.
Yeah, eating's good.
Mm-hmm.
And you should enjoy eating.
Yes.
Yeah, you shouldn't ruin that.
Even before this, a lot of times, especially working this shift, I usually don't eat till after.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, till like noon. And I love breakfast foods, but I'll have it at lunch time.
It's called a brunch.
Yes, exactly.
Gator, good morning. What's going on?
Morning, everybody.
How are you?
Oh, I'm okay.
Good.
Just outside, they have the replay of the Tigers game on. And
no.
2-run lead in the 7th inning. What can go wrong?
Asked Evan. I called it. I told him in like the 6th inning. This has a Jansen blown save in the 9th inning written all over it.
I would imagine that there were probably still in a minority, But I think it's a growing percentage. People probably were like 30% of people were like, they're going to blow this at some point.
You know what would be interesting is, you know how
But
they have
it's still, I mean, it's still a call.
the win probability chart. What if they had like the fan doubt?
Oh, the fan doubt chart would be hysterical to see what it is.
I know.
Wait, what percentage did it flip? Like at what moment in the game did it become most fans thought they were losing?
Yeah, when I guess Drew Summers comes in, faces one batter, and then he's done. And then you're like, okay, maybe this isn't going to go so well. The Tigers. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
I know. Hey, those playoff bound Twins sweep the Braves.
That's the thing. It's a different team every day in that last spot.
See, and this is why, I stick up for the American League and I stick up for baseball. It's just baseball. You never know what's going to happen. You never know when the Twins are going to mess around and knock off the
that Cody
the
Clemens,
Braves.
baby.
Cody Clemens is having a heck of a season.
It really is.
I mean, he's not hitting for average, but he's killing a ball when he hits it. And you see teams that you don't expect to beat the Dodgers, and they beat the Dodgers. This thing happens all the time. It's baseball.
Good shot.
Did you finally make that?
I did.
That was good.
I just threw a piece of paper across the room directly into the small opening in the recycle bin. And I do this every day, and it never goes in.
Well, it's what happens when you come back.
I think it's the second time I've done it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we kept a field goal percentage in this studio, it'd be terrible. Because I crumple up all these ticket techs, and I make like 1 of every 10.
Yeah. You're sitting about 5 feet closer, 4 feet closer. I don't know, whatever this is.
Do you want to scold Jim for crumpling them up and throwing them out rather than just stacking them and folding them in because, the space?
I'm in charge of the recycling program here in this studio.
That's right, you are.
I don't, whatever. I take it home and put it in our recycling.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Gator, how are you today?
I'm fine, Doug.
Yeah?
I'm okay. I didn't love the Tigers. Nobody did last night, but it happens. It's all right. Yeah.
Well, look, it depends on what you're expecting. Right.
Well, I was expecting a series win. I didn't expect a sweep. I expected a series win, which would have required them to win the game yesterday. And you know what, Doug? They did have a lead. And they did have a lead late in the game. It was a closeout situation.
And what happens in those situations, Scott Anderson?
Well, like anything else, you give up home runs to the 9-hitter. And I said plural because he hit 2 of them.
Yep.
That's what happens.
Yep. And earlier in the game, Job walked the 9-hitter, but it wasn't him because that was a pinch hitter. Rafael Flores was a pinch hitter who came in and homered to make it 3-2 and then homered to tie it. And then, look, it's a bad loss, but I guess the way people process it depends on their expectations. If you are still watching and still hoping And there's no reason not to. I mean, I think it's totally fine and healthy
They're
for
a
a
game
fan
and a
base.
half out of the Wild.
Right, sure. If you've given up, that's your choice too. And
Sure.
I don't. But if you have a hope and an expectation, then that really is a bad loss. It just is.
And it is because I still think that they're going to go on a little bit of a run. I don't think it's going to be like a 15-1 run over 16 games, but I think they're going to go on a little bit of a run.
Why do you think that?
I just think that they're capable of it, and they haven't really done it all season long. Go on something kind of crazy, but let's win 5 out of 6 here and get it going. But the time is shrinking. I was looking at the schedule yesterday, and the schedule gets real tough after this weekend. I mean, they've got.
That's why I find it interesting. You think they're going to go on a run?
Unfortunately, it may come too late. Like they're going to have to tread water here. Stay at 500. Maybe if they can stay a couple games above 500. If they can stay a couple games above 500 by September 10th, I believe.
You mean get above 500 or
No,
play
just
above
play 500
500?
ball.
A little
Yeah.
bit above 500.
Yeah, just a little bit. But I think there's like now there might be 15 games left until that time. But if they can go 8-7 during this time, then I think that they'll have a stronger chance. The other side of it is that they do play teams that they're in the thick of it with, so they can put some separation. They got a bunch of games against the Twins left. They still have games against Toronto, I think. They've got games against Cleveland, and then they still have games against the White Sox, who are leading the division. So it's still there. It just gets a lot tougher. I'm starting to love and starting to really embrace the way that your attitude is on this team for the rest of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just kind of, hey, this is like extended spring training. Go ahead and give younger guys a chance to show what they can do. And work
it's the
on those
beginning of
things.
when you sell at the deadline and you have a young core, and as much as they do have a young core, I do look at it as it's the beginning of spring training 2027. Is get at bats, get reps. In the meantime, they've accidentally crawled back into this playoff chase, and it's awesome. And I'm not. I still think there's a Hail Mary hope out there for this team, and I think there's a logical reason why it could work, and we'll get to that coming up. But mostly I'm processing what I'm seeing is, hey, there's another good at bat from Max Clark. Hey,
Yeah.
that's a better. There you go, Jackson Jobe, a little better. So you're looking at examples of the next wave of baseball. How you Lee, it's funny how if you go back in 5 years, these are names we talked about that we were watching in the minors, and now it's basically by this time next year, these names are going to be making up most of the starting 9. They'll be making up half the rotation. Like they've completely flushed and restocked, and it's pretty damn promising. But it's one thing to be. I mean, they're still a below 500 baseball team.
Yes, they are.
And so it's, oh, cool. He looks like a major leaguer, but are they going to help him win at a higher rate? And that's ultimately the sort of the next step that this young core has to take, has to prove.
So another reason why I've enjoyed the roller coaster that is this season is there are little tricks that I've done where this is why I can enjoy every single game the rest of the way out. There's what you've said with getting a head start on things. I think there's a golden opportunity at some point when if internally they all right, now we know we're out of it, that they can do things like, hey, I'm going to let Colt Keith hit against lefties, or I'm going to let Valencia hit against righties and see, okay, going to test your mettle. You got 15 games left in the season or whatever it's going to be at that point. Let's see how you do in those situations, so that we can better count on it for next year, or at least let's get a starting point.
So not yet, but at some point?
Yeah, at some point you can get to there, right? Mm-hmm. The other thing that I started looking at last night is, because it's wild when you look at the wild card situation here, and the Tigers are with all these other teams, right? There are only 3 teams that are out of it in the American League. The Athletics, the Angels, and the Royals. Everyone else is like within 2.5 games of that wild card spot. So the other trick I'm telling myself now is if they're going to lose, then go ahead and keep losing, because you're going to find yourself with potentially a top 10 pick in the draft. And I don't love that. That's more of a loser's mentality, but it's a little trick that's in the back of my mind that, okay, I got to find something, some kind of silver lining if they fail to make the playoffs.
Do baseball draft picks really excite you that much?
They have lately.
Really?
Yeah. I think there's way more attention that's being paid to them now from a fan standpoint. I think from a media standpoint, they're paying more attention. There's more resources to go ahead and do that. But no, I mean, it's not like football. And I don't think it'll ever be like football. But yeah, I have to say that I'm paying more attention to it.
Well, Gator loves the prospects, Doug.
He does. Are you this little trick that you're playing, and you do you? Like, is it to the extent where you're thinking about baseball prospects in the shower?
Let's not get out of hand.
Okay. No, that was just Zach Wilson.
Okay.
Let's just try to bring this back on the rails here.
Okay. Yeah. I'd hate to distract from the.
It's funny because I was just talking to Paul about this behind the glass, guys, and I was saying how baseball is the one sport, just make the playoffs no matter what. It's not beneficial enough to miss the playoffs for the draft because that's the draft that matters the least. In football, basketball, and hockey, you can make the argument like, hey, I don't want to just get in because we're going to get smoked. I'd rather have a chance at a good lottery pick. For baseball, I don't care at all. Like, at all.
About draft
picks.
Yeah.
Make the playoffs.
Because
just get in for me,
Baseball, because you have it's like two drafts in one. It's like, okay, I've got the draft in the high school kids or I got the college kids. And high school kids, that's a real lottery ticket. You don't know what you're going to have until 4 years down the road. College draft pick, you feel a little bit better about that. There's more of a track record. And understand this, too. That trick that I'll play, if I have to play that, is a very small one.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's funny. You bring up a variable.
I am not like, hey, here we go. Tigers got the 9th pick in the draft. Woo! No, I'm not doing that. It's just something else that's along a laundry list of things I can look at and go, well, they could have an extra pick here.
The only I see zero benefit to like losing or not making the playoffs. The one thing that I will potentially look forward to because I've said as much as I've enjoyed this and I've enjoyed it, and I think I'm actually getting chesty about the future of the Tigers. It's what's happening here and it's what's happening in the minors. But right here, right now, the thing that was undermining them when they had a stronger roster is still undermining them, and it's the bullpen.
Yeah.
And it was another example of it. It was an example in 2 of the 3 games against the White Sox. It's an example in this series with Pittsburgh, yesterday being a very obvious example of it. And yet, so that's still around. That hasn't gotten better. Could it get better? It could. And we'll get into that coming up. The only thing, like if they fade from this deal, that I would say, well, at least, I think we'll probably get to see a Verlander start. If they fade. I think they'll put him on the hill one more time. And
whether he can or can't, they're just gonna.
Yep. And he might throw one pitch and walk off the mound. I hope we don't see that. I hope we don't see that because I hope they stick around long enough. But if they fade and they fall out of it, I think we'll see a Verlander start. And, that's moderately. It's cool. It's not moderately cool. It's cool. It'll be cool to see that, but the circumstances won't be cool because it means that they will have faded.
By the way, Bryce Rayner hit his 5th home run in 5 games last night. 5 straight games.
Yeah, Josue Briseño, hold my beer. Like I'm gonna.
Yeah, Briseño, I see that you got promoted to AAA, and you're not doing much yet, but I'm still at high A ball. Maybe, just maybe, Bryce Rayner can get promoted to the last 20 games of the AA season and help the Erie Seawolves in the playoffs.
And did you see what Zaire Hope did a couple nights ago?
Like 4 hits in a home
4
run,
for
a
5,
double.
a home run, a double. Yeah.
Yeah, went 0 for 3 last night.
Yeah. Well, damn it. Anyway, look, there's some Tiger stuff that we'll get to as the show goes on. It is Carson Anderson. Hey, you know what we have at 10:30? The first wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy of the NFL season.
Hell yes.
Next week, we'll have the marching band, NIL, transfer portal blitz thingy for college football. Because we got college football games coming up in 9 days.
What?
9 days to week 0.
To that
I know you're not
schedule.
Yeah, I can't believe one of the major networks hasn't said, "Hey, we'll pay you both $2.5 million. Come play, Miami and Florida State. Move your game to week 0." I can't believe that hasn't happened yet. We're up here just giving away $1 million ideas. Week 0, one of the networks needs to capitalize on week 0 schedule sucking.
Yeah, but the teams won't want to do it. They have a good game to start the season in week 0 because it'll cost them an extra week of practice and against a team that they may lose to.
They will get an extra week of practice.
Oh, is that what you're proposing?
You say cost them. You get if you the earlier start, the earlier you can start practicing.
All right.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, summer may be winding down, but the savings are just heating up over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Now, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride before back to school gets into full swing, now is the time to make your move. Get to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph and check out a Chevy Silverado or Chevy Trailblazer with payments that are as low as just $179 a month. That's right. A Silverado or Trailblazer for as low as $179 a month. And at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, it's more than just a great deal. It's the Sarah difference. A team committed to making your car buying experience easier, more transparent, and focused on you. So before summer slips away, make your move. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. Experience the Sarah difference, helping you get where you want to go.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So yesterday's game, little bad luck with Jackson Jobe in the first inning. That broken bat, it eventually led to O'Neal Cruz RBI single. When you saw off a guy's bat and he gets a single out of it, it feels like you really bad luck. One thing I loved yesterday. Sorry, do you have a comment?
I was just gonna say the bad luck on that play was the weird bounce it took right before it got to Torres, and it took a direct right.
Yeah, it was a strange play. The bat was flying out towards Torres, and then the ball landed, and it had so much English. It was like a spinner from cricket. Anyone?
Speaking of crickets.
Yeah. The ball hit the ground and just took a left. But one thing I loved about the game yesterday, there's a couple things. They scored a run because of Hao-Yu Lee's hustle. Like he goes from first to third on a single to left. Okay. It was a single to left field. And it wasn't like a long single, like or anything like that. It was just a regular old standard run of the mill.
But he got a read on
MLB single to left field. And he got a great read and he went from first to third and was comfortably safe and then scored on a sacrifice fly. And that's stealing a run. And I guess the bummer is, would they still be playing if Glaber didn't get gunned down? I think it was the 5th when McGonigal doubled. And
he was trying to score from first.
Yeah, he's trying to score from first and got gunned down at home.
Perfect relay,
and in a one-run game, these things matter. Hao-Yu Lee kind of stole a run with some great hustle, and then the Tigers didn't capitalize on that. And then Waguespack has been really good at a pinch hit home run. Finnegan gave up a pinch hit home run, and then Finnegan did Finnegan things where he had 2 outs, nobody on, walk, managed to get out of it. And I don't know what to say about Kenley Jansen. I don't know what to say about the bullpen anymore, Scott. It's dreadful. Tom Milliken from the morning show said that they are like 28th in save percentage. And if they were 26th in save percentage, they'd be 3 games over.
Well, yeah, it does make a world of difference. I think it's
so if they were instead of dreadful, if they were slightly less dreadful, they'd be in a playoff spot.
Yeah, I think it would be quite a step in a different direction this team has taken over the last seemingly 30 years, and that is to go out and find yourself a closer that's ready to get to the prime of their career or is in the prime of their carer instead of getting somebody who's at the end of their career. And
those guys are hard to find, though.
I know they are.
Who's giving those players up?
Those guys are hard to find, but but you're going to have to do it, and you've got resources to make it happen because you've got tons of prospects. You're going to have to make it happen because that is just a glaring issue with this team. The whole bullpen is a problem, but the back end in particular is a real problem. And I don't know if the Tigers have bullpen arms in the system. There's nobody that really, when I go through it, people don't really stand out. And anybody that looks like they have a decent ERA at Toledo has already been brought up to the Tigers and has already done, nothing. In fact, they were terrible with the Tigers when they were brought up, and then they get sent back down to Toledo, and they still do okay. Like with your Vanascos of the world, right? And then you got all the H's, the Hanafis and the Herders and all this.
What was the Tom Milliken?
Yeah, you butchered that.
Yeah. What is the stat?
So they're 28. They have 28 blown saves, which is second worst in baseball.
So they're 29th in blown saves.
Yes.
Okay.
If they were 4th worst in baseball, which would be 25 blown saves, they'd be 64 and 63 in a game and a half in the lead.
In the playoffs. That's what he said earlier today. And thank you for clarifying. But that's crazy. If they were just terrible instead of dreadful, right?
Well, and some of those stats are a little bit out of whack too, because some of those are like, they gave up the lead in the 7th inning or the 8th inning, which was a save opportunity. But I get it. Yeah, just look at Jansen alone. He's blown 5 saves this year, and he has 14 saves on the year or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a high percentage when you're going, 14 out of 16. That's not good at all. Or I'm sorry, he's got 16 saves and 5 blown saves. 16 out of 21 is not good.
No. Now, it's been a while since he had a blow up like yesterday.
Yeah, but he did. And It's not terribly unpredictable anymore, which is really bothersome. And the way that it happens with 2 home runs in the 9th inning.
The first home run he gave up was, I typically think it's unforgivable. On an 0-2 pitch, right? You've got You've got a chance to make somebody go fishing, have to protect the plate. And the fact of the matter is, I'm not even sure that pitch was close to a strike. It was inside, and the Rafael Flores just turned on it and managed to get it up in the air, get it out of there. But that pitch did not look like a strike. And on 0-2, you got a 1-run lead in the ninth, 0-2. You can't give up a home run.
No, when a guy turns and burns, and next thing you know, you're tied. It's brutal, and it's been. With that loss and with those 2 runs tacked on, and you know how it works for a bullpen arm, if you give up a couple runs in a game, your ERA shoots up. Now he has the worst ERA in his career for a single season at 4.19, and it's really not that close. His next lowest ERA, or next highest ERA, is 3.63, and that's from just a few years ago. His strikeout to walk rate is at 2.0, so 2 strikeouts per walk. That is the worst rate in his career. And it's the worst. It's the worst in his career. The next worst is 2.4 back in 2021. The 5 blown saves, he's had more than blown saves before in his career. With Atlanta in 2022, he had 7 blown saves. But he had 41 saves on the season. He's only got 16 on this year.
Right. I mean, this is an example, though, of we talk about all the time, diminishing returns. Because I just went to look up, and maybe I should have seen this coming, because I went to look up his age. He's 38 years old.
Yeah.
And then I also noted, and this is not insignificant, and probably one of the telltale signs that this wasn't going to work. He and I have the same birthday.
Oh, double tear. Double
So
tear.
I guess I should have known. I just realized, not that that's particularly significant. Just realized we have the same birthday, Kenley Jansen and I. Woohoo! So Tigers got the day off. Then they got Kansas City this coming weekend. I don't know where people are in terms of the intensity with which they watch Tiger baseball. Math tells you game and a half out of the playoffs. Game and a half out of the playoffs. But not only do you have to get hot, you have to hope that none of these other 6 teams in the mix here get hot or stay hot. 248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead. For the first time in the 2026 NFL season, we will have the Wide Nine Omaha 4-Down Around the League Blitz thingy. Also coming up a little bit later on, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?, including an in-studio taste test. And we'll take your phone calls and feedback throughout. Got a Lions question. Very interesting list I saw in the NFL. What they have to say about our Lions is fascinating. We'll get to that in the 11 o'clock hour. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. sneaking up on football season. It's time for the first 2026 NFL Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz. Yeah, not sure why I said it right before Big Voice Guy said it, but
You're supposed to say thingy.
Yeah, you want
thingy. That's right.
Yeah,
The
you
blitz
want to
thingy.
you want to have your big voice.
Yeah, not Doug's strength. Ready to go?
Yep.
Okay. So we flip the coin to see who goes first. Heads or tails. I don't even have the coin ready.
Wow, someone's not ready.
No.
Gator. I
Heads or
think you have the
tails,
advantage.
Gator?
I'm going to go heads. I'm ready to go. Okay. It's a tail.
I will defer.
Oh, no, you are ready to go. All right, question number 1, Gator. Let's just stick local, or a guy who was local. Will Terrion Arnold ever play a down for the Seattle Seahawks?
Nope. I don't think he will. I have a hard time thinking that he doesn't do hard time. And look, I hope for the best for Terrion Arnold. When he was drafted by the Lions, I think he totally endeared himself to the fans. He had those videos out. Remember, he didn't have the right jacket, and he's like, "Hey, fam, it's cold outside," and all this. I really want I was rooting for the guy. He had a struggle to start his professional career with all the pass interference calls, but he got better. And I kept telling myself, that's it. He's getting better. It's going to click. And then injuries kicked in, and then he just wasn't playing well when he was healthy. And then this whole situation just doesn't look good. It seems that so much evidence has been leaked through the media to people like us and anybody else out there that has a phone that you can see all this stuff and read all the transcripts and stuff. It just doesn't go well. But I do say innocent always until proven guilty.
Yes.
Let him have his day in court. But no, if you're asking me, do I think he's going to play it down for Seattle? And my answer is no.
I think there is writing on the wall already that he's not going to play it down in Seattle. One is they just signed Trayvon Diggs like yesterday. They went out and signed another free agent corner. That's one. Two is, did you hear what Seahawks GM John Snyder said about Terrion Arnold on Hard Knocks? He said to special teams coordinator Jay Harbaugh, if Arnold were a Seahawk, quote, I think we probably would have let him go. The guy who just signed him said that. This doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen
Which
to
is
me.
a strange thing to say.
Really
No,
strange.
well, the thing is, it doesn't make sense to me in general because that's all of sports. You can't be the team that holds on to him, but everyone's available to take him, give him the second chance, and that's okay, which the guy's still facing, whoever it is, the same charges he was released for by his original team. But to answer the question, I do not think Terrion Arnold will ever play it down for the Seattle Seahawks. I'm not sure what the Seahawks' in-depth background check entails, but Arnold is facing 8 felony charges. 8 felony charges. Calling Nick Saban and asking if Arnold's a good dude doesn't really matter, okay? Arnold is going to land on the commissioner's exempt list at some point if he is signed by somebody, and so he can't even practice or suit up, which you would think Seattle would know this. And like you said, Doug, so they went out and signed Diggs. Like, it's going to be a minute. I don't think Arnold ever suits up for the Seahawks. Is Joe Burrow overrated?
No, the Bengals organization has sucked. Now, they're finally getting some return on their young offensive linemen. A couple of guys they drafted are starting to play better. It started last year, but they've gotten very little production out of the run game. There's not a lot of respect for the Cincinnati run game. And so Joe Burrow's been trying to make it work with talented receivers, and kind of that's it, without a lot of protection, without a run game to support him. That might be changing because their offensive line might be in better shape than it has been. They'll start there. But do you know how many rushing touchdowns Cincinnati had last year? 11.
I didn't have a chance to answer your question.
Well, you have a chance to answer the question now because I'm done. But no, I don't think Burrow's overrated. I think Cincinnati hasn't really set him up for success.
I like Joe Burrow a lot. Loved him in college. He had one of the all-time great, if not the all-time greatest single season in college football history, let alone that his team may have been the greatest college football team in history. But yeah, I think he is a little bit here because part of being great or elite is surviving a season, and he hasn't been able to do that with any kind of regularity. Only 3 of his 6 seasons has he played more than 10 games. If you keep him healthy, he's awesome, but you can't count on it. Even though he had an amazing season a couple years ago, he had over 40 touchdown passes, a quarterback rating of 108. And in those seasons where he's healthy, he's really good. But it's 1 year on, 1 year off with him. So I can't say that that he's truly great if he can't stay healthy.
I think he is overrated because he's listed in that tier 1 category by everybody. And I'm as guilty as charged because I put him in that tier 1 category a lot of times when really, if you think about it, we make a lot of excuses for him. Yes, he hasn't been healthy, Gator, and because of the offensive line hasn't been as good as, as it should be for a tier 1 type quarterback. But Joe Burrow has never made an all-pro. No playoffs in the last 3 years. And he may have the best 1-2 wide receiver combo in the league. I always say one Super Bowl victory can really cement your legacy, but Burrow seems to be living off one Super Bowl appearance. I do think he has the ultimate skill set to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and I think that's why we all put him in that tier 1 category. But he needs to start stacking some wins to belong in that tier 1 category. So, yes, I do think he's overrated. All right, once again, Raiders quarterback Kirk Cousins is having an issue with someone getting too physical with him in practice. Before it was Max Crosby, his own teammate, and this week it's with a joint practice with the Texans. Apparently, Cousins' elbow got hit. And, quote, I might as well take the red jersey off because sometimes it's an understood rule that if it's not understood, then what are we even doing? Is Kirk Cousins being a little too sensitive?
What are we even doing? Guys! I don't know. I didn't see the play. I don't know if they have video of the play, if he really got banged on that one or if somebody just grazed his elbow or not. It seems like he's being a little precious about this, a little dramatic here. But then again, you have to understand his situation right now. He was going to a team where he thought he was going to have a chance to, or he was going to start, and knowing that, okay, they got the top pick, they might take this Mendoza kid. And apparently Fernando Mendoza's been amazing. So he's doing all he can. There's a lot of pressure right now for him to keep Mendoza at bay, and maybe he's starting to feel some of that pressure because in the end, Kirk Cousins just wants to play football, and he's a plus quarterback in this league, and he may have chosen the wrong team to play for.
Yeah, Cousins has been called QB1 by Clint Kubiak. This is a veteran, a respected pro. He's a respected pro who really has not come across as a whiner in his career, but he might be showing the signs. I agree with you of being later in his career and feeling the oncoming pressure of having 1-1 breathing down his back. And so, because he knows the first time the Raiders punt this year, you're going to hear the cat call from Mendoza. So I think it's really more a reflection on the current context of where he's playing. And yes, to answer the question, I do think he's being sensitive.
Okay, so yes and no. I think yes, he's being sensitive, but no, because he doesn't need to let it be known. I am the quarterback. I have a red jersey on. You're not supposed to get near me. I just want to let that be clear to every single person out there. But also, yes, he's being sensitive because, Kirk probably said this in the most suburban Kohl's cash carrying, minivan driving dad way possible. And it probably was like, all right, dude, relax, Kirk. All right, you didn't go down. You're okay. We touched your elbow. You'll be fine.
But
all right. Will Aaron Donald unretire and play for the Rams this year?
I don't think so. He's pretty famously stressed work ethic, professionalism, doing things the right way. And I think if he was going to come back, he would have announced it by now. I feel like he would do everything football related to be 100% all in. It's not in his makeup to sort of just parachute in. So I think he's kind of made the decision already. He's not going to play.
I tend to agree with you on this, Doug. I mean, Aaron Donald is truly one of the all-time greats in the National Football League. And did he retire too early? I mean, there was certainly more left in his career if he wanted to keep playing because he was playing at an awful high level. But so was J.J. Watt, and he walked away from it. I don't think he's going to come back and play. He's only had, 2 practices? And they were both kind of like, you didn't know about it until you saw it on the list, the special guest list or whatever it is. If he hasn't made up his mind yet, it just seems strange right now. It sounds like he can absolutely still play, but I also don't think he's going to play for free. I don't think he's going to pull a LeBron, and I don't know how much cap space the Rams have or how much money they can offer him because this is Aaron Donald. I mean, is he going to come back and play for $1 million, or is he going to come back and say, "You're going to have to"? I'll play, but I got to get paid $15.
I don't see how he doesn't play at this point, guys. It's more than a teaser. I think he wants that, if you want to work out, go work out in the backyard. Go to Lifetime Fitness. This dude has a helmet and pads on. And apparently this is illegal because they just have to list him as a supervised tryout. This guy was like the NFL's best defensive player a couple years ago, and he'd be one of the best players right now on the defense if he's suited up today. By the way, Frank Ragnow, how about you come in for a supervised tryout while we're at it too? If Donald does come back and play, though, this is really bad news for the rest of the league. Garrett and Donald on that same line, and even if Donald's on a pitch count, still scary. All right, guys, who will be the Browns? Who will the Browns name their starting quarterback for week 1?
This is so tough. And it's tough for me personally, too, because I love watching Shedeur Sanders play. I root for the kid. And at the same time, you've got a talent that is Deshaun Watson. And look, it's been a rough go for Deshaun Watson in Cleveland since the trade and all the issues he's had off the field and then issues he's had with injuries and slow to come back. But I still think that he would give them the best opportunity to win a football game if you had to win one to start the season. So I think it's his job to lose, but don't be surprised if Shedeur takes it away this week, because I think he's supposed to get most of the snaps this week in the preseason game. And apparently he had a scrimmage over the weekend where he was flawless. So Shedeur's coming on hard, but I still think it's going to be Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, look, Todd Monken, the head coach there, is in year 1. So he's got time if he wants to play the long game and start Shedeur or even Dylan Gabriel for that matter. But I think given the contract that Deshaun Watson has, I think he's just going to be the default starter, and Shedeur will be on standby. Unless Shedeur goes and lights up Buffalo this week, which he might do.
He might do.
But I would go with Watson.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Watson too, Doug. And it's the contract, and it's the fact that they've kept him around all this time at this point. Just play the guy, because what was the point then? You kept him around, and if he does suck, you have Shedeur ready to go there, and then you could play the long game because it is a first-year head coach. So, yeah, I'll go with Watson and start week 1, but that's tentative, man. All right, last one, guys. Last one. Quick. The first thing that comes to your mind when I say soft tissue injury.
The Lions. I just feel like the Lions are always the first thing that popped into my head.
Specifically, what injury?
What injury?
Yeah, soft tissue.
Could
be anything. Soft tissue related.
I don't know, hip?
Deep thigh contusion.
Oh, the bruise, huh?
That's what I think when I hear soft tissue injury. I think if it's something like ACL or hip or hoof, if it's something like that, I think it's spelled out for you. When there's kind of like undetermined, where we know it's not this or that, we'll just call it a soft tissue injury, like a deep bruise, whatever, thigh contusion.
Yeah, I just feel like we're hearing it more today than ever this year. I don't know why. Soft tissue injury. They don't say specifically what it is. So it's like, all right, well, what's the soft tissue injury? The first thing that comes to my mind is hamstring. I just think his hamstring's off his ass like Justin Verlander or something. I don't know. The guy won't pitch anymore. So
we're wrapping up the Liz Frank era of football and moving into the soft tissue injury era of football.
Lower body.
There you go. That concludes the first Y9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. And that's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Doors, located right here in Michigan since 2011. They're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. A simple tune-up will help extend the life of your garage door and catch small problems before they become expensive repairs. Their experienced technicians arrive ready to work and stand behind every job. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Door. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Open the show with some Tiger talk if you want to keep going that direction. We will. In the meantime, we shifted to some NFL discussion with the Blitz thingy, and I want to bring it home and talk some Lions. Gator, I got a question for you. The Drew Petzing hire. What do you think? Actually, I'll answer the question.
Oh.
Yeah.
Want me to step aside?
No.
Okay.
I feel like his biggest qualification for this job is he worked with Ben Johnson. I think this is an example of trying to recapture offensively what they had when Ben Johnson was the offensive coordinator. And Ben Johnson and Drew Petzing worked together at Boston College. The first year, they were both grad assistants. The second year, Ben Johnson got the tight ends coaching position, and Drew Petzing worked with him as a grad assistant that year. Everybody knows they got close. Everybody knows that Petzing was a groomsman in Ben Johnson's wedding. This is an interesting hire. I used to joke on the show about the Sean McVay coaching tree. That it got so bad with everybody talking about, oh, he worked with McVay, that his mailman would get a coaching interview. If you drove past his house, you'd at least get a coordinator interview. Like any ties they could come up with Sean McVay led people to want to hire anybody that had McVay aura. And now the Lions are sort of doing it with Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson had a very successful first year with the Chicago Bears. It would certainly be a lot easier to sort of root for our former guy if he went just about anywhere else. I don't know if it'd be any different. He went to Green Bay. But it's irritating that he is with a arch rival organization. But is there something here with Drew Petzing that makes this a smart hire that they are trying to just recapture Ben Johnson aura and Ben Johnson, thinking and play calling and play design, or is this a bit of a stretch?
I hope it's just a stretch. I think, look, even though Ben Johnson's moved on to the Bears and I can't stand him now, he's persona non grata with me because he chose the job with the Bears. He chose violence. I didn't like that. I respect what he is as a coach. I mean, he was a great offensive mind with this team, but I also can't help but think that he's an extension of what Dan Campbell is. So I think anybody that gets an interview with the Lions coaching staff or to be a member of the coaching staff, I mean, they have to pass his approval. And he's going to have to say some things that are going to appeal to Dan Campbell. And if there's some of the same philosophies that Dan shared with Ben Johnson, then okay, that's fine. I think his qualifications are that he has worked with, receivers and quarterbacks and tight ends in his career as an offensive coach before becoming a coordinator with Arizona. And having to do things in Arizona could not have been easy for, 3 seasons he was there as the OC because they had nothing to work with. You've got a quarterback that's a bit of a video game player, but literally and figuratively, but also that he doesn't have anybody to throw to over there, So it's like, I'm not sure how that's going to translate here, where now you've got a wealth of riches to work with the shiny pieces that are here in Detroit. Hopefully it just means that, hey, it unlocks everything. And this is what he could have been. But I think he's got a pedigree from working with different organizations of building himself up. You've got to be a smart guy. He coached it in the Ivy League for a few years, even though he's not an Ivy League guy. But, I mean, still, I think it's a reflection there. So I think there's a lot that just whatever he's preaching resonates with Dan Campbell, and it may just be a coincidence with the whole Ben Johnson thing. But I sure hope that just being buddies with Ben Johnson has nothing to do with it.
I don't think it's being buddies. I think it's the fact that they work together maybe at a formative years where a lot of their coaching philosophies were formed. They were at the same place. They were at the same place in their careers, and they were in the same place philosophically. And bring in, I don't want to, if he's Ben Johnson light or he's Ben Johnson 2.0. I hope he's not Timu Ben Johnson. We want this to be. It feels to me like they're trying to get back to things that were working before the Lions lost Ben Johnson. The John Morton era last year, I don't know if people noticed, about midway through the season, you perhaps heard a strong change in the tenor of the discussion of John Morton on the air. And I thought it was starting to show that in press conferences, as much on the field, that John Morton wasn't cut for this job. And it's Petzing is a real interesting hire to me because of what philosophically he could bring to the table. And, I'm not expecting him to be exactly Ben Johnson. But if at these formative years in their career, they developed similar philosophies that showed themselves in the interview process, I could see why they hired him. And we will find out if he is a version, a different but similar to Ben Johnson, or if this is a bit of a Hail Mary. Oh boy, we lost Ben Johnson. What's the next best thing? Can this guy get it done? It's one of the most important hires in Detroit sports in the last year. Is what is this guy going to bring to the table? I'm cautiously optimistic, but we won't know for a while.
It's interesting you say that because think about what we've had in the last year. We're going to have a new GM for the Red Wings.
Yep.
You've got a new head coach at Michigan State, a new head coach at Michigan.
Yep.
new offensive coordinator for the Lions.
Yep.
It's a lot of new hires.
There's been a lot of stuff going on.
A lot of stuff.
But if you ask people, I mean, I guess it just depends what your favorite sport is. Which one you most want to work out. If you're a big Michigan fan, you'll say Kyle Whittingham. If you're a big Michigan State fan, you'll say Pat Fitzgerald. If you're a big Red Wing fan, you'll say whoever they hire. But the Lions are such a big story in Detroit that there's just so much riding on this Betzing hire.
And I think maybe his calling card is going to be that they developed Trey McBride into being one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in football at Arizona under his watch. They just kept feeding him the football. And maybe that's the number one thing you look at, that he can say, well, I did this and we had nothing else to work with, but boy, our tight end sure showed up. Obviously, he's got more to work with here. And that means more is going to be expected of him. I mean, and this is a huge hire for Dan Campbell, because he got it right with Ben Johnson, but he got it wrong with the other two hires. So this is offensive coordinator number 4, if you don't include himself. Mm-hmm. So he's got to get this one right. Because if he doesn't, I mean, if the offense isn't going, is this team going to win 9 games? If the offense isn't clicking? Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, the offense.
And they're already hampered.
The whole idea of the defense getting guys back as this season goes on, hopefully both safeties, the offense has to carry the day. Like, the offense has to be at its best. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Summit Place Kia. Former Memphis Grizzlies executive and current writer for The Athletic, John Hollinger, shared some insight today on the Pistons' contract negotiations with Jalen Duren. When asked how he sees the situation playing out, Hollinger said history will likely repeat itself and cooler heads will prevail and get a multi-year deal done. He said both sides have a strong incentive to keep Duren in Detroit, and there is not another real plausible scenario that might play out. Pistons training camp begins September 29th. In golf today, the U.S. Women's Senior Open is underway at Barton Hills in Ann Arbor. This is the third USGA professional event Barton Hills has hosted. Currently, Smriti Mehra is the lead at 3 under par. Yesterday, LIV Golf CEO Scott O'Neill held a presser on the tour's future. LIV said weeks ago that it had reached a deal with an investor that would sustain the tour for years to come. No details have been released on that agreement yet, and O'Neill didn't exactly share any more yesterday. LIV is in Indianapolis this weekend for the now season finale after canceling its scheduled trip to Michigan earlier this week. And in college football today, a judge from, you guessed it, Louisiana has granted 16 players a temporary restraining order to return to college athletics. Some of those players are currently in NFL training camp. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt in Westland. You're on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
My subject is about Kenley Jansen. Now, believe me, I am a 100% Detroit Tiger fan. I listen or watch every game, except for a couple in May when I just felt it was going to affect my health if I continue to listen to that in May. But my thing about Jansen, and it's not because of what happened yesterday only, I had this attitude about him in May when he gave up those 3 home runs in a very short time. It seems to me if they're going to be committed to using him, that wouldn't it be better to use him maybe in the 7th inning, at least give him a chance to come back, as far as him being a closer and giving up the home run in the 9th inning.
You're planning on him blowing the lead, so you may as well give yourself a few at-bats after he does so?
Exactly.
I got to tell you, I don't know what to do with the guy because yesterday it was home runs. Usually I'm used to him just being wild and not being able to find the strike zone.
Right.
And badly missing his spots.
If I may, there's another part of this. It seems like there's 2 things about him, and I'm going back to Mariano Rivera. I had always heard that you had a better chance against him being a right-handed batter because the cutter breaks so sharply at the end into a left-hander, and he's given up home runs to left-handers. And another thing is that he is very, very poor about holding people on base. And if he doesn't give up the home run and he walks somebody, as you alluded to about the control, he's got a guy on first base that is almost automatically going to steal second base. Now you got a runner on second base. I don't know,
Matt, I don't know what to do with him. I will say this, okay? And we're getting a lot of feedback on Kenley Jansen. Guys, this season has convinced me that we need to throw a nice haul of minor leaguers to the Padres for Mason Miller at the winter meetings. No way around it.
Well, they don't have to do that, although, I'd certainly consider it. San Diego has another pitcher who's a free agent at the end of the year, Adrian Morjan. And he is pitched awfully well the last 3 seasons, and the ERA right around 2.5 over the last 3 years. He's got a high strikeout rate. Or a good strikeout rate anyway, a really good whip over that time as well. He's been a pretty good pitcher. He's only 27 years old, getting ready to start the prime years of his career. He's going to get the money cannon contract. He's the top reliever on the market, in the free agent market in the offseason. So go get him. Go get him. As far as Kenley Jansen's concerned, you don't have to close him anymore. No more closes. That's it. You've lost your privileges. And time for let's throw Drew Summers in the role. Let somebody else have at it. Tyler Holton, but not Kenley Jansen. Can't keep doing that. It's too high of a failed percentage of him when he steps out into the field.
So a couple things. One is Adrian Morjon has closed for the Padres on occasion, so it's a role that he has taken on. Secondly, as we sit here and we talk about they're a game and a half out, this has been a very discouraging week. Swept by the White Sox, lose a series to Pittsburgh, but they're still a game and a half out of the postseason. It's still way ahead of where I expected him to be 3 weeks after trading Tarek Skubal and Casey Mize. So it's a little bit of house money, and they're doing it with the next gen of Tiger players. Scott, I can't help. I'm going to hang on to this Hail Mary because if I'm going to build a case for them making the playoffs, it's built around Jack Flaherty and River Ryan. Jack Flaherty returning and River Ryan debuting for the Tigers. And I'm probably moving Job to the closer role. Now, I like Job as a starter, and that's clearly what he is going to be in Detroit. But if I'm going to try to throw a Hail Mary, Montero goes to the bullpen as a setup guy, and Job closes. Flaherty and River Ryan
go into the rotation.
Do I think that they will do a better job than Montero and Job? Not particularly. But I do think that's the Hail Mary to fix the bullpen. With two good arms, move to the bullpen and see if River Ryan and Flaherty can carry them home to a playoff spot. And it's a Hail Mary. But if I'm going to build a case for the Tigers to make the playoffs, that's how I'm building the case. Everything else feels like wishful thinking to me. Well, that feels like a tangible way that this team can solve its bullpen issues. And even then, I don't know. I don't know that Job can close. It seems to me like he's got the stuff where he'd be capable of. And Montero feels like he can do anything you ask him to do. So I want Montero as an 8th inning guy or 7th inning guy, and Job, depending on the matchups, Job on the back end of the bullpen, and roll the dice with River Ryan and Jack Flaherty going into the rotation.
Look, I like thinking outside the box, and I'm not sure how outside the box it is because you're expecting to get both of these guys. Well, at least you're expecting to get Flaherty back. There were some update on him earlier this week. It sounds like he's trending in the right direction where he's going to start bullpens and then live sessions as well. So that should go well for him. Maybe he comes back in the next couple weeks. And I don't know where his arm strength is. I'm going to have to build him back up to get to starter range. Or is it just like, hey, Jack, we're going to start you in the pen because we're building you up, but we need to have you. And we need somebody that's going to be reliable on the pen that can, strike some guys out. And Flaherty has some swing and miss. As far as River Ryan or Jackson Job is concerned, I would assume that they're going to keep Job where he's at. And if anything, it'll be River Ryan that would go to the bullpen. But River Ryan has to make some rehab starts before he's even considered for it because he hasn't pitched in the minors in a while. He's had this hamstring issue that he's healing up from and sounds like he should be ready to go real soon. But he's another guy. He's got great lively arm, right? Throws high 90s. Can he do that role? Can he pitch in that role? But he doesn't have a ton of MLB experience. So I would be really reluctant to just say you're going to be the closer or you're going to be in the rotation. I think with River Ryan, it's if he's healthy enough to pitch and shows in his rehab starts that he's ready to go, then maybe he comes out of the bullpen. But some kind of a combination, I think, is what we're all looking for. We need a solution because right now the solution is not Kenley Jansen pitching in the 9th inning to try to close out a game.
Well, let me put it to you like this. I think what they're currently doing isn't going to get them to the postseason. And so I am willing to shake things up, try something a little extreme. It's filled with question marks. Okay? I mean, River Ryan, he might not get out of the first inning. I mean, we don't know what we're going to get from him. And Flaherty has been a bit of a flip of the coin this year. But I think Job has closer stuff. I think he has starter stuff. I think he could close for him as well. And I think Montero can do it can be more than serviceable at anything you ask him to do, and I think he's already proven that. So it's a Hail Mary, but I'm trying to build a case for this team to make the playoffs. That's what I would do. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I think what they're currently doing also will not work. And then get back to what you're supposed to do next year and fix it in the offseason. But moving forward, that's what I would do. And there's two things I want to hear from the listeners on this. One is, yes, swept by the White Sox, lose a series to Pittsburgh. Can you still build a case for this team making the playoffs? And if so, what are you building it around? But we're not, you know what that isn't? That isn't, hey, I think if they get hot and they win 13 of the next 14. Well, obviously. But why do you think they could do that? Why do you think, what is your reasoning to think that this team could make the playoffs? That's one. Two is, if you can't do it, if you can't build a case for them to make the playoffs, and at what point did you give up? What was your moment? Was it the trade deadline? Was it the White Sox series? When did you pull the plug? Couple things there for Tiger fans. We'd love to hear from you on. Either build a case or tell us when you gave up. 248-539-9797. Gator, want to get your case, and I know you haven't given up. So 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for summer send-off savings on your new Chevy. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Trailblazer LS with only $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount. Current lease in the household and GM Rewards MasterCard. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Nolan in Rochester, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Nolan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I wanted to make a point on the Tigers real quick. So ever since, I think every show made the point that ever since they traded Skubal and Mize, the team's just been more maybe relaxing to watch or more enjoyable to watch now that you know that you're not necessarily going for it, but you still have a shot, which I'm fully on board. If you can make the playoffs, make the playoffs. You know how bad the American League is, so on and so forth. But the one thing that will bother me is if this team continues to do it, is put Jansen out there in the nines and make some of the bullpen decisions that they have made. Obviously, you know, we don't know how the season's going to end, and I'm fully on board with them trying to make a push to the playoffs. But if you're going to make a push, you can't keep relying on the product of Jansen, given where he's been. I really like Wagasuk, or however you say it. Yeah, he gave up a run yesterday that hurt him a little bit. But I'm fully on board with them, you know, hopefully competing, but you can't rely on them in the playoffs, and who knows what River Ryan and Flaherty are going to produce when they come back from injury, you know, whenever that may be. But yeah, you know, I'm happy that they got rid of Skubal and Mize, but if you're going to get rid of them and still compete, you got to put out your best product, and that's just not it with Jansen.
I mean, I can't really argue. The problem is, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do. Like, who else? What are the options? I mean, you want Wagasuk to close?
I wouldn't necessarily say him close, but if I had to pick over putting Jansen out there, I know Speck pitched before Jansen, but I would have probably put Holton out there before Speck and then close a Speck or vice versa. Just because with such a tight game like that, and one that, you know, it's a 2-run game. Maybe it was a 1-run game at that point. It was a 1-run game at that point going into the nines. But I just don't rely on Jansen that much, especially with such a tight game. Maybe if it was a 2-run lead or a 3-run lead, things would have been a little bit different. But with the options, even Summers, I mean, I would have, you know, played my cards a little bit differently and put Summers out there, just switched around the pitchers that you had a little bit.
I think Summers is the key. And Summers is the guy I would have close.
He's so good his last outing.
He's the guy I would have close. He's got 38 strikeouts in 24 innings pitched. Okay, so he's that guy. He's swing and miss guy. He's left-handed, but his splits are actually better against righties than they are lefties. Righties are only hitting 200 against him. Lefties are hitting 273 against him. But he has been so good over his last 15 innings pitched. And because when you get to that ninth inning, you need the high strikeout guy. He's the best ratio on the team. Give him the opportunity. I think right now the Tigers have like 4 arms that you feel okay about. Wagasuk, Holton, certainly Summers, and then the other one is Ty Madden, who's pitched awfully well this year. Maybe Ty Madden's one of these hidden gem guys that, you know what, let's stop thinking of him as long relief or his spot start. No, you know what, maybe you need to find out if he's a guy who's a setup guy or if he's a closer material, because he's got strikeout stuff too. But that's only 4 pitchers that you feel pretty good about, and then you get into the realm of, more often than not, I feel good about Finnegan, but I don't feel good about him. It's just more often than not I do. And then everybody else is just yikes.
Noah in Shelby, you're next. Hi, Noah.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Can you take us off speaker? It's pretty loud.
Yep, I switched it. Sorry, guys.
Thank you.
Transferred as soon as I got on the phone with you guys.
Of course.
I'll get right into it. So there was some things that I found last night just in regards to this bullpen, some videos that came out statistically that were pretty interesting that I found. And I just want to go over 2 of them with you. Number one, I think that this bullpen is not going to get any better for the rest of the season. I think this is kind of where it's at. I've been having that hope, like, hey, maybe something's going to click. Somebody's going to get more consistent. It just hasn't happened. And so the thing that I've been listening and hearing about is that there's a mix of this new creation of a middle reliever / closer is kind of how I took it as. And it's someone who's protecting a lead of 3 runs or less and somebody who's coming in to pitch multiple innings. So guys like Ty Madden, guys like Tyler Holton seem to be leading the team in that. And the Tigers are actually the 3rd usage in the league when it comes to that statistic as far as using those guys. And I think the problem is we don't have those setups and the closers beyond that to kind of help those roles fill in for the bullpen. So that's just kind of one of the statistics. And then the other one was just kind of watching the bullpen and how they've been using them.
instead of using Tyler Holton for, let's say the 7th, they're going to throw him out with 1 out in the 7th, and then he's going to come back out in the 8th maybe to finish a 1 or 2 outs. I understand he likes his platoons. I understand he likes those things, but it hasn't been working as much as it should be, A. And B, I just don't think that going out there for split innings like that is doing us any good. It's more, harm than good that it's been doing from statistics.
Well, no, I guess the one thing I'll say is you said, they're doing this, they're expecting guys to get better and hoping that guys will get better. I'm more in to be fair, I'm more in your camp of they got to try something different. But Gators guy Summers has gotten better. Like as this season has gone, he is having his best month of the year. And this is where maybe you, in an effort to make the playoffs, let's be clear here. We're only talking about right now, everything's on the table because, you're running out of time for people to quote unquote correct. You're running out of time for people to maybe, show them something that they used to do, but they haven't done anymore. Maybe Waguespack and Summers in the 8th and 9th inning make the most sense. Maybe Montero, maybe Joe, maybe Ty Madden. Like all of these possibilities, none of them sound like a fantastic idea to me. But at this point, they're running out of time, and you got to decide, okay, Kenley Jansen's just going to do this too much.
Yeah, you need consistency. And Drew Summers has been nothing but consistent this year. He's only had 4 outings, 4 out of his 30 appearances where he's given up an earned run. That's it. 4 of them. That's consistency. And knowing that he can strike guys out, that's huge too, because you can get out of trouble. Is he going to be the closer of the future? I don't know. But I think right now you have to make a change away from Kenley Jansen. Kenley Jansen, have him come in the 6th inning and be the first guy out of the bullpen, or have him pitch a 7th inning, but not the 9th anymore. It's too damn important for this team to close out games than to risk it with the aging closer who clearly is not the pitcher that he was even just a couple of years ago.
Can you build a case for this Tiger team to still make the playoffs? What reason would you give that the Tigers could still make the playoffs? In which case, they just simply have to play better. And obviously, but what would you build the case around?
For me, it's going to be with the offense. The offense is going to have to carry the day. I think their starting pitching has been pretty strong too, but they're going to have bigger leads, I guess, and do it more often. Getting Riley Green back as soon as possible should help. Hopefully he can come back next week and help this team out. Dylan Dingler has to get back to being Dylan Dingler again. The slump is ridiculous at this point. For him, I mean, it's hard to watch him go through this because it was 2 weeks ago we were talking about him as an MVP candidate. Oh, I know. And now it's nothing. It's just like 3 or 4 hits since that time. It's a real struggle for him, but he'll come back. I have total confidence he's going to come back. So he and Riley Green coming back, even though Dingler's been playing through it, it's almost like getting a new Dingler if he can just figure it out again. Riley Green coming back would. Oh boy. What did I say?
Getting a new Dingler.
Getting a new Dingler. It's like getting a new Dingler. But it would be like getting a new Dingler.
Gator, you just roll right out of your mouth there.
Yeah. Just came kind of easily. Yes, but having those 2 players back to their all-star levels would be massive for this team to get back to that point. And I want the Tigers to steal more bases, and they've got more of an opportunity to do that with more speed on the base pass as they continue to promote guys from the minor leagues. That's what I want to see. That I think is because then they have to be the offense. The bullpen's awful, so I would make the switch to Summers as your closer, and then lean on the offense as a reason why they still can make the playoffs.
From an unnamed texter, yesterday's loss was the final dagger. That's from Jumbo. I think Flaherty should become the late innings bullpen arm. He isn't a starter anymore. He's the perfect candidate for that late inning guy. Throw 2 pitches and simplify his existence in the league. That's from Jerry in Oak Park.
Well, Flaherty has a high strikeout rate, 10.6 per 9 innings pitched.
Big.
He's walked a bit more than you want him to. It hasn't had his best season by far. He has not. He has not been very good this year. But it's bad games kill him, and he's had some good games. But because he's missed so much time, I wonder if he just goes straight to the bullpen anyway, rather than expecting him to come. Oh yeah, you're back now. You can pitch 5 or 6 innings at a time. I don't know if that's feasible.
The Tigers, if they're going to make the playoffs, how do you build the case that they can do it? If you've given up, what was the final straw? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Carson Anderson, Gino's on a cell. And next, hello, Gino.
Hello, you there?
Yes, we are.
So I'm going to give you an option for a relief pitching help that I don't think anybody has mentioned yet. And my thought was take one of your starters and make them a closer, like Kiter Montero and his pitching spot in the rotation. You could have pitching chaos. Hinch has already proven he can make that happen. But nobody has said, put one of these guys in the closer role and see how he handles it. I think Kiter could do a really good job with that.
We literally just said. Now, we didn't say Kiter Montero.
We've talked about Jackson Joe. We've talked about River Ryan, Jack Flaherty.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
Well,
now nobody said Kiter Montero. One thing I'll say, Gino, is it feels like Kiter Montero is up to anything they give him. If they want him to start, sure, and he goes out and he's a good starter. They want him to give him a few innings out of the bullpen, long relief, sure, he could do that. Do they want him to close? Yeah, maybe. Can you give us a few innings at third? Give it a shot. Kiter seems to be up to anything.
Yeah, he is. And, as far as next year goes, we got Reese Olson coming back, and I don't know that he has to be a starter, but we're to the point where you're going to have to be a little more creative and find a way to keep Jansen out of there because he's done. He's completely washed up. He's done. That's my thought.
As a closer, he can still give you some innings out of the bullpen, I think, but I'm not pitching him in the ninth inning. And I don't think this is. I think a lot of people have already passed on. They passed on Kenley Jansen months ago. But yesterday was that's the one that breaks the camel's back, right? You can't do that again. No. Please don't do that again, AJ Hinch. You're better than that, AJ Hinch. But yes, they will have to get creative to find somebody else in that role. Maybe it's as simple as, okay, best strikeout guy is Drew Summers. Or maybe it's, hey, the guy we trust most on this team is probably Tyler Holton. Fine, whatever it is, just not Kenley Jansen.
Jim in Monroe, you're next. Hello, Jim.
Hey, hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Earlier you mentioned Dingler and his hitting, but you forgot to mention Torque and Baez. Those guys have struck out more in the last month than they have hits.
Well, Torkelson had built up his average. It's starting to go back down again over the last couple of games, and that's just Torkelson. And Javi Baez is, Javi's return. He has not been as good for sure. I think there is concern with that. It feels like he's doing that whole listing thing and chasing everything gets outside the zone again, like he did prior to the hip surgery. Torkelson's more worrisome to me than Baez. Because Torkelson's a guy you need to have perform. He's in the lineup every day.
Do what he does. Like, he's never going to hit for a high average, and he's going to strike out, but he's got to provide power.
Yeah, and
he's got to drive in runs.
The OPS is at 724, which is above average, but it's not good. Not for that position. You need to have production from that position. And, a week ago, we're talking about him like, hey, look, he's perked up his average now. He's talking about being a hitter with power as opposed to a power hitter, and hey, it's all working, and now it's going in the opposite direction again, and it's a concern.
Right. Yeah, it is. It's very sad. One other thing, and then I'll go. Can you give me some insight as to what's going on with Dirks and Benetti? Before, they used to have them in their little man cave all the time. Lately, they have not been on television at all. And I'm wondering if, because sometimes they reminded me of teenage girls at a pajama party. So, do you know what's going on there with them not being on TV anymore?
They are.
Didn't they do yesterday's game?
They're on TV, but they never show them in their little cave.
Well,
they haven't shown them in the cave for the last 4 games.
Why isn't the director?
Hang on. They're on the road.
Yeah.
So, what do you mean their little cave? What, with all the bobbleheads and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Well, they're on the road. It's not their
That
booth.
stuff's at home. Yeah.
Oh, just at home?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was just at home. Okay, thanks.
The
road.
That he has knowledge of teenage pajama parties. That's my concern.
So the road booth is a little bit of you never know what you're going to get.
Right.
They probably aren't taking their entire set, if you will, on
menagerie.
The road. There's all the flair.
Lots of flair.
There's a lot of flair. The flair stays at home.
Flair stays at home.
Yeah. But that's the best we got. The flair will not likely be in Kansas City with them Friday night. Interesting question. 248-539-9797. Doug, normally at my house, my wife will mow and I will do the trimming, edging, and cleaning up. I came home yesterday and to my surprise, my wife did a Wednesday mow. A Wednesday mow. I'm very rattled by this. I'm still trying to figure out how to handle this new situation. That's from Brett and Macomb. I think you praise her and you fall in love with the Wednesday mow.
Keeping it clean.
Should he be rattled or is something up here? Like when your wife or significant other does something out of the norm, is it like, oh, that's great, or should I be
suspicious?
Yes.
Okay, I never thought that there might be a problem with the marriage. This felt to me like it was a good thing. Well, it sounds like that's what you're speculating.
Hey, man, when you get in I don't know how long they've been married, but I'm sure there's some kind of routine, right? Someone breaks routine. You don't think anything ever? Like,
Hey,
all right,
that's
why?
my gig. What are you doing? Let's stay in your lane.
Yeah.
I mow the lawn. I mow it on Thursday.
Are we sure she did it?
Maybe ignorance is bliss, but I would never think there's anything wrong. I would never think, am I sure she did it? What do you think the
Hey, man, you don't mow another man's lawn is all I'm saying.
I think those are words to live by. Yeah.
My wife did a Wednesday. I came home and to my surprise, my wife did a Wednesday mow. A Wednesday mow.
It sounds so great. Taken totally out of context. It's like, oh, totally. I didn't expect it. I came home and she did a Wednesday mow.
And trim.
Right.
Actually, it doesn't say she did the trim.
No.
Yeah, she usually does the mowing. He does the trimming, edging, and cleanup. But she mowed on Wednesday, so does he trim, edge, and clean up today?
If that's how it works in the relationship.
I'd rather. I mean, the trimming and all that stuff. That's more labor intensive. The mowing's the easy part.
Don't know. I don't think this is an issue yet, sir. But perhaps check the security cams if you've got any.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
You got a Ring camera?
King says be suspicious.
You're right. They might have some security cameras or rings or Nest or something like that. But he felt enough where he sent us a text, guys.
Is Wednesday too early though?
Yeah, well, you know me and Doug.
We're Thursday mow guys.
I think Wednesday's too early. And by the way, with today,
In fact, Thursday mow's a movement. Let's be clear here.
But as the summer has gone on here, and we've gotten less and less rain, and the grass is growing at a much slower rate, I mean, you can skip a mow.
Well, we did because we went up north. We were in the UP that week, and I got back and mowed Sunday. I was like, this has to be mowed. And I might mow again today just to keep in the routine and get it looking good for the weekend. But that's the theory, right? You enjoy the weekend. Mow on a Thursday.
You got Friday after work. You don't have to worry about cutting the grass. You got all weekend to look at that nice manicured lawn.
It's a great theory, and it's a movement. The White Sox series ended it for me. I realized even if we did become the best of the worst and made the wild card, we didn't compete with the best teams in the league. They actually have competed with the best teams in the league this year.
They've struggled in the division.
Yeah. They've struggled mightily with Cleveland and the White Sox. But for a while there, they had a winning record against all the rest of the really, really good teams. I don't have the numbers in front of me.
I do. They're 13-22 in the division.
Okay.
They're 12-13 versus the East, 19-12 versus the West, and interleague they are 17-19. So it's just been against the Central Division. They've been horrible, and they're also not good against left-handed starters. 16-23.
I know I've got these. I had these numbers. I can't find the damn chart. But against the actual teams that are the best in baseball, they had a really good record against the Yankees. I think Texas. But I'd have to go back and I can't find the damn chart. Whatever. 248-539-9797. Interesting text that somebody really disagrees with something I said earlier. Gator, I know you love these. We'll get to that today at 11:46. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Okay, so earlier in the show, we were talking about, and we appreciate all your phone calls and feedback because we've had some Tiger discussion here. We'll get to the Lions coming up in a minute. But one of the things with the Tigers was if you could build a case for them making the playoffs, what would you build it around? Why do you think they can do it? What needs to happen? Obviously, win more games. Yeah, got it. Outscore the other team. Yeah, on a night in, night out basis. Yeah, but where are you? What are your hope resting on? And Gator and I have talked about some Hail Mary bullpen options as really the biggest thing. But you said you're in a weird place that if they fade and fall out of it, you've gotten more and more, actually, you've started to show more and more interest in the MLB draft. And to piggyback off that, given the job that this organization appears to have done at identifying young talent under Scott Harris, if you were to look at a strength of what our GM does, there's some help here now that he's responsible for, young talent. And there's help on the way.
Yeah.
And, you know, the Bryce Rayner, 5 home runs in 5 games. Josue Berseño did the same thing like 2 weeks ago and got called up a level. You know, there's appears to be help on the way. So you said, well, at least they'll get a higher draft pick. And you're having more fun with the MLB draft maybe than you've ever had in your life.
Yeah, I think I've certainly paid more attention to over the last few years than I ever did before.
But you admitted this is not something that makes you root against.
This is so far down the list. It's just one of those little silver linings that happen if this team doesn't make the playoffs.
I said, well, if they fade, and then maybe we'll get to see a Verlander start.
Yeah,
yeah, and I was again just a little.
Yeah, it's not like the NFL season when your team is clearly not going to make the playoffs, and then you're like, okay, well, I don't want them to win any more games because you want to have the highest draft pick possible. Mm-hmm. Like that's just how we are. How we're wired when it comes to the NFL, or frankly with any other sport that you know that your team is not going to get there. Then be as bad as you can to ensure the best draft pick. But baseball draft picks are such a crapshoot.
Yep,
it's just hard to predict.
But you're putting more interest in it than you've had in the past. And look, the Verlander thing to me was just like, hey, you know, that'd be a cool moment.
It would be.
Jared in Woodhaven sent in the following. There is nothing cool about Justin Verlander throwing for the Detroit Tigers this season. This guy is sitting back, collecting a paycheck while contributing nothing. It was a joke of a signing from the jump. Ship him out of here. A waste.
Well, a lot of that I would disagree with, but it's hard to say that it hasn't been wasteful spending at this point because he's only pitched in 1 game and it was the first week of the season or second, whatever it was. And that's been really unfortunate. I think everything else you're misguided. I think Justin Verlander is doing everything that he can to get back because he wants to pitch. He doesn't like ending his career like this. He announced his retirement, a month and a half ago at season's end. He does not want to go out by being a guy who can't help his team out the rest of the way, particularly a team that's this close to being a playoff team. If you don't think he has the competitive spirit, I don't know what to tell you. All right. Here's the problem. He's 43 years old. Your body doesn't heal as well as it does when you were 33 years old. So a hamstring issue or a groin issue is going to linger. And that's the unfortunate part of this is it has lingered and there hasn't been much of an update on it. And it sucks because I want to see him pitch. If you saw how he pitched at the end of last season, the second half of last season, he was really good. So he can help a team if he's healthy, but he's not. I mean, the whole ship him off stuff. Look, he's retiring at the end of the year, dude. Relax.
So, you know, everybody finds entertainment in whatever interests them. Our guy Jared in Woodhaven is mad. And specifically mad about the Verlander signing. The Verlander signing was an emergency break glass signing. When they found out they weren't going to have Reese Olson for the year, they were kind of stuck. The season was close to starting. They were hoping to get, well, maybe it wasn't close. I don't remember the exact timing, but they had to get somebody in there. And they thought, let's give this a shot. Coming off the second half he had last year, he was willing to sign for what they were offering, which is, if I recall correctly, it's mostly deferred money. It's not even taking up that much money this year. But and there wasn't a lot of premium in this. This was, okay, let's give this a shot kind of move. Was there better free agents at the time available? I'd have to go back and look to see if they really missed. or they kind of backed in a corner and wanted a veteran that they thought could help them. And on top of that, like you said, ship him out of here. What do you want to release him? What good is that going to do?
What does ship him out mean? I mean,
Yeah,
'cause
he's not taking up a roster spot from anybody. He's a veteran presence in the room with a bunch of young players. I don't.
I'm trying to think back to the chronological order. What happened? I thought the Tigers had signed Drew Anderson first, and he was going to compete for that 5th rotational spot. Then I thought they signed Framber Valdez, and we're like, oh, look at this. We got this guy to pair up with Skubal. That looks great. Then they got the news that Reese Olson was out, and then they immediately signed Justin Verlander.
Mm-hmm.
And that changed everything. Then Drew Anderson became, okay, you're going to the bullpen kind of thing. And unfortunately, hasn't worked out with Verlander. 2 weeks into the season, you know that he's not going to help you out probably for a while. And then it looked like almost, hey, he's ready to come back. And then, nope, not coming back. And now Drew Anderson is thrust back into a rotational spot again.
Jared, you enjoy what you enjoy, but I don't. I guess I just don't see the world the same way. If they're out of it and he takes to the mound, I'm going to watch and I'm going to be rooting for him.
Yeah, if they're out of it, absolutely.
From Chad and Elk Rapids, I'm going to be 100% honest with you guys. I gave up on them in May. I'm still listening to and watching games, but I have no faith. Job to get 3 outs would be filthy. He has the best repertoire on the team. Limited to 1 inning and 24 pitches. He could be nasty. That's from an unnamed texter. I gave up after the White Sox series. Do you guys think that maybe A.J. Hinch has gotten the Tigers as far as he can get them, and maybe it's time for a new voice manager to take them into the future? It's from Tom in Detroit. Interesting question. I think that would be, and I don't mind you asking, I don't think A.J. Hinch is a problem. And in fact, I think the idea of giving A.J. Hinch a more complete baseball team sounds like a winning formula. And if A.J. Hinch, just when they're about to maybe debut some guys who can play every day, McGonigal, Clark, we'll see with Briseño and
Valencia,
and Rainier and Valencia, what he's going to be capable of.
Callahan's at the ground running.
There's some interesting stuff here. I would be more concerned if they don't take a step forward next year, depending on what they do in the offseason. Like, I'd love to see them either develop, trade for, or sign a better bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, if we can just skip the CBA part and just assume, let's just talk about having a normal offseason if you could, then I think it's clear what they have to add in the offseason. It's bullpen help. And I really like, I mean, as far as A.J. Hinch is concerned, I can't wait to say A.J. Hinch work with this young team as even more younger players come through, and then you can add perhaps a free agent or two, certainly to the bullpen. But if you can add another bat, an experienced bat to this lineup that makes sense, and it's not just taking a chance on the guy who could be at the end of your lineup, like a Vierling guy or a McKinstry guy, and no slam against those guys, but I don't want that type of player. I want somebody who's potential to be an all-star added to this team because it's time. This is how where people get upset that the team doesn't go for it or that perception's out there. This offseason is huge because there's so much upside with the younger players on this team right now that you want them to take that next step. But the next step, who knows what they're going to end up doing.
Well, they had money budgeted.
They'll have a ton of money available.
They had money budgeted that they were going to spend on Skubal, spend it on a bullpen.
Yep.
By the way, the caller that said the Tigers do terrible against the best teams, they have been terrible against the White Sox and terrible against Cleveland. 3-6 against the White Sox, 2-7 against Cleveland. Against the Yankees, they are 4-2. Against Texas, they are 4-2. Against Tampa, they are 3-0. Against Seattle, they are 4-2. These are some of the teams they're competing with that are either division leaders or in the wild card hunt.
Well, that's who they're competing with, but that doesn't mean those are the best teams. I mean, the Yankees is a good one because that's factually okay. The Yankees are actually a good baseball team, but people would say, well, yeah, but look who.
What about Tampa?
The Yankees didn't have, and Tampa is good. Yeah. But record-wise, the rest of the teams in the American League
teams are competing. Yeah. So, I mean, there's some examples that the in-division stuff is what's killed them. I mean, there's a whole bunch of little nuances that when you put their record together, you go, well, that doesn't help. Nor does that. Nor does that. God, if their bullpen were just average. 248-539-9797. Tigers need to change closers now. Running out of time. That's from caller Vic. And I think we've talked about that quite a bit, Vic. Yeah, I completely agree. What are the in-house options? The most obvious thing is somebody goes to the bullpen when Flaherty's back, and maybe it's Flaherty. I'd put Flaherty, and River Ryan may still debut this year, assuming he gets some ramp-up starts. The minor league level, maybe he goes to the bullpen, or maybe he starts and Job goes to the bullpen. I think Job at the back end of the bullpen would work. If you're asking me to fix the bullpen, that's what I'm doing. Am I doing it at the expense of the starters? Yeah, maybe. But they are running out of time, caller Vic, and I don't think they can continue to sit around waiting for guys to perform at a level they're accustomed to.
I'm too encouraged by Job as a starter to put him in the bullpen, but I understand the theory of doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting about our Lions. Get to something today at 12:05. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. A Michigan football coach is getting sued by his former employer today. As originally reported by the Salt Lake Tribune, the University of Utah is suing Kyle Whittingham's brother, Freddie, for breach of contract. The lawsuit, which is seeking $1 million in damages and $300K from Freddie, alleges Whittingham's brother, quote, failed to devote full-time attention and energy to the duties of an assistant coach, unquote. It also suggests that Freddie Whittingham did not obtain Utah's written consent before engaging with Michigan during the hiring process. Freddie was the tight ends coach at Utah for 14 years before following his brother Kyle for the same job in Ann Arbor. Of the 5 Utah coaches who followed Kyle Whittingham to Michigan, the lawsuit says Freddie is the only coach who did not fulfill the liquidated damages clause from their contract with Utah. In other football news today, 16 players have been granted a temporary restraining order from a Louisiana judge. Those players, several of which are currently competing in NFL training camp, will be allowed to return to college athletics this fall. Former Memphis Grizzlies executive turned writer for The Athletic, John Hollinger, said he expects the Pistons and Jalen Duren to eventually reach an agreement on a multi-year deal sometime in the future. He also shed light on the fact that the Pistons are nearly $100 million below next season's cap line and will have plenty of money to spend even after potentially signing Jalen Duren and Asar Thompson. And Julie Inkster currently leads the U.S. Women's Senior Open at Barton Hills in Ann Arbor at 4 under par today. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, what's up? And welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Promise we get to some Lion stuff. First of all, you said something during the break. Kind of want to follow up on it on the air.
Yeah, I've read a lot about the Lions over the last few days here, as we do with our jobs. And somebody, I forget who it was, had an observation that Josh Dobbs hasn't really taken many snaps at practice.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously he just joined the team a week and a half ago, but it is a week and a half and he's still not taking that many snaps. Be curious to talk. Maybe, I don't know if we'll talk with Birchie tomorrow, gearing up for the big preseason game on Saturday, but it's something to ask about, because if he's not getting that many snaps, if they're really basically saying Altmaier they're going to give everything to Altmaier because he's the rookie and you just want to flood him with it. I don't know if the Lions are looking at another quarterback or not, but I get a feeling that they might actually wait to see the waiver wire and see if there's a better option out there.
So is Dobbs hurt?
I don't think he's hurt.
Yeah, I mean, if he is, then you better sign somebody, because if Altmaier gets hurt, you don't want to be playing Jared Goff in the fourth quarter of the second preseason game, right?
Right.
So, I would think that they would have to have somebody else ready to go, even if it's just a snap and hand off 3 times and then punt, because it's not that critical. God, preseason football. I watch it. I get fired up for it every year because it's like crawling across a desert, days without food, and you come across a cracker and you're like, oh my God, a cracker. That's what these preseason games are like. Oh my God, football. But they are so monumentally inconsequential, it feels like, compared to what happens in practices. And the 5 practices, 6 practices in between preseason games are probably far more developmental and important than what happens on a televised game against another team with playing real, quote, football. But all right, I saw something today. NFL hot seat for all 32 teams. The term hot seat, I'm going to read from this story. The term hot seat is often reserved for NFL coaches, but really every player's seat is hot in some way or another every year. Whether it's making the roster, making a jump, or winning a Super Bowl, there's always pressure to perform. Not all hot seats are created equal. For a coach on this list, a bad performance might mean they don't have a job next year. For a player, it might mean a drastically reduced role or salary, a new team, or simply the need to play at a higher level. With that in mind, here's the hottest seat for all 32 teams. Who do you think? And 248-539-9797. Coaches, players, all things included, who from the Lions has the hottest seat?
Interesting. I'm trying to go between coaches and or players. And so for me to think about players, that leads me to think, okay, a starter that is ready to lose his starting job. And I don't know if I see that with the offensive line necessarily. I mean, I don't think if you see Larry Borum's on the hot seat, I don't know if that's fair to say, because I don't know if, I mean, they did draft a first-round pick. You'd expect that guy to have a chance to win the job, and it looks like Blake Miller's going to win that job. On the defensive side of the ball, I mean, is Hunzarike on the hot seat? I mean, I thought outside of a loophole in the contract, I don't think he would be on this team. So I don't know if there's so now I'm thinking, is there a coach? And because I can't say injured players, that's not fair. Is DJ Reed on the hot seat?
Interesting.
If I'm thinking of a player,
if you're going with a player,
if I'm going with a player, I might go with DJ Reed because he didn't have a great year last year, and he's expected to be a CB1 on this team. But is he? Is he getting competition? Or are other guys, knocking on the door for their opportunity? Is it Ennis Rakestraw because he's in year 3 and he has hardly played in the first 2 years? I mean, that probably is a safe call to say. But they need him to be good. And if it's a coach, is it Kelvin Shepard, the defensive coordinator? I like Shep, but I don't know if I'm sure there's other candidates out there that might be able to do a better job. But I'm hopeful that he can. Great guy, and I love his energy. And maybe with a healthy contingent of players, we'll really see what this defense can do. But that just is, it's more of a prove-it year for him and his defense, and I hope he proves it.
Yeah, there is DJ Reed's under contract for one more year after this one, but he comes at a significantly lesser of a cap hit. So, is he on the hot seat? Contracts have a lot to do with it. Ennis Rakestraw it feels like if he can't stay on the field this year, that there's a good chance that they move on from him. So that's a solid pick. It doesn't feel like there's an obvious answer from the coaching staff. You mentioned Calvin Shepard. Is Drew Petzing come in on the hot seat? Because John Morton didn't last half a season.
Right.
There's so much riding on this offense. And I'm not saying that Petzing has done anything whatsoever.
I think it's too early to say that, but I mean, if we've seen 2 offensive coordinators that have not worked out, that were both gone halfway through the season, through their first season.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Dan Campbell's taken over, and Dan Campbell's, it feels like it's gotten better both times when Dan Campbell took over. Kang, can you think of an obvious answer? Who's on the hot seat?
I don't think it's obvious, but if I had to pick a coach, I agree Kelvin Shepard would be the coach that's on the hot seat. The Lions defense last year, for a lot of people, cost them a couple games, which they could have made the playoffs. And it sounds like they're trying some different things this year with the defensive line that they weren't doing last year. And he was a first-year coordinator, so eyes were on him. As far as player-wise, I think if I'd say Tesla or Mahogany is possible guys that could not start the season if they don't have good camps.
Mm-hmm.
Mahogany, we know the offensive line is an issue in general, but his spot, I don't think it's sewn up by any means. And Tesla, they used a lot of capital to go get him. And Dortch is a guy who's very capable of stepping into his spot in the slot, and he's, by all accounts, done very well this camp. So, and Tesla's young enough where they could be like, hey, let's sit you to start until you get, kind of learn from the veteran and grow into that position. So those are the 2 players that come to mind, and Shepard's the coach. But I don't think that's an obvious answer.
No, I think it's actually pretty tough to come up with a Detroit Lion.
I think after we've talked this through, I think it's Ennis Rakestraw.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he doesn't even have a seat. That's why.
Well, right, but I'm saying if he does, he could be. He's on his rookie contract, which is be 4 years because he was a 2nd-round pick, and if he's not able to cut the mustard this year, where you haven't been healthy the first 2 seasons, you got to be healthy year 3, and if you're not, then they're going to end up cutting bait.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely doesn't have. He's got to play well to keep a roster spot, but I guess I never even factor him in. I feel like he's a complete bonus You know what I mean?
If something happens.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean,
it-
the emergence of Nick Whiteside, they can't talk enough about Nick Whiteside. Might be putting even more pressure.
Whiteside and Abney.
Yeah. Oh, Abney. They love Abney, and Abney's taking some first-team reps.
Then they like Rock Yassin, obviously. I
do like him a lot.
Penciled in to be a starter.
All right, 248-539-9797. We will tell you, coming up next segment, who the Lions selection was for on the hot seat. But we want to know your suggestions. If you were to pick a Detroit Lion that is on the hot seat going into this season, coach or player, who would you pick? Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35.
Well, I got a lot to look forward to, right? On this show. We're not just all Tigers all the time, getting some Lions talk, get some NFL stuff too. Do we have any updates at all on Jalen Duren?
There is one there. But we'll get to that coming up in a minute. 248-539-9797. Hey, there's a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next call. Make your move by the end of August and you'll save $750 on closing costs. Plus, enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fee. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to T-Bone in Quincy. You're on 97.1. Hello, T-Bone.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay, what's up?
Hey, I'm an old Ragnar fan. I got the jersey, the man, the myth, the legend. Those are huge shoes to fill. We've never locked it down yet, and that's where I think the hot seat is as far as the Lions go. The whole offense revolves around that team leader, so that's my 2 cents on it.
You think it's the center position in general?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that more of a reflection of Brad Holmes addressing the problem. If you look at it, they signed Seth McLaughlin. They traded for Juice Scruggs, and I'm talking about now that Cade Mays is gone.
But they had done these in the past, yeah.
Obviously, Cade Mays is hurt, so they've continued to try and make up for the loss of Ragnow, and this is the second year of doing so. Have they done enough?
3 weeks ago they had,
yeah,
and then boom.
Who's on the hot seat, if anyone? Hunter and Clarkston says Doug and Scott Reed should not be on the hot seat. He was a zone corner his entire career. Brad signed him to play man. That's on Brad and Campbell, not DJ Reed. From an unnamed texter, the person that should have the hottest seat in the Lions organization can only be Brad Holmes. The team was so close in 24 and 25, and he did nothing to bring in the required talent to get them over the top. They regressed last season. I see them only being worse this season as once again there was nothing done to make them better than last season.
Well,
nothing done.
I absolutely disagree with that. They made the move to go sign a free agent center.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he's hurt. I can't predict that, but they did try to improve the offensive line, and they used a first round pick on a right tackle.
Like their biggest free agent signing and their biggest draft pick were both brought to improve the offensive line to get it back to what it was.
Yeah, but they didn't get Max Crosby, Doug.
If that's what he's talking about, we need to make him work in the real world. Like teams don't have two elite edge rushers. Like you can go back and historically now, do teams have two edge rushers better than Aiden Hutchinson and what DJ Wanham and Derek Moore might be? Yeah, maybe. But even so, they put a high draft capital into the edge opposite of Hutch, and they signed a free agent at the edge opposite of Hutch. And oh, by the way, the guy they drafted last year was probably their best edge rusher in the first preseason game. So, and Ahmed Hassanin. You know, if you don't think they've done anything, or you only wanted one big splash, it just doesn't, I don't know. I don't know if he's operating in the real world. Now, did they do the right things? I would argue, you can make an argument that you don't think they did the right things, but I don't think you could say they, once again, did nothing to make them better than last season.
So Dan Campbell is speaking with the media right now, and apparently he has just said that the backup quarterback role between Dobbs and Altmaier is still open. Dobbs will start Saturday's game against the Commanders. Okay. Jared Goff is not playing. So it's interesting because Dobbs hasn't gotten a whole lot of reps in practice. I imagine it's going to change for today, and then they have the walkthrough tomorrow.
Being safe about your guys not playing, you can guarantee they won't get hurt in a preseason game by not playing them.
Mm-hmm.
You also leave yourself vulnerable to a slow start to the season, to the real season. Jared Goff not taking a quarter's worth of preseason snaps, is that really going to make that much of a difference? If they were playing a game with tremendous importance in 3 weeks or whatever it is the season starts, would you have him taking snaps in a preseason game? I mean, I suppose.
I think I've said this before. I think you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't if you play guys.
Mm-hmm.
You're never going to please everybody, and it's not about pleasing the fans. It's about doing what's right for the team. And there are different philosophies at work. Some say you should play them. Some say you shouldn't. Some teams are gun shy because of injuries. Other teams don't care. I think when you have a veteran quarterback like Jared Goff who knows what he's doing, that it's probably easier to say we don't need to start him. We give him plenty of reps in practice, plenty of looks. We'll be fine. With a new offensive coordinator and presumably a new offense to work with, I might be a little bit more surprised that they're not going to give him reps in game number 2 because I don't think they're going to play him in game number 3. But it doesn't bother me. I'm fine with it. It's different if you've got a 24-year-old quarterback than if you've got a 31-year-old quarterback.
248-539-9797. The linebacker Derek Barnes is definitely on the hot seat for me. That's from Tommy in Kalamazoo. So, I think Barnes will make plays, but if Devin White, they drafted Jimmy Roller, who's hurt. They've signed Devin White, who could take some snaps away, I suppose. Malcolm Rodriguez is a big season. I think they have big plans for Derek Barnes, but
I think they do too.
Lee McNeil, he has to have a good season and return to form, or else he needs to go. It's from an unnamed texter. And then Nick and Ipsy says Lee McNeil's 100% on the hot seat. He was bad after coming back from injury, and if he looks the same, you absolutely have to move on. It saves you money.
Well, moving on, that'd be a big contract to swallow up there because he's due a lot of money still. And by all accounts, sounds like he's doing great in camp. So I don't know if I'd say he's on the hot seat. I think he's expected to be playing just fine.
His cap hit this year is $28.966 million. That's a lot. Next year, 27.7. The year after, 29.216. Now these things can get
That's why I'm saying
renegotiated. He can be. There's an out after this year, and with a $16 million price tag. So there might be some truth to that. Because if he has a bad year, they might exercise that. Okay, here's what the answer was. Story was in CBS Sports by Zachary Perilous. 32 teams, 32 players or coaches on the hot seat. For the Detroit Lions, Blake Miller. He writes, welcome to the NFL, Blake Miller. Your role, step up and into the spot vacated by arguably the best offensive lineman in the game on a team that desperately needs to bounce back and viewed through the same lens could be a Super Bowl contender. Miller will slot in at right tackle as Penei Sewell switches to left side. Jared Goff is heavily dependent on pass protection, so Miller's performance will be crucial. There are plenty of question marks on the defense who could have landed on this list. Several cornerbacks, injured safety Kirby Joseph, and defensive lineman Tyleek Williams, but Miller will be under trial by fire right away. Well, at the beginning of the story, in his defense, he wrote, hot seat is different things to different people. And it can be used in not all hot seats are created equal, he wrote. I'm sorry, but what?
I mean, by definition of what we would think of hot seat, I don't think Blake Miller's on a hot seat. Is there pressure on him to do well as a rookie if he's going to be if he's earned the starting right tackle position? Of course there is. No one's going to compare him to Penei Sewell.
No.
Penei Sewell's on the other side. He's still playing.
The best, if we're going to compare him to anybody, it'd be comparing him to Taylor Decker.
Exactly. And again, a lofty comparison. I had somebody ask me, well, what if he's just, if Blake Miller only becomes Taylor Decker? I'm like, thank you. I'll take it. Why wouldn't you want that? 10 years of really stable tackle play? I'll take that.
When we were doing the draft shows and I thought like, hey, Blake Miller's a guy we should look out for being drafted by the Lions, it's not going to be a sexy pick, but this is Taylor Decker, basically, mini Taylor Decker, like a solid guy you can count on at the end of the line for a decade, and he may be borderline Pro Bowl, borderline not, but he's going to be a guy you can count on to go out there, and that's exactly what they want. And, of course, they want more than that. He's got a higher ceiling, but
it's
the floor
a
should be
super high
something.
floor.
Yeah, the floor should be something like Taylor Decker is what they're hoping for.
I found this to be a laughable inclusion in this list. Now, considering how much we kind of struggled coming up with somebody who's legitimately like so clearly on the hot seat for the Lions, there isn't an obvious answer. I mean, there are some players that you could say kind of have to perform, or it could be, and Ennis Rakestraw was a great name. And Kang, you said you didn't even know if he had a seat. How could it possibly be hot? Lee McNeil, because of the potential out, I suppose, could be a guy. All seems like the reviews from camp are very, very good. DJ Reed was mentioned as a guy that needs to perform or else, I guess. But Blake Miller?
Yeah, I think that's a poor choice.
I would say that Blake Miller is one of the rookies whose performance his team is relying on as much as any other team. Like I think Blake Miller, there is pressure to perform, but
yeah, but not to the point where
hot seat implies that there's immediate consequences.
Yeah,
And there's not immediate consequences for Blake Miller. There might be immediate consequences for the Lions, but it's not like Blake Miller's going to get released.
No, but he might lose his starting job.
Yes, he might.
If he starts the season.
But the consequences of being on the hot seat usually aren't, hey, we're going to pack you away and give you another shot next year. Anyway, interesting. 248-539-9797. All right, Scott, you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Yeah. I mean,
including an in-studio taste test.
Oh, I don't know about this.
You can turn it down now if you want.
You're not hungry?
I mean, Kang, here's my concern. What has Doug told us? Hey, I was going up north and I was going to eat the freeze-dried crap, and he hated the freeze-dried stuff he tried. And,
forgot about that.
Hey, but he's got more freeze-dried crap to try.
So good we didn't even try it.
Yeah. I think this is what he's going to present to us. And yes, we're going to have to do it.
We will get to that next on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking at your home and you're realizing that it's time for new windows, or I should say new roof and windows or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding somebody that you can actually trust. You're going to spend a lot of money. You want to make sure it's going to the right things. This is why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. With over 30 years of service right here in Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. We're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners. And you don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're an actual local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job is done, the best part is you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. You're going to get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves, again, at mymichiganroof.com.
So this is interesting. At this hour, we have a tweet from a Red Wing insider, Ryan Hanna. Multiple sources confirm that the Detroit Red Wings GM, president of hockey operations process, is indeed already underway, with interviews having already taken place and continuing today.
That's encouraging.
It is.
Get it done quickly here. Training camp starts September 17th. It'd be nice to have somebody in place, hopefully in the next week.
I don't know what to believe because there are reports of the contrary, but I told you when I was on vacation, I was driving around up north, my phone rang, somebody in the league saying, "What the hell's going on over there?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" So with every job, you hear something. When this job, nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows who's interviewing. Nobody knows. And so I'm just sharing that conversation here on the air, but it didn't sound like, there was much buzz about the Red Wing job. So just got to get it right. This team, this organization, my word, how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah.
I mean, it
25 years of greatness.
It was
and
just
fun.
humming along. It was such a well-oiled and run machine, and now it's a mess. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of culpability to go around, and probably starts with ownership and the belief in the people that they believed in haven't rewarded them.
You can't believe it. It's such a storied franchise with multiple championships and multiple Hall of Famers, and then they don't have a GM for a month, and the captain wants out. Like, could you imagine something like that happen with the Patriots? They just don't have a GM for a month. You know what I mean? Like, pick a storied franchise that's won a bunch of championships, and
like the Yankees or something.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. What's going on over there?
I don't know.
It's weird.
It's if you hire the right, if somehow, some way, by some miracle, hire the right person, they can move on from this. But it feels to me like the hiring season is over. The best candidates are probably gone. And so, it doesn't bode well. Almost it might be best to just put an interim GM in place and get into next year's hiring cycle and be first in line for next year's hiring cycle.
For GMs?
Yeah. Interim GM and be first in line for next year's hiring cycle. I know I don't want to pee away a season, but
no, I hear what you're saying. I mean, they've had plenty of time to figure this out, and they, I mean, effectively they have the first choice because everybody else is already has. There's no competition. Everybody else has their GM.
I guess.
If you want to pick somebody from, I mean, all if you would be doing is having another
year of evidence
to see if a GM becomes available, or if somebody else proves himself within the ranks of another team.
Yeah, exactly. Next year, there's going to be a GM fired and a GM hired, and somebody's going to be the top candidate of that hiring cycle, and you could have the first jump on it. I think looking at it as you're first in line now, no, they're last in line. All the best candidates with all the information we have been hired.
So, you just quote Ronnie James Dio and the band Dio with the last in line.
I do it all the time.
You do.
It's about time you've noticed.
Yeah. I like it. Nice job.
All right, here we go. There we go. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We have new menu items, new things available on store shelves. Test Gators interest. Kang, I give my 2 cents as well. First of its kind, canned chili is coming to shelves, is a must for football season.
Canned chili.
Yep.
Okay.
Hormel.
Yeah.
Now available nationwide. Hormel chili and Omaha steaks. 100% natural beef chili with beans is ready to be part of your late summer dinner plans and beyond. According to Hormel, the new collaboration is raising the bar for canned chili. However, Omaha Steaks beef is not featured in the chili. Instead, the brand aided in the recipe to develop shape the product's meat presentation, texture, and overall eating experience. Are you going to eat that?
All right, this is tough. Because Hormel has like the market cornered when it comes to canned chili, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody at some point in their life has had some Hormel canned chili. It's like last resort chili, as far as I'm concerned. Making chili is fun. I enjoy the whole process of making a pot of chili. And I think most guys that like to cook, they feel like they can cook a chili. The thought of getting chili in a can just doesn't. I don't like that thought to begin with. But I was intrigued when you said Omaha Steaks.
Oh, me too, Gator.
Right? Omaha
Me too.
Steaks has the market cornered when it comes to prepackaged, frozen, shipped to your house beef, and I've had it before, and it's great.
Doug, take our word on it. Omaha Steaks, they can do a steak.
They know what they're doing. It's good stuff. So okay. Whoa, maybe I'll try this. In a pinch, let's go with it, and it sounds good. But then you had to go ahead and ruin it, and I'm glad you did by saying that, Omaha Steaks is not providing meat. They're merely consulting with the meat consistency.
What is this?
Of the beef that's going to be used in the chili for Hormel.
The meat presentation, the texture, and overall eating experience.
I'm sorry, but Hormel they shouldn't need advice from somebody else on how to present their meat. And particularly if they're not even going to provide the meat. Yeah, this is flush. Absolutely no.
Okay.
This is the bait and switch, man.
Total bait and switch.
This is like hiring an overpriced consultant to come in and tell you something, but they're not really providing anything. And so what did I just pay for? With that being said, I do kind of want to try again. Because you're right, though. Nothing beats homemade chili. You're absolutely right. But they got me. I'm not going to lie. I fall for marketing all the time. This is one of those times where I'm going to fall for it again. Even though I know there's no actual Omaha steak in this, we'll see.
I put this in the same category as like SpaghettiOs or ravioli in a can. When I was younger, I loved it. We would go for it all the time. Sometimes I would eat it straight out of the can. Don't even have to heat it up.
Look at you, man.
Yeah, that was a maverick back in the day. But at some point you grow up and you're like, you know what? That's right. I said it.
And you said at some point you grow up.
At some point you grow up. Making your own spaghetti is not that difficult to do, and it's a million times better than SpaghettiOs. Just like the same thing, making your own chili is not that hard to do, and it's actually it's like you get a to-do list. You grocery list.
Dude, we're running out of time. We can talk about this next segment. We move on. I'm a no.
Oh, you're a no?
Yeah. Pop-Tarts. They have a collab. BuzzBalls has launched a limited edition line of ready-to-drink cocktails flavored like Pop-Tarts, Frosted S'mores, and Frosted Brown Sugar Cinnamon, targeting nostalgic millennial consumers. The ready-to-drink cocktail flavored alcohol drinks created specifically with the millennial fans in mind taps into the nostalgia of enjoying Pop-Tarts growing up in the 90s. Both flavors contain 15% alcohol by volume. Gator, the Pop-Tarts BuzzBall. Are you going to drink that?
No, I'm not going to drink that. I make my own cocktails, and I don't need it to be overly sweet.
Yeah, I'm out. This is like asking kids to become alcoholics, by the way. Have you seen the bottles? It's like, it looks like straight up Pop-Tarts, like a smoothie.
This is for the college crowd. This is not for the adult crowd.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it sounds awful. Next up, Gator.
Doesn't sound better than a Frosty.
No, it doesn't. You know the Reese's peanut butter and jelly cups filled with grape and strawberry jellies?
Yes.
Well, here's another collab. Inspired by the jelly-filled peanut butter cups, General Mills is dropping a new limited edition Reese's Puffs PB&J cereal. The crunchy Corn Puff cereal combines the candy signature peanut butter and chocolate flavors with a new strawberry jelly twist. And early taste testers are loving it. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I got to try it. I'm not likely to really enjoy it, and I doubt I'd buy it. It'd be a repurchase, but I got to try it. I mean, I think about Captain Crunch used to have the peanut butter Captain Crunch, and that's what I'm thinking of. It's got those kind of vibes, and that was delicious. But yeah, I'll try it.
Okay. Can you?
I'm gonna try it, man. I like peanut butter and jelly. I'm with you, Gator.
Yeah, I can't do candy for breakfast, and that's what it sounds like for me. A post
what
on
if it had
Facebook.
more protein?
Oh,
and then we'll talk. TX.
It's got peanut butter.
Frugal Finds on Facebook posted a picture, limited edition Dunkin' scented Febreze air spray spotted at Walmart. We've got cinnamon roll, we've got vanilla latte, and we've got strawberry frosted donut. Febreze Dunkin' scented air spray. Gator, are you going to use that?
Yeah. I love scents. I mean, I buy candles, scented candles all the time. I love them. The only problem, I wouldn't buy all of these because I don't want my house smelling like it's something that I have to wear. Like, where's the food? I want to eat it. And it just sets you off in the wrong direction. But yeah, I would absolutely consider this. I can't wait to go to a store and spray it and check it out.
Can you?
Yeah, I would try it. Anything smells better than farts and poop.
Well, if that's the bar, then yeah, I'll try it. If that's not the bar, I have other scents that I prefer.
What?
so.
You don't want donuts in the bathroom?
No.
Come on, man.
Cinnamon and vanilla are pretty good scents to have. It's that one that's like the glazed donut that you're like, all right, because now I'm going to be hunting the house to find my Krispy Kremes.
And finally, thanks to Officer Matt, we have an in-studio taste test.
Oh, thank God it's Officer Matt and Matt Dog.
It's courtesy of Oreo, the apple pie a la mode Oreo cookie. Gator, we've got a couple of these here. I want you to grab some. I will take one. Paul, take the whole thing back there for you and Kang to try.
Don't get excited, Paul.
The Oreo apple pie a la mode. Gator, give it a shot. Tell me what you think. He's taking a bite. This is a white cookie, like the golden Oreo.
You didn't smell it first, Gator?
Oh, I'm fine.
Smells
And what do you think?
Appley.
I think Paul's going to have to bring those back.
Oh!
So Gator's a yes. Kang, you?
Oh my God. This is so good.
Where's the a la mode part, though?
I don't care. It tastes like apple, though.
It does. It tastes a lot like apple. It tastes like a more firm Fig Newton.
And I love the...
Am I right?
No, you're right. It without the grittiness of the Fig Newton.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Very apple.
It's a golden Oreo, too. I like the golden Oreo better than regular Oreo. Yeah.
Okay.
Doug, you ate one, too, so what do you think?
That is effing fantastic. I can't believe how good that is.
It's so good.
Yep. So 3 thumbs up on the golden. Thank you, Officer Matt.
All right, Paul, you can bring it back.
There you go. Another dish. Are you going to eat that? We have some injury news out of Lions camp to a starter. We'll get to that in 5 minutes on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, safety is top of mind for new drivers. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police want you ready for anything. Get a free student driver magnet or an emergency car safety kit. Pick one up at an MSP post or online at callsam.com/car safety kit. All right, Dan Campbell speaking at this hour. We got some update stuff here. Read from a variety of reports. Colton Pouncey of The Athletic. Dan Campbell says Sam Laporta is dealing with a hip injury. Feels good about him long term, but the Lions will rest him for now. Doesn't know if it will linger into the regular season. Dave Burkett, Lions injury update. Sam Laporta out with a hip injury. Dan Campbell said he's not sure if it will go into the regular season. Eric Woodyard. Sam Laporta got hit in the hip the other day, and the team is resting him, according to Dan Campbell. It's unclear if the injury will carry over to week one. Quote, I feel like we'll be okay, but I don't know. Now, there's other stuff to get to on the injury front. But historically, when I've seen a preseason injury, my thought is usually better now than later. Unless it's season ending, of course, right? Right now, I'm fighting off, here we go again. Like, this is a critical part of this offense. Drew Petzing was brought in for a variety of reasons. Maybe most is he, smells like Ben Johnson. but he really made the tight end position flourish in Phoenix. Now, maybe that's all he had. But at the end of the day, Laporta, feels like he could be big things ahead. And you just don't want any setbacks. And you certainly don't want anything serious.
No, you don't. And for him, who's in a contract here, I mean, I'm sure he's rather depressed about what's just happened here, what's transpired. And yet, not going to go crazy because it doesn't sound like it's a long-term thing. And yet, at the same time, you hear, don't know if he's ready for the start of the season. That part bothers me. And that's where you're going to have even more concern. And Sam Laporta he's really good in this offense. He and Jared Goff seem to click from day one, and they love throwing the ball to him. He comes up with some big plays because basically he's a big receiver. It's not like he's some massive tight end. It's a converted offensive lineman that can catch a football and run some routes. I mean, it looks like he's a big wide receiver that has adapted well enough to learn the blocking schemes and be adept in that part of the game as well, which makes him a complete tight end. But this isn't great news. No. He's already coming back from back surgery. Now you've got a hip issue. And this is one of those things when you talk about all the contracts the Lions have handed out, and we've talked about this a lot over the last couple of years, at some point you're going to have to make a tough decision. I think Sam Laporta is going to end up being that tough decision at season's end that they're like, we can't give you an extension. And this is a reason why.
I don't love this position behind Sam Laporta.
Brock Wright's fine for what he is.
He's fine for what he is.
He's a number 2 tight end on a team.
Yeah. Who's their best? If Sam Laporta can't go, who's their pass catching threat at tight end?
It might be the look it up and see the receiver.
Jackson Meeks.
Yep. That they've turned into a tight end.
Like, you got to get some production out of that position for the offense to be as good as it's got to be. And I feel like this team needs the offense to really carry the day. And that's not a shock. This isn't reinventing football analysis. We all know this. But if Sam Laporta isn't the weapon because I feel like they're elite. They have elite weapons at every position, including healthy Sam Laporta at tight end. Where you've got upper crust wide receivers, running backs, tight ends, and quarterback. And top 10 in all. You could argue, if you want to argue one of those things isn't top 10, that's fine, but they're in the conversation. Most teams don't have that.
Right.
And you take one of those facets away, and look, I don't know how many teams are loaded at tight end. I just don't see a real pass-catching threat that needs to be accounted for down in, down out. Maybe I'm overreacting because what team has that as a backup tight end?
Well, actually, the Bears and Packers, I think, have a pretty good tight end room.
If they were to lose one, like if the Packers
were
to
Bears
lose
have
Tucker
Colson
Kraft,
Loveland and Cole Kmet.
that's a pretty damn good duo.
Yeah, the Packers
That's
are
a
the
pretty
guys you
damn
just
good duo.
mentioned. I'm looking at staying in division. The Vikings have
Yeah.
Hawkinson, but then after Hawkinson, it gets a little iffy. But yeah, there are teams, specifically in division, that have that.
Yep.
I think the Raiders have a couple of good tight ends.
Yeah, this. Now, look, let's be clear. We're not talking about season ender. They're saying they're not even sure it's going to carry into the regular season. The Raiders have Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. That's a good 1-2 combination. And meanwhile, the Lions are.
So that's off the top of my head. There's 3 teams that have good combinations. And the
Yeah.
Lions, like Brock Wright, I like Brock Wright.
I do too.
I just don't look at Brock Wright and think number 1 tight end. I think great guy to have as a second tight end, the 2 tight end offense. He's got some decent size to him. He seems to have really good hands. But and look, this may just be they don't have. Does it sound like it worse that they could not have Laporta for the first game?
Maybe.
I mean, is that just wishful thinking?
I think it's a guess by you, and I'm not mad at you.
Yeah, it's a total guess. But I mean, we're left to speculate because when Dan Campbell says something like, "Well, we hope it doesn't linger," yeah, you're even putting it out in the universe that it may linger. Yikes!
Kang, your thoughts on this?
Yeah. I feel like we're overreacting is because we all been hurt before.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't want to underreact as well because Sam Laporta is important to this team and he does so much for this offense. And you guys speak about Drew Petzing, how he used Trey McBride last year in Arizona. He wasn't going to have to use Laporta like that because they have so many other weapons. But Sam Laporta is a really good tight end. And when healthy, can be one of the elite tight ends in the league. I just don't like the phrasing of it. And maybe he's just being cautious, Coach Campbell, but saying, because he wouldn't commit to him being ready week 1. Because if it's not that big of a deal, you say, yeah, well, we're going to hold him out for a little bit. I don't see him missing, the season opener. But he didn't say that. He kind of left it open to be like, we'll see. They're going to rest him, and we'll see how this thing reacts. But
this is a vague ass update.
Yeah. I get the feeling they're looking at the waiver wire, waiting to see what transpires over the next week. We got week 2 of the preseason games coming up this weekend. One of the obvious things you would probably go back and look at is a former Lion. Shane Zylstra is with Buffalo. He's right now number 4 in their depth chart. Is that a guy that maybe gets released and gets picked up by the Lions in the next week or so? Perhaps.
24 days. That's when the opener is.
3 weeks.
I feel like if you're looking at a injury that you don't know if it's going to be better in 24 days, you probably don't know much about the injury. You probably really don't know what it is yet. Because if it's something very minor, if you had some definition, you wouldn't even be talking about maybe missing the regular season. Sam Laporta. Actually, Dan Campbell, hear what he had to say about it for yourself in the update, which is straight ahead. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke to the media today ahead of practice this afternoon. He shared this injury update on tight end Sam Laporta. Campbell also said former Michigan linebacker Jimmy Rolder is progressing well from his injury, but likely won't see the practice field before camp is over. The Lions do only have 4 practices remaining in camp. As far as on the field for this Saturday's preseason game against the Commanders, Campbell said Josh Dobbs will start the game at quarterback and split equal reps with Luke Altmaier, while some other starters will participate. Jared Goff will not play on Saturday. Kickoff from Ford Field is at noon here on 97.1. Michigan football tight ends coach Freddie Whittingham, the brother of Kyle Whittingham, is being sued by their former employer today. The University of Utah is alleging that of the 6 coaches who left Utah for Michigan, Freddie is the only one who did not fulfill the liquidated damages clause of his contract with the Utes. The school is seeking $1 million in damages. The Wolverines kick off the season in just over 2 weeks on September 5th at home against Western. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Did you like the tenor in Dan Campbell's voice during that injury update?
No. I don't.
I mean, he sounded like stressed out about it.
Yeah. I get it. Well, think of it this way, right? If it's bad enough you've lost your starting center for the first maybe 6 games of the season, right? Mm-hmm. And nobody wants to bring up injuries because they've been such a prevalent part of the reason the Lions haven't advanced in the last couple of years. So when you start a season and then there's an injury, look, you're always going to expect an injury of some kind. And you hope that it's nothing too serious. And it doesn't sound on the outset like this one's going to be serious with Sam Laporta with a hip. But it's a hip following a back surgery that he's recovered from, and you get a little concerned there. And when you bring in an offensive coordinator from a team that they utilize the tight end like crazy to the point where Trey McBride was setting records at Arizona, and then you get your hopes up. Oh, well, what can he do for Sam Laporta and the tight end group here with the Lions? Okay, that'd be great. But now that it might be taken away for maybe the first week of the season or longer. Yeah, I can understand why there'd be a little stress in the voice.
Let's replay it. This is from moments ago. Dan Campbell talking about Sam Laporta's hip injury.
I don't feel okay.
I don't either.
How do you feel after you hear that?
I mean, I think you and I have a pretty long reputation of not being panic farmers.
Right.
And I'm not trying to panic on this at all.
We even have a panic advisor.
We do. When we should panic, when we should. I'm not consulting the advisor on this one. I'm a little panicked.
Yeah. This might be out of her realm. But yeah, this is I don't like hearing that. I don't feel comfortable hearing that.
Kang, you're the governor of we turn to you for a lot of advice and a lot of counsel, and sometimes you're a better judge of what's coming out of the speakers than we are. Are we panicking too much over this?
I don't want to say you're panicking too much because I'm a little panicked. But here's the thing. If I try to calm myself down, and maybe you two as well, is in the beginning before Dave Burkett asked the follow-up, he did say basically it's not a big deal, right? Where it's just a little flare-up, it's not a big deal. It's when he asked the follow-up question, that's where the panic starts to set in, where he's like, I don't know.
It's like, it's not a big deal. I mean, we'll have him back.
Yeah.
But by the start of the season,
you're right. Yeah, that's like,
And it's a late start this year. It's 24 days away.
And you can almost hear the exasperation. He's like, I don't know, Dave.
Right. I hope he's exasperated. Dave, this is Dave's fault. Dave, I'm sick of your questions.
Right, Dave, shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up, Dave. We're fine.
You're always pressing me, Dave. Damn you, Dave. We're misinterpreting. Okay, I feel better.
Yeah.
We're misinterpreting it.
Is that it?
That troublemaker, Dave Burkett. That's
He
what
is
it
a
comes down
troublemaker.
to.
Yeah, but I
yes.
feel like if you would have asked one more follow up, Dan Campbell would have been like, "We're screwed, Dave. We're screwed."
We're canceling the season.
It only gets worse every time.
No,
he
we
asks more
thought we had a
questions.
chance. We don't have a chance. We're gonna fold up. I don't know what to do.
This is not a laughing matter.
Well, hopefully it's not terribly easy. Let's just go with the first part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he's got a hip. He's just going to rest him for a little bit here.
All right, so they did bring in Tyler Conklin.
Yeah.
And Tyler Conklin at 31 has that career arc of looking like his most productive days might be in the rearview mirror. That doesn't mean he couldn't be a good role player when you have a healthy group of tight ends. I'm not sure that he's a place in his career where he's ready to assume the load of being tight end one. I really wanted to get Chiga Okonkwo, who was with Tennessee last year and put up really big numbers and scored touchdowns and had some big plays. And he signed with Washington. So,
well, Conklin's not that far removed from being a productive tight end in the league. I mean, 2 years ago, he had 51 receptions. Last year, he only had 7, which is kind of strange, in 13 games. But, you know, he had a stretch there, a 4-year stretch of 61, 58, 61, and 51 receptions.
So he had 61, 58, 61, 51, 7.
Yeah.
That's trending. Maybe he was dealing with an injury last year.
Well, yeah, and he's also, he was number one. I think he was number one tight end in Minnesota because they had him before. Then they traded for Hawkinson. So, yeah.
When I think about
he played with the Jets, for crying out loud. How good are you going to be with the Jets with all the issues they've had at quarterback?
Outside of quarterback, if you're going to tell me, I mean, I guess I don't want a receiver to get hurt, but that's a deep room. And that's a talented room. I don't want a running back to get hurt, but I'm okay if Pacheco needs to carry the load for a couple of weeks.
Slow down, Doug.
What?
This isn't serious. This isn't an ACL. It's not an Achilles. This isn't a shoulder. It's a bruised hip.
Is it a soft tissue?
It's just a soft tissue injury right now.
To the hip.
This is nothing to get too concerned about. This is just it. Wipe it clean. All right. He's not in concussion protocol, where he's got a history of that. None of that. All right. Not a collarbone. It's not a dislocated elbow. Doesn't have a broken hand. He's okay. They're just going to rest him for a little bit.
Are you convincing yourself or are you convincing
Yes.
me? Okay.
And hopefully the rest of us.
Yeah, this could be a lot of angst over nothing. All right, do you want to come up with my ethics question or college football question?
Oh, ethics.
Ethics?
Yeah.
Wanna go with ethics?
Got a moral dilemma?
No. Well, I had one, sort of.
And you're concerned about how you handled it?
I want to know how I should have handled it.
Okay.
So when we were on vacation, we were in a beautiful northern Michigan town. And we pulled in, this was not one of the nights we were camping.
Okay.
We pulled into a hotel. And the hotel had limited on-site parking. But it had, auxiliary lot.
Oh, good God. Yeah.
So when we were checking in, there was actually plenty of parking on site. And we went to run a couple errands and came back, and a lot more people had checked in.
Oh, there's less parking.
And there was significantly less parking. And as we pulled in the lot, we saw one space. And I drove over there, and there was a woman standing in it. And I put my blinker on to indicate I was going to pull into that space.
Yeah.
And she put up the stop sign with her hand.
Uh-huh.
And said, I'm holding this spot.
No. Get out of the way. I will run you over.
In theory,
That's what you're saying in your head.
that's what I said through my head. I did not proceed to run her over, which feels like it would have been a bad choice.
Mm-hmm.
But can you do this?
No. This is an awesome opportunity to use your outside voice. You can get angry with this one. Get out of the way. Excuse me. Yeah, I see your hand up like you're holding a space. This is not what we do. You're not holding a seat for somebody at a movie theater, okay? This is a parking spot, and obviously they are at a premium. Move out of the way, please, with sugar on top.
Kang?
I can't believe that people do this, but
It's
they do.
incredible.
There are people like this out there, but I'm like you, Doug. I'm in part of my life where I'm trying to lower my confrontations of moving, with people, with strangers that I don't know moving forward. I don't need this, and so if there was a spot right around there that was open, I might just do that. But if there's no spots,
sounds like there was no spots.
I gotta say something, man. I like at least to the fact like you can't hold the spot. Like you just. And then I guess go from there. I don't know
how
how
old was
adamant.
she? I need some more details. How old was she?
She didn't look old.
Okay, so like
she wasn't young. Okay, but I don't know,
somewhere between 40 and 60.
I would have said between 30 and 50.
Okay, was she a larger woman?
Not particularly, but I
Okay.
wouldn't call
No,
her in
that's-
shape.
Okay. I'm just trying to size this whole situation up.
What are you saying? You could just move her along?
No. I'm just listen. You'll see where I'm
Doug,
going.
you
at.
could have taken her.
Yeah. No. You'll see where I'm going with this. Okay.
Yep.
Was your wife in the car with you at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have an opinion on this woman that's holding up her hand, preventing you from pulling into the parking spot? Your wife can be pretty.
She can get feisty. Yeah.
Was she feisty in this situation?
She wasn't. No.
Could she have gotten to feisty, or was she like just figure it out another place, or did she not understand what was happening?
No, she knew what was going on.
So she wasn't feisty.
I think I said some things, and that made her laugh.
Because my next question is, do you think your wife could take her? And that question is usually a yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, if push comes to shove, Karen's got to get out of the
Okay,
way.
but the question becomes, is it worth it? Like if she's going to stand her ground, what do you do here? It's
I
a
think
parking spot.
Yeah, I got it. Look, half of this is in jest here, but the reality is the situation.
real world.
In the real world, I would pull up in that situation if someone was holding up her hand and I've got the window down. I'm like, why do you have your hand up? So I'm holding this for somebody. And I would say in a calm voice, I'm sorry, you can't hold this parking spot for somebody. I'm literally ready to park in here, and whomever it is that you're holding your spot for is not. I'm going to ask you to please move out of the way and be as kind as you can.
That's not happening.
You can try it.
You're going to be upset. You're going to be like, what is this
but
person
here's-
doing?
Okay,
There's
I
an
will tell
inside
you
voice and there's an outside voice.
things that ran through my head, and then I'll tell you what I did and what happened. All right, and we will get to that in 5 minutes. But what are you supposed to do?
Could you be a lamb and just move?
Hey, sports fans, Twin Peaks has an action-packed weekend planned for everyone. That's right, the best sports bar on the planet has you lined up nicely. Your local baseball team in the fight for their playoff lives, starting a series with division rival Kansas City tomorrow. And then the Honolulu Blue Cats are back in the preseason action at noon. And the word is multiple starters will be playing, although not Jared Goff and not Sam Laporta. Plus, we got a fight Saturday night, massive pay-per-view boxing match, Raleigh Romero and Teofimo Lopez. So check out Twin Peaks. Picture the ultimate man cave, comfortable lodge setting, 50-plus wall-to-wall TVs, and a minimum of 8 satellite boxes showing every sport under the sun, including your favorite teams across all leagues. Now it gets better. Your favorite draft beer poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, exquisite craft cocktails made with top-shelf bourbons and margaritas, and scratch food. You won't believe that you're sitting at a sports bar. It's outstanding. The beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls bring it all together. Come see the difference all weekend long at Twin Peaks. Eats drinks, scenic views. A lot of feedback coming in here. Look, is it an ethical dilemma? I don't know if it's an ethical dilemma, but I was a challenging situation out in public, and I'm wondering how you would handle it. What is the appropriate way to handle it? My favorite response, though, I've seen come in here. Oh, no, I've lost it. From Coy Boy 1. In the wild, Karens should not be approached.
I think you handle this like Dalton did in Roadhouse as the cooler of the Double Deuce. Always be nice until it's time to not be nice. So be nice. Excuse me, I need to pull into this spot. No. Please, if you understand that there aren't parking spots here, whomever you're holding this for is not here. I am. I need to pull in this spot. No. Until it's time to not be nice. And then you're going to let expletives fly and you're going to start to push.
Look, Karen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
And then you tell your wife to get out of the car and move her out of the way.
Ken, you have any follow-up questions?
No, I'm just going to say it's someone that's being reasonable. Someone who's standing in a parking spot saving for somebody else or for themselves is not a reasonable move. So I don't think you can reason with that person, whether you're nice or not.
Try.
Of course. I think the first step is always be nice and try. But I think step 2 comes quickly.
It might.
So there's for people just joining us, we're checking into a hotel last week. Parking lot at a hotel, limited on-site parking. There's an auxiliary lot. We were parked there, went out, ran some errands, came back, and the parking lot had dramatically changed. There were cars everywhere, found a spot, and went to turn into it, and there was a woman standing there telling me, no, I'm holding the spot. And I kind of laughed. Then I said some things. My wife laughed. And here's always my concern is, okay, let's say I end up bullying or am rude in any way to get this spot. Then I have to leave my car there. And I don't know these people. I don't know how quick triggered they are. I don't know who's with this person. And my car becomes sort of a sitting duck to anybody that wants to do anything, right? It's like with the road rage incidents where I was like, let them go. Just let them get ahead of you. Don't try and outrun every. You don't want to be if there's somebody's mad at you, you don't want to be the car in front. You want to be the car behind. Now you're controlling the situation and let them drive away. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to drive away. So I decided to drive away. I turned the corner and I'm driving down, and just then somebody was pulling out of a spot, and I ended up getting a spot anyway. It didn't change the question of whether or not this person's allowed to save a spot and just stand there.
Well, of course they're not allowed to, but it's how do you handle the situation?
So I parked the car. We were in our room, and then about 20 minutes later, I came out of the room, and I looked at that spot, and there was a car there, and there was somebody unloading luggage from the car. This was an elderly gentleman, which appeared to be much older than the person saving the spot. So I had the thought, maybe that was like his daughter holding the spot for an old man.
Sugar daddy.
Maybe it was.
Doug, I missed it. Did you say anything to her, or did you just pull away?
I pulled away.
Okay,
I said a whole lot, but in the confines of our vehicle.
I know, not to you and your wife, but
I actually sat there for a slightly uncomfortable period of time. Like, okay, I'm going to make you stand your ground, and I'm going to make this uncomfortable. But I also was like, I'm not. As you said, it's not worth the confrontation.
No, but now, did you key the old man's car after?
No, I didn't. And
did you let all the air out of his tires?
I didn't do that either.
There's
no bowling ball through the back window.
Didn't hawk a loogie or anything.
Come on.
No, none of that.
All
but
right. Fine.
But then I thought,
wait. Yeah, you didn't do any of that. Say it out louder.
Let everybody know.
I did none of that.
No, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Doug didn't do anything.
Nothing.
Not a thing.
All right, bunch of feedback coming in.
I didn't do anything.
Put the car in park and create a scene. Next text. I would have tried to park this in the spot. Then if they don't move, I would put my car in park blocking the spot so they can't use it either. And then I'd walk away.
That's petty. I like it.
Doug, there's only one right answer. You smile at her and say, okay, no problem. Then you come back a couple hours later and empty all the air out of her tires.
There it is.
Doug didn't do that.
Nope.
No.
Not at all.
Can't prove it.
Regarding Dan Campbell's answer and the Sam Laporta question, who is hurt, it's not almost hearing the exasperation. He sounded ready to cry.
Should I play it again?
Yes, you should.
I don't know, Dave. I don't know.
I don't
have the answer, Dave.
I make myself feel a lot better to think that he's just mad at Dave.
Right.
Dave's been bothering
He's
him
like,
lately. Dave's
I'm
one
almost
of
out
those
of this.
reporters. It's like pecking at his
Always-
neck all the
always
time.
pecking, always
yeah,
pecking.
it is. So I almost feel like I don't know, Dave, you jackass. Like something
Why
like
would you
that.
ask me something like that? Why I was almost out of this press conference without having to provide more information, and you just did that?
You guys didn't see it, but Campbell actually lit up a cigarette after that. And it was like,
Cracked open a beer. I just got to calm down. Walked out of the room, came back, and I don't know, Dave. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe he comes back. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I said it was going to be long term. Live with that.
Keep pushing me, Dave.
Yeah, everything was fine. The cop, he had to keep pushing.
Regarding parking spot Karen. Gator, you are such a Karen about this. The lady's willing to stand there to save a spot. Let her have it. Move on.
No, that's ridiculous. She should. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, all right. Had I asked, and I said I would have done this nicely. Excuse me, I need to pull in there. If she had said to me, "I'm sorry, I understand, but I'm holding the spot for my father. He is, elderly." And he'll be here in 30
Which
seconds.
Which may have been the case because
that
when
were
I
the
went
case,
back
right.
later, that guy who was unloading the car looked elderly.
How much later? Like
20 minutes.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
Well, he might have
Is she going to stay there for 20 minutes?
I don't know how long she stood there. He might, and I don't know how many people she had to fend off.
Fair enough. But let's just say that she had said to me or to you, yes, my elderly father is right around the corner and I'm holding a spot for him because he doesn't walk well or whatever. And there aren't many spots. I would have said, okay, I can live with that, right? I have respect for the elderly.
Mm-hmm.
I just lost my father a couple of years ago. I'm fine with it. I would have driven on. Me being able-bodied, I can do that. Now, if she doesn't provide that kind of information,
move it, Toots.
Get out of the way.
More feedback here. I agree with Gator. Get out of the way or I'm running you over.
No, I'm not going to do that. I did say that, but of course I wouldn't do that. That's
Next
ridiculous.
text, that was dead ass wrong of the lady, but I won't get involved with that. I would just go wherever.
Did she look like she could have been starting something? Like she had that look?
No, she looked harmless. The problem is that if you win and take the spot away, some people are brazen enough to remember what your car looks like. One voice says to take the damn spot no matter what. The other voice says it isn't worth it to come back to a broken window over it.
Was it a decent hotel or the cameras outside?
It was a decent hotel.
Yeah, there'd be cameras outside to capture that.
Nice place.
She didn't look like she'd be unhinged.
After taking my wife camping, we were staying at a nice hotel. And I really didn't want to make her walk from an auxiliary lot. I would have dropped her off. But
I'm surprised. I'm more surprised that your wife was getting all feisty about this.
That she wasn't?
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
she
she usually does.
But she must have been in a good mood. Nice job, Doug.
Thank you.
Keep her happy. Happy wife, happy life. And then you just keep moving on. It
Damn
really
straight.
it's part of it is it's the principle of the whole thing. You can't do that. Come on, be a better person. Be a better human being.
Like, are we allowed to do this in America in 2026?
Well, this is when you do it. It's in America 2026.
I think you're right. America in 2026. That's
America
gotta
in
turn it.
2010, maybe not so much.
What's in it for me? Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. It's brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, do what my mom did and call Builders First Source, because their expert team is going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. She loves her deck. It's awesome. Visit one of the locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, stop me if you've heard this before. Lions cornerback Ennis Rakestraw.
Stop. I've heard this before.
Left Lions practice with a leg injury. There's a tipping point.
Non-contact injury, by the way, is what's being reported.
How long is it going to be, Dan? I don't know, Dave.
I don't know. Just saw it.
Lions cornerback Ennis Rakestraw left Thursday's practice early to be evaluated for lower leg injury. That, according to Colton Pouncey. Dave Burkett adds, walked to the locker room under his own power, but tough for a guy who's had a lot of injuries thus far in his career. We just got a text here from a listener. What is Dan doing? Why are dudes getting injured in practice? Do we need to look at Dan here and how he's running his team?
Every football team in the National Football League will have injuries in practice. Every one of them.
Yep.
Nothing the Lions are doing differently. They have the most beautiful practice fields you'll ever see. If you haven't been out there to catch a practice, I am telling you, they are absolutely gorgeous. They're flawless.
The fields
are flawless. Guys get hurt, man.
You're gonna rave about the grass.
I could go on for days about the grass. You've been there, you know. You've set foot on it.
They mow it every day.
Every
They
day.
got people walking through there every day, like fixing divots.
That's the other thing they do is they fix divots every day. They have a crew of like 10 guys that go out there, and there's 2 full practice fields and a third one that's kind of on an angle there. They get out there and they literally fix divots. They get the divot mix, and the guys are really proficient at scooping it and slapping it down from 4 feet up in the air. I'm amazed at their accuracy. Fields are gorgeous. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if a field's gorgeous. Someone's still going to have a
it happens.
Injury, non-contact injury.
The question is there any data that would support that they're doing anything wrong, or is it just bad luck?
I can't imagine there's data that supports it doing things wrong.
If I were in charge, if I were named president of the Detroit Lions, okay, then we've got a show to finish, so don't worry. But if I were to be named president of the Detroit Lions, one of the first things I might do is commission a study. That's what I do. Commission a study on whether or not we're doing anything wrong as it pertains to injuries. Can I do that? Can I commission a study?
Yeah, you might as well do this throughout the National Football League. Because like I said, this happens everywhere.
Well, I guess I would, because I'd have to compare it to what other teams are doing. So it'd be a pretty extensive study.
A league-wide study.
I would commission.
You would appeal to the commissioner.
Yeah, no. Because I don't want to keep the data to ourselves. Figure out, I don't need to share the data.
Oh, okay.
I'm not looking out for the betterment of football players everywhere. I'm only looking out for the betterment of my football
just
players.
trying to win a Super Bowl.
As president, I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. As president of the Detroit Lions. And yes, to answer your question, yes, we would retire Jack Campbell's number. But the first thing that'd be the second thing I did, is announce he'll be the last player to wear.
This is so disappointing, and it's disheartening. The non-contact injury, those aren't normally good. Let's hope for the best here. But I mean, it's not. As you get older, you should have the non-contact injuries, right?
Well, you and I have non-contact.
We have non-contact injuries all the time. I sneezed and threw my back out. Yep. It's a non-contact injury. I reached over to pick up a sock. Whoops! Don't do that.
Yep.
Non-contact injury.
Yep. Did you ever get out of bed wrong?
All the time.
All the time. Hip.
My hoof hurts.
Yeah. Non-contact injuries, part of our lives.
Yes.
Ennis Rakestraw should not be part of your life.
No. He's like 24 years old. Oh, I hope it's nothing. I hope this is just precautionary.
But Kang is right, though. He said something earlier, and he's 100% right. I've given a lot of thought. We are conditioned to panic as it pertains to this team. I'm now seeing the video of Campbell answering the question about Laporta's situation, because somebody said he sounded like he was going to cry. And he said, we think we'll be fine. We think we'll be fine. And he was asked the question, is it going to go into the regular season? He said, I don't know, Dave.
I don't know.
He doesn't look like he's going to cry.
Does he light a cigarette?
No, he doesn't light a cigarette.
Okay.
Nor does he take a drink. Like
Did he take a lap and come back in the room later? No?
No.
Did he adjust his hat?
He didn't. Are we looking for cues that he's lying or uncomfortable?
Did he put his hands on his hips?
Did he look down? Did he look away?
Did he start tugging on his goatee?
What are some of the cues?
Rubbing his hand all over the top of his head.
These are the cues that you might be lying.
Did he look immediately to his left to the PR guys? Guys? No?
Get me out of here.
Right.
What's that? No more questions? Okay.
All right, we're all done. Sorry. Good.
I mean, I'm not watching the video without any audio of him answer this question about Laporta.
Is there steam coming out of his ears?
There's a resigned, defeatist look on his face.
Gonna read way too much into it.
I know. We are reading way too much. Laporta's probably going to be ready to go week one. He has 6 catches for 87 yards and a touchdown.
Does he look like he's giving his wife the bad news? Like, look,
Honey.
I know the cabinets were supposed to be here by now, but I just got a call from the contractor. It's going to be another 6 weeks or I'm back order. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's what the look kind of is.
Yeah. It's not a good look. You don't want to have to give that look.
But if anybody is ever working with any construction project, nothing ever gets done on time. It's like the air mattress of promises.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
It's just not happening. All right. I saw Valenti roaming around, but not sure what they have planned coming up next. Gator, do you have any idea what they'll be talking about?
They were talking about hard tissue injuries.
Oh, okay. Don't want those either. Thanks for listening. Carson Anderson, stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Not yet. Lions. There's somebody else in this room that is. Lions tight end Sam Laporta has been absent from practice the last few days. Dan Campbell tells you why. Campbell said it's unlikely for linebacker Jimmy Rolder to return before the end of preseason. He does think he'll be ready by early in the regular season. Josh Dobbs starting at quarterback this weekend. He'll split reps with Luke Altmaier. Those two still battling for the backup spot. Corner Ennis Rakestraw just left practice today with a non-contact leg injury per Dave Burkett. According to Shams Charania, James Harden has agreed to a 3-year, $97 million deal to stay in Cleveland. It includes a player option and trade kicker. The University of Utah suing now ex-coach and current Michigan tight ends coach Freddie Whittingham for an alleged breach of contract. The lawsuit claims he did not get written consent to pursue the role at U of M. Tigers have the night off. They're still just a game and a half back for the last wild card spot, which the Twins have snuck into. Defending U.S. Open champion Carlos Alcaraz confirms he's playing again this year, which will mark the first tournament action in 4 months. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, thanks to Jeremy Otto for that B- update. Welcome in. I'm kidding.
That's a D- open.
That's fair. We'll see. I don't know if this topic's going to work. We're going to try it, though. We'll get to the Lions at 3. Why? Because it's preseason. But Brendan Shabath joins me today. And look, I watched the press conference for MSU's new athletic director.
Wow.
Frankie Bartholomew or whatever his name is. I don't care. But I watched. Why? I don't know. I felt like I owed it to the audience. Let me at least do this. And while he seems energetic, seems like a nice guy, said a lot of good things, I did come away with one question. Because you're still all in it. You still love college sports. You're not out. You're just not. You're in. For Spartan fans, I think more Spartan fans are like me than you. I want to ask a question to everyone, and maybe you can help get them back to the family, Brendan. What does Dan Bartholomew need to do to get you back? What would get you back to Spartan football? I mean back to where they're not selling $20 tickets to the UW game. It's essentially their Dave Brandon moment. To where you wanted to go to the games, that you did carve time aside to watch. And again, please don't waste my time and say, well, win more. No. Those days are done. The days of winning 9 games and getting a New Year's Day bowl and feeling halfway decent about your season are over. You are either the prom queen or you're nothing. So I wanted to ask you, because look, I thought he was more personable than Jay Batt. I like that he didn't shy away from talking the talk, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do what needs to be done, and I don't know where people are. I said this to Rico a couple weeks ago. There's no buzz for college football season. There's not. And of course, a bunch of butthurt Michigan fans got all upset on ticket text, and it's like, guys, what are you excited about? I don't know a Michigan fan who thinks this team is some 11-1 relevant team. They're not. Maybe 9-3, maybe 8-4. That's if Underwood can play. But I wanted to ask you, and I want to ask the people. MSU football is a completely forgotten entity in Metro Detroit. If I ranked out 1 to 8 on order of importance, our pro teams, and then Michigan football and basketball, state football and basketball, MSU football would come in 8th, and a distant one. They lost me years ago. What does this new guy, what does that program have to do to get you back?
I like what you said about not winning more. And I forget the exact phrasing you used, but you either have to be, would you say, the belle of the ball?
You're the prom queen or you're nothing.
Right, exactly. That's the winning more that I need from Michigan State football in order to be back. I'm always going to be invested in Michigan State basketball. That's the team that I covered.
That's fair.
very devotedly while I was there. That's my sport. That's the team I'm always going to watch, even after Tom Izzo's long gone. And who knows where college athletics will be when that eventually happens. But I'm going to bring up a name that, I think Michigan State fans are not going to want to hear, that Michigan fans will probably laugh at, and that's okay with me. You need to get to the similar place and trajectory where they were in 2021 under Mel Tucker. That was a Michigan State team that was 11-2 over the season and won the Peach Bowl and really should have been 12-1. They completely flopped in that game against Purdue on the hangover from beating Michigan in the biggest rivalry matchup ever. But that's a Michigan State team that had all the trajectory, all the hype, and was competing off the field at an elevated level around the country in recruiting, in funding. This is very, very, very early NIL days, and they had a lot of momentum. And of course, it all falls apart the very next year with Tucker and everybody else.
His pants on.
Right, exactly. And so that's, again, off the field issues that don't have anything to do with it. But as far as on the field product goes, that's a Michigan State team that was so much fun to watch, and that you would set aside time in your week, in your day, to watch them and follow them.
Let's be clear, too. There was an extra factor both for Michigan in 21 and Michigan State, as we were all starved for the real thing. We lied to ourselves and talked about, all right, college football's back, sort of. I mean, let's think about this. I paid to have a cardboard Doug Karsh in the end zone at Michigan State. I did. I had a picture of Doug in Christmas pajamas, and there was a cardboard Karsh in the end zone of Spartan Stadium. Like, we were coming out of that.
It was pretty dire, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So
Yes.
it was like sensory overload to have that back, and both teams were very good.
I think that was a big part of it, too. Michigan State was as good as they were and a top 10 team in the country, while Michigan was at the same time.
Right. So my question is this, though, because there are people like me. I listened to Dan Bartholomew talk, and we can play some of the audio, and I'm not being disrespectful. What I said to Rico the other day, what I said to Stoney, and I'll say it to you. Your update the other day where you're like, look, he's a Sagittarius.
We are going to get to this, by the way. We're getting to this later.
You're like, he's popular at his church, record GPAs, he's a scratch golfer. I go, I don't give a rip about any of this. He either gets MSU spending $40 million a year in football, or he could take it down the road. But I don't even know if that would get people like me back because of where the sport has gone. But I wanted to ask everybody today. It's like the day after it. What will it take to bring you back to Spartan football?
It might be an unanswerable question because we might be too far gone. Because to let the audience in on pre-show, we were going back through old college football highlights from my birth, but your heyday, right? And these are a lot of names I don't know, but some of them I do.
I want to state for the record, this is important for my old heads out there. We were discussing something. I forget how this came up. And Chris Johnson. And I said, oh, man, did you ever see his 400-yard game in the Hawaii Bowl?
And then it's black and white footage that Mike brings up.
But it is standard def. And shout out Jaguars legend David Garrard at quarterback. But we went from that to LaDainian Tomlinson grainy footage in the WAC. We went to Michael Bishop at K-State.
That's who I was most impressed by.
Even gave you
Michael
a little
Bishop.
Troy Davis at Iowa State with jumbo shoulder pads.
Yes.
But no,
But unless there's monumental legal change, contractual change within college athletics, the Protect College Sports Act or these antitrust or whatever, unless there's monumental change in that, we are never getting back to the days of the highlights that you and I were watching before the show today.
No, you won't even get back to 2021.
And you just might not ever come back.
No, and that's why I'm asking people, because there's an element of this is, let's say Dan Bartholomew is the real McCoy. I have no idea. He did great things at Western. Lord knows your update the other day told me all about them. The point is, even if MSU turned into the most expensive hooker market in America, it's not going to replace what was lost. You asked me, can you name how many D linemen could you name on this team? And I said, Ben Roberts, ? Only because he was on the team last year, blew out, and I think he's back. You can have the most expensive players, but they're not your players. They're just placeholders.
Right.
But I want to know from fans. And I understand this is a provocative choice by Shabath and I
to open up with a Michigan State football question, but I thought it was relevant based on the AD talking yesterday.
You're not helping the Sparty radio allegations right now.
Well, first of all, that is one of, and I mean this, if you did a blind rank of the dumbest narratives about this show, that's probably number one.
It's up there.
I generally use MSU as a urinal. When I come on the air, I unzip and let fly. Name a time I have defended MSU inappropriately versus giving them a noogie right on top of their head. Like, that's the dumbest thing.
Yeah.
But it's dumb people who say it, so you have to forgive them.
Exactly. What's the saying about the average American, the George Carlin one?
Yeah, and half are dumber than that. Well,
Right,
that's
exactly.
Michigan fans. Yeah. That's the whole point. I'm sorry, David. I just want to make sure you're on your game. Do you want to play some audio for us? Go ahead. Just I want people to get to hear from the new AD.
I mean, it's the typical audio you get from a press conference when you introduce
It really
an AD.
is.
So here we go.
All right.
Never settle for less, he says.
Oh, dear.
Listen, Mike, I love Michigan State, and you know this. That place is my home.
You're out of your mind.
Absolutely. Even and I like Bartholomew. I like the hire. I like what he said yesterday.
A little cringy.
That one is cringy. That specific soundbite, and some of the others that are like it are like, all right, dude.
Never settle for less. Cutscene. Here's our linebacker room.
You arrived 12 minutes ago from Kalamazoo. Like,
yeah, take it easy.
Right.
But David, one more, because I want to hear from people. Look, there are plenty of people out there. The biggest misnomer is it's all Wolverines down here. It's not. It's just State fans are at work. There's a difference. David, I'm just keeping you on your toes. Plus, I made Paul laugh. That's all I care about. No, I just would like to know, is there anything Bartholomew can do to bring you back? Or is the sport so far gone, plus the program has fallen off a cliff, you've moved on? I admit it. I've just moved on. I'll go to one game this fall because Uncle Mike has a job to do.
Yes.
And I'll do that for my niece and nephew. But like, that used to be one of the most important places in my life, and now it's nothing. I don't care.
Yeah, there's no emotional attachment anymore, and I think it's in part because we're exhausted with the news cycle of this sport. We are exhausted with the roster turnover, to the point that you brought up earlier. I think that the only thing that could really bring them back is a football season of success. That, we have someone on this show who I think is actually a good person to look at, and that's Paul Serra and the Miami Hurricanes. If Michigan State did what Miami did last year, and they go on some sort of crazy run with a likable, fun team that admittedly has flaws but can perform well and go to the national championship game. If they were to do something like that and then be a top 15, top 10 team next year,
they'd have to double the payroll.
I'd be bought into the next. Yes,
that's the problem.
Put a dollar sign on it, whatever it is. That they're going to have to reach a certain amount of spending and funding to get there.
Paul almost hit the fan portal. He almost became an FIU fan. He's a big Pitbull guy.
Ooh.
He looked around the corner. He says, no, thank you.
Pitbull Stadium. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. I'm happy to talk about it. And look, if you're already in it and you're excited, fine. Again, I'm not levying judgment. I don't know if there's anything they could do, because I actually just think the university is run by a collection of clowns. So fine, show me. Show me a stadium. You know what Bartholomew should have shown up with? A power washer. Get to work at the stadium. This is how you earn your salary. Go wash that thing.
That's the easy answer to your question. How do you get bought back in? Brand new football stadium.
I mean, you kind of seen it across America,
Yep.
and then you get to state, and it's a sad trombone. All right, we'll get to the people next. 97.1.
David, is that the latest Pure Michigan commercial?
Sounds like AI. But we've asked the question, all right? So MSU's new AD, introduced yesterday, seemed to make a good impression. I don't know the man. I don't care. It's an idea of, that is, if we rank out our 8 sports entities in Metro Detroit, MSU football has fallen to number 8. And they've lost a lot of people along the way. And the sport has lost a lot of people. You put those two things together, you're having uncomfortable conversations. Places like Michigan State, places like Purdue, places like Virginia Tech. There are a number. Places like Arkansas. There are schools. And you go one of two ways. You either keep doing what you're doing, or you throw a cash bomb at the program. Okay, Oklahoma State, it looks like the coffers have been opened. They got Eric Morris. They got Mestonmaker. They got every good player UNT had. And now all of a sudden they're a dark horse to win the Big 12 when they've been rudderless for years. So the question is just, is winning enough? Or does MSU have to become one of the haves? See, I think that's really what the sport demands at this point. If you are not a have, if, as Brendan said, if you're not truly in this thing to make the playoff, then what's the point of any of it? Now, for me, I don't think I'll ever be back in the way I was, because the sport has evolved to a point. It's a joke. I've got a couple of stories later for Brendan, and it's not even a fair or foul. It's just, I want you to pick which one of these is dumber.
Okay.
2 headlines from college football.
Okay.
But we can get to the people. Or ticket text first, actually.
Oh, well, the one...
People, David just flipped me off
Get
and
to
made
the
the
people.
phone signal. Okay. David's had enough.
All right.
It's 2:20.
Oh, there he goes.
Enough.
There he goes. He's at the studio.
Are you done?
I just want to hear from the people. The texters always, they'll be there.
Okay. Well, David just disrespected half our audience. Perfect. Let's go to Mike on a cell.
221.
97.1. Mikey, what's good, buddy?
How you doing, Mike? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. What's up?
Hey, 1985 grad, Michigan State. Began as a freshman in 1980. Saw it all. You got a great show going, and what can win me back, because I'm kind of like you, is how about an AD that stands up for the college, stands up for the university? And I'll give you 2 examples. You know, Michigan State and Michigan get in the fight in the locker room. We got Jim Harbaugh saying, suspend guys. And we do. How about we make the decision what happens with our players?
Mm-hmm.
Not Michigan, not Jim Harbaugh. How about this for the new AD? Let's not play Central Michigan in sports anymore.
Agree.
We're an athletic department. We're a Big Time program. They're going to have this clown on the sidelines in a costume, makeup, or whatever Stallions was doing.
You're not wrong.
No, nothing. No, Mike, you know what I'm saying? It's like, why don't we stand up and say, instead of playing, and I even hate that term, you know, instead of being a little brother all the time, we get pushed around. We get pushed around by Michigan. We get pushed around by Central Michigan. And that's why we're a clown show. The third thing would be, and again, I go back to Muddy Waters, George Perlis. The only person at that university who has not put himself ahead of the school is Tom Izzo. George Perlis put himself ahead of the university. Mel Tucker put himself ahead of the university. And how about an AD that is going to put the university ahead of... Yeah, I met Jay Batt. Okay, look at his resume. You knew he was gone. Okay, he hadn't stayed any place more than 2.5 years.
All these ADs are gone. They're all hired guns now. No AD stays anywhere.
No AD stays anywhere, you know, and
I think we lost connection with Mike. I think his phone tapped out. But no, look, okay. He needs this guy to actually be a hitter. Can't be Paul Blart Mall Cop like we had. Can't do it. Like again, I'm not mad at anyone who suggests that. Why the hell does MSU care what anybody thinks at this point? Just go out, go rogue, do exactly what the school down the road did. Who cares?
And
I get it.
And I tell you what, I'm sorry, Cookies, but I wholeheartedly agree on the Central Michigan point. Don't play them in sports.
No, there's no debate.
No, absolutely not.
To hell with that. I mean, honestly, like that. Oh, you want to play? No, not in any sport.
Nope.
Here, I'll tell you what. You want to play a game? You pay us $10 million. Go to Danny, 97.1. Dan, what's good, bud?
going on, fellas? How you doing?
Good.
As a Michigan fan, speaking on the behalf, because I love when the rivalry's going on, and I listen to a lot of the press conference, and I don't know, maybe I'm an outsider saying it. I know ADs obviously are a big influence on all the programs, especially the ones that matter, football and basketball, but I don't think an AD is going to get any AD or any press conference of an AD is going to get you juiced for anything. So if I was a Michigan State fan and I actually called in when you guys hired Pat Fitzgerald, I don't know, man. I personally think he's going to be the one to bring them back in. His attitude, the way that he is going to, from on the optics at least, have his team ready to go. He's going in there saying we're with the bar set high. Not saying that, guys are going to be winning a national championship this year or anything like that, but he's setting the bar high. He's bringing the juice. He's got a chip on his shoulder. That's what I feel like Michigan State fans are. That's the D'Antonio mantra is.
But Danny, here's your problem.
Gritty.
You and I both know the same. Danny, you know what I know. If they're either going to give him money to buy the players he needs, or he'll fail just like everybody else. I don't think coaching has ever mattered less at the college level. You just go to the spice market and you buy the best combination of spices you can, and the coaching has become totally secondary. I mean, Danny, you know this. You don't get to install a system. You don't even get to install program values. Guys aren't around long enough. So, yeah, Pat can do whatever he wants to do. MSU turned a real interesting trick, Danny. They hired a guy who had no player pool to bring with him. That's insane.
Correct, but in their defense, how many people were standing in line to come and take on the program after the Mel Tucker experience and Jonathan Smith?
Sure, no, and Danny, that's where money comes into play. And I'm with you, Danny. Let me say this. I agree with you, but if there are bigger whores in college football than the players, it's the coaches. You just call 1-900-MIX-A-LOT and kick those nasty thoughts, okay? You can bribe these guys to take these jobs.
I totally agree, and I guess I'm going off assuming the premise of money just has to come with it. That's just what the sport has become, and that's just it's just as normal as the ball being a football-shaped ball. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. If you don't want money or don't have money, but you've said it yourself in the past, Michigan State's got the billionaires to do it. Now, if the AD can get it done, then that's pretty black and white. Either he's going to get the money and be able
Danny, I think it really just comes down to what Brendan said. Like, the bar is at a point now where if you're not in the playoff, it's a total disaster. You've set up 12 schools to have a good season, and everyone else was a total failure. That's what the sport is. That's not sustainable, but that's probably what it would take, because for almost a decade now, MSU has been almost exclusively trash. And it's been a rotating cast of characters, and there is no identity. Look, programs like MSU, it's a lot like VTech. Those are programs that are based on identity. They were programs that didn't get 5-star players. You just weren't going to get those kids. And the identity, the development, systems, it has to play. When you take away that, you've taken away their only weapon. So now you want me to believe you're going to bring in a bunch of kids who don't know where U of M even is with a map and instill some faux hatred in them. It don't work that way. It's all fake. So the only thing Bartholomew can do to me to get some fans back, they're gonna have to go and be Texas Tech. They're going to have to spend an insane amount of money.
The Michigan hatred will come in due time. It only takes a little bit of time being involved at either one of the schools in the rivalry for that to develop. You will experience something where you feel slighted, and you will thus hate the other school forever. I'm not worried about that. If Michigan State wants to get fans back like us, you talk about the identity that they had, a team that never got 5 stars, that always had a chip on their shoulder, muddy waters, right? Their identity needs to be, and it's just, you got to be a little bit sleazy. You got to be an Ole Miss or an LSU or a Texas or a Georgia. You got to be able to get a little dirty and do some stuff that you know is probably not great, but is going to let you compete in college sports. And that's spending money. That's buying coaches, buying players.
When you say sleaze, you just mean buying your way to success.
Yes.
Let's be clear before people lose their minds on the ticket text and attack you.
No, meaning that if you have to do something that 5 years ago everybody would scoff at, but nowadays it's commonplace. You have to accept one of these guys who's on a training camp roster right now that's going to be eligible down in Louisiana.
Oh, we'll get to that. Well, I mean, you're already seeing. I mean, tampering, for example. I mean, that's kind of just what needs to happen. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Like, if you want to win, that's what you got to do.
And if you get in trouble, pull the Michigan card.
What, throw things in a lake?
Yeah, just F you.
David, I'm just making sure you're on your game today. We'll get some of the people.
That's two.
Also,
Segment, I love it.
Also, can we do a wellness check? Paul Sarah has been silent the first 30 minutes of the show.
He's been yelling back here about the callers.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to hear from Paul next. 97.1. Well, leave it to bizarro U of M fans to somehow find a way to insert themselves. Do your thing. This had nothing to do with you. But go ahead. I don't care. We only aspire to cheat the way you cheat. The point is, MSU had a new AD yesterday. I've asked a question to Spartan fans, but the texters are really delivering. Shabath, do you want to read a selection?
Quote, "You sound like a bunch of whiners. Wah! We shouldn't play CMU in any sport. Give me a break. Sound like such little brothers."
Okay, maybe your GED didn't teach you this. They had a guy dress up on our sidelines. They allowed it. Their coaching staff was in on it. Not playing them means we're withholding money from them. Remember, we have to pay them because they're rat and they're garbage to play us. Why would we help you anymore? Go do your own thing. That's what that is. Now, I'm sorry you dropped out in the 7th grade. I'm just trying to help you understand the way of the world. Why would I give money to a school who was so disrespectful? I handed you $1.8 million and you funneled a scumbag on a sideline playing dress up. Yeah, no, we shouldn't play anymore. It's really not that difficult. But I'm sure you'd feel the same way at U of M.
And in the context of the season it was, I believe that's the year Michigan State lost 49-0 in Spartan Stadium.
Yeah, because that's when the story broke 2 days prior to the game, and Haller didn't have the balls just to not play.
And that's we knew Michigan was going to compete for a national championship that season. We knew Michigan State was going to struggle to get to 3 or 4 wins or whatever. You were already going to beat them by 50, and you had to send a guy to one of your in-state schools to go cheat at Michigan State, and then Central gained nothing out of it.
No, but they were in on it because of the connections between the two schools. But, dude, this is fish in a barrel. Just keep it rolling.
We do have more slappy texts as well.
Sure.
What Mike will never understand is that while, no, he is not a slappy for MSU, that doesn't mean he doesn't let Michigan live in his head rent-free. He can't talk about MSU without talking about Michigan at the same time. Both things can be true.
There is truth in that, except one problem. You cannot isolate these two because of, well, what you just did. Why are you here? Go back in your cave. And again, we talk about Michigan a lot, probably because you're the dirtiest athletic department in America. It's not my fault the stories keep coming out. Or I'm sorry, was it a Spartan coach banging his assistant? What was it, a Spartan coach who asked for where the butter knives are? What was it? Was it a Spartan who had a car service? Well, was it a Spartan coach who punched another coach? Was it the Spartans football program that was embroiled in a story that was covered over the course of 3 years? Dude, you don't get to make the rules. I don't make the news. I just report it. If you had kept your nose clean, 90% of the times we talked about your school never would have happened. Just like when MSU was embroiled in the Nassar stuff and we had to talk about it every damn day. Or just like when Mel Tucker couldn't control his penis. Oh, did I avoid that like Jansen does in the morning? No, I did not. See, you're not intelligent enough to play this game with me. Try something else. You're not smart. That's the problem with this.
And out of clarity and fairness, while yes, Michigan fans can insert themselves in these conversations sometimes, like you just mentioned, I also was the one who brought up jokingly Sparty radio allegations,
right? But
opening the door for this.
The point is,
but the idea that like you can't talk about one without talking about the other, we were, and then I just made a joke.
We're also in Metro Detroit and have a business to operate.
Yes,
Michigan is a very popular entity down here. If that's living rent free in my head, hey, do whatever you want, man. I get paid every 2 weeks. We're going to talk about the things that you people want to talk about. All right, let's run a show where we don't talk about U of M. Let's see how that goes. Now, I'm sorry that this is the only show on the station that doesn't feature a play-by-play guy or a broadcaster who's paid by the school. Maybe we can just, replace me with that. Plenty of Wolverine shills available. The day I leave, you'll get what you want. But until then, blow it out your ass. Shabath, next.
Talking about what will bring you back, Mike, you know dang well one successful season will bring you back. Winning cures all. Kirk and Milford.
Not like it used to be, Kirk. I'm telling you, that's not going to do it for me. But I'm an outlier. That's why I asked others.
A texter did bring up this idea, and I don't think it would shift over to college football. I think basketball is a little bit more intimate, just of a locker room and of a program and sport. But some texters have brought up the idea of Michigan winning the national championship. Even when Dusty leaves, a lot of those guys still come back. And the fact that winning cures all, and maybe the idea of boats and hoes and buying players doesn't necessarily continue if you have a successful season.
Well,
I
maybe.
don't think that will work for football.
Doesn't work for football.
I don't think it'll happen because somebody, oil money from Texas or Louisiana or whatever, is going to come with a big old bag in East Lansing and plop it down in front of somebody's face.
But I also don't think that was the reason why many of those Michigan basketball players stayed. It was late in the process, and I do think NIL they were already handed the bag, and I think they were like, we're here. So it wasn't because of winning. It was because they got the bag and it was late in the process.
Any offer another school was making to a Michigan basketball player, if it was above whatever Michigan was giving them, it's not enough for you to pick up and move a different state and go play for a new coach or a new team.
Let's go to the people. Let's go to Kevin. He's up next, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. I won't be back for Michigan State football alone, and it's a confluence of things that happened all around 21, 22, and it just becomes something where I woke up to the fact that during Nassar and Anderson, we'll never be covered the same, that when they were cheating, Joel Klatt and Gus Johnson and Wojo and all the media, they didn't care. The media didn't care. The TV channels didn't care. Nobody cared as long as the stars of college football were front and center and everybody was making a buck. And it used to be we had tiers in college football, but now it's completely either you have and you have not. And I don't think Michigan State will ever have. And so that's just where I sit as far as that goes.
Yeah, Kevin, again, everyone has their feelings. And I think you're talking on a bigger level about the erosion of the connection with your school and the idea of where the game has gone. I mean, yeah, the cheating scandal takes a lot of starch out of a lot of people because you're like, wait a second, what the hell's going on here? And yeah, I mean, like J.J. McCarthy, it's funny now. He basically openly admitted to the cheating, saying, yeah, we had to level the playing field. Are you kidding me? So yeah, I get it, Kevin, if that has a lasting impact and the fact the school is terrible, like, yeah, if you don't believe there's any pathway to them ever being real or in the mix for that playoff or in the mix for a Big Ten championship, if that's even a thing anymore, because they might do away with that. Yeah, Kev, I think you are the norm. Like, I really don't think the average person understands how many fans are getting alienated on a year-by-year basis to this sport. Now, could there be a recalibration? Maybe. Maybe rules do happen. Maybe contracts happen, antitrust exemptions, unions. I don't know. Maybe it all somehow comes back to center and we can regain a level of the familiarity or ownership aspect of what the programs are.
Stability, even.
Yeah, but in the absence of that, no, there's nothing that'll bring me to where I used to be. Won't happen. Won't happen. College hoops, I'm out. You can have it. It's an absurdity. You got rosters in college hoops that are older than NBA rosters. I mean, what they're doing with the tournament has really bothered me. It's all of it. I know you love college hoops. I'm not telling you not to.
No, I think on a national level and on the sport as a whole, yes. You sat there and saw me argue with Rico for 30 minutes about what they did to the tournament. But I think locally we are lucky right now, and I know Dusty May just left, but as far as the roster construction goes, we, for the most part, keep some of the same guys year to year, and it's easier to develop a relationship with these players and a following. But nationally, yes.
Yeah, we'll get more to people, and we do have some Lions stuff for you today. We've got a lot to do today, but people are responding to this, and we can play ball with it. You know, MSU has sunk to the depths of our power rank. They're number 8 of 8 as far as entities in this town, MSU football. What would it take to get you back? The new AD put on a real show yesterday. Does any of it matter? 248-539-9797. Warm weather is here, and everybody's on the road. Road trips, distracted drivers come with that. And unfortunately, so do accidents. Call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. You call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get to business in a second, but let's welcome in the Prince of Lake Okeechobee. It's time for a little NFL Blitz here. Hit it. DJ Paul Sarah from the depths of Okeechobee.
So I decided I'd have Mike versus Brendan here.
Oh, this is great.
The CBS released a list of their top players over the age of 30 going into this season in the NFL. So I got the top 20 here, and I thought you guys could go against each other to see who can name the most guys in the top 20, age 30 or older.
Oh, dear God. All right, who starts?
Who's over 30? I mean,
there's your biggest problem.
Yes.
Because it's a young man's game.
Yes.
So some of the
I'm just real quick rattling quarterbacks. Got to be under 30. Got to be under that. Yeah.
I'm going to give you one that I think he's older than I realize. May I offer Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes is 30 years old exactly.
Yes!
And he's number 3 on the list.
Yes! All right, I'm done. See you later. I knew he was getting a little...
We could do make it, take it, and then you could just keep going.
Man. All right.
No,
all right.
Whatever you want to do. I have a guess in mind.
All right, let me offer another one. And I know he's over the age of 30. And I think he's good, even though some people like to dunk on him, as you say. Can I give Dak Prescott?
Dak Prescott is number 12 on the list.
Yes!
Wow.
All right. Okay, now I'm in deep duty. Who else is over the age of 30 who would make this list? I go Matthew Stafford.
Number 4 on the list, 38.
3, 4, 12. Okay, this is good. This is good. Hold on.
I shouldn't have done make it, take it. I'm never going to get the ball.
No, you're getting the ball back. Don't worry. I got to think for a second. We can't do that on live radio. How about over the age of 30? I want to think about an offensive line. All right. I'm going to blurt this out. That way Brendan gets the ball. Trent Williams.
Number 5 on the list, 30 years old.
Bang! All right. Okay. Dude, it's tough because the players are not old anymore.
I know.
What about, I'm trying to think. I want to be expeditious about this. Over the age of 30,
Where's the shot clock?
I know, dude, I'm trying.
I need the ball. I have a guess.
Josh Allen.
Number 1 on the list. Just turned 30.
Yes!
That's the one I
Josh
thought
Allen
no
is
one
30.
would get.
I remember he got
Wow.
he got drafted like 2017. He was an older college player. All right. Here's where I'll get one wrong. I think he's either 29 and about to turn 30 or has just turned 30. I give you a player I hate, but he might be on this list. Lamar Jackson.
Not on this list.
He is 29. He is 29.
I knew he was right on the fringe.
I thought you were gonna get the whole top 5. You got 4 of the top 5.
I did well. Over to Shabazz.
Given that any of the 30-year-olds are going to be just before my college days, you talk about graduating college, how old they were. I want to say I'm going defensive side of the ball. I think he's close. I think he's over. I'm going to say Myles Garrett.
Number 2 on the list. He's 30.
Nice job by you.
All right, another one that's borderline that I'm pretty sure is younger than 30, but we're going to take a shot. How old is Baker Mayfield?
Ooh, good one.
He's got to be 29.
He's not on the list.
Dang.
He's 31.
Wow.
He's old enough. He's just not on the top 20.
What? That's...
He didn't make the list?
That's a bad call. I took a good shot. That's a bad call.
All right, now I'll take a shot. Because if he's not on the list, this guy might not be because his play's slipping a little bit. But I know he's over 30 because I argued with Rico about this guy. I give you Chiefs defensive lineman Chris Jones.
Number 19 on the list.
Barely.
Over to Shabazz.
All right, I'm going to stay on the line, but on the other side with a guy who has to be over 30. I just don't know. Given that Baker Mayfield's not on here, I'm not sure that this guy's going to make it. Lane Johnson.
Number 10 on the list.
Good poll.
All right.
It's make it, take it, right? You should go again.
Oh, yeah. Please. No, go
ahead. I feel like there's got to be an old receiver, but this is like a current.
This is where I was going with it.
A current top 20. Like,
think of this. He's got a Taco Bell in his house. At least on TV he does.
Devontae Adams.
Not on the list.
Oh, damn.
You led me astray.
No.
Can I say who I was going to say before I was poisoned? The jury was poisoned.
I'm sorry.
Mike Evans.
Not on the list.
All right. I was going to miss anyways.
Can I offer George Kittle.
George Kittle, number 14 on the list, 32.
Oh, God, now it's getting difficult. No, all right. There's no, his career's over. I can't say it. I know he's over 30. This is not my guess. What? No, I was going to tell him the name.
Referee, I'm going to shoot the ball, but if I miss, it doesn't count.
I'm going to throw a challenge flag. All right. Here's my guess, just for the sake of time. I know he's over 30. Khalil Mack.
Not on the list.
Damn. I was gonna say Tyreek Hill. He's off a cliff, but he's over 30.
I question if this player will be on the list as a top 20 player. I think he should be if he's over 30. Not guaranteed on that. Jared Goff.
Number 18 on the list.
He made the list? Damn.
Honestly, Jared making it in Baker not is crazy.
I agree with you. That's why I didn't guess Goff after the Baker guess. Fascinating. Okay, good. Make it, take it. We're under a minute.
Oh, geez. Travis Kelce.
Oh, hell.
Not on the list.
He's terrible. All right, Paul, who'd we miss?
Okay, so you missed number 6, Christian McCaffrey, who just turned 30.
Oh, damn. Wow.
You missed number 7, Derrick Henry, who's 32. You missed number 8, Danielle Hunter, who's 31. You missed number 9, Garrett Bowles, who's 34.
Garrett Bowles?
Just made a Pro Bowl and All-Pro.
Oh, God, man.
You missed number 11 from the Steelers, Cam Hayward, 37.
Cam Hayward?
He should not be on this list.
Not top 20.
You missed number 13, Quentin Nelson, the left guard for the Colts, who's 30.
Very fair.
You missed TJ Watt, who's 31 at number 15.
TJ Watt, I did not have at 31.
You missed number 16, Joe Thuney, the left guard for the Bears.
Never would have got there.
You missed number 17, Derwin James, just turned 30, safety for the Chargers. And last but not least, number 20, Leonard Williams, the D tackle for the Seahawks, who's 32.
He's had a resurgence. Okay. Look, I think we did okay considering we got ambushed and we couldn't take all the time in the world.
Yeah, Mike, you ran away with it.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that, Okeechobee. All right, that is Paul Sarah. That was nasty work right there.
Yeah.
97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. A source of Helene St. James says the Red Wings started with 100 names in their GM search and are methodically working through it. Quote, from the very beginning, we're never going to let the process of the timeline dictate. We're always going to be really super thorough. I can tell you that when we moved on from Steve, we did it really strategically, end quote. It continues, quote, yes, we'd like to have somebody in by training camp, but at the end of the day, that people should feel really confident in, that we're turning over every stone and going through a very thorough strategic process, end quote. Lions head coach Dan Campbell says that Sam Laporta was hit in the hip a couple days ago, explaining his absence from practice. It's flared up and aggravated, so they're resting him to let it calm down. Dave Burkett asked if this would creep into the season. Campbell said he didn't know. As for an update on their 4th-round pick from this season, Josh Dobbs will start the preseason game Saturday, splitting reps with Altmaier. Ennis Rakestraw left practice today with a non-contact leg injury. They're making me annoyed, and I'm not even annoyed. The Cavaliers front office has been busy the last 24 hours as well. They just locked up James Harden. I'm going. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, before we get back to the people, Shabath wants to add something to the mix, and I'm fine with it. But let me just, for the audience just joining, both hands on the steering wheel, because you're not going to believe what we were actually talking about. We had the audacity to bring up MSU football because it is by far and away the least newsy, interesting, relevant thing in Metro Detroit. They have fallen to the basement. They are 8 of 8. But they did intro a new AD yesterday, and Dan Bartholomew, look, he said all the right things, did all the right stuff. Okay, fine. The question we asked, and people really responded, was, what can this guy do to get you back to Spartan football? And is it just winning? Do they have to become a have in this sport, meaning spending $40 million a year? He's got to raise money, raise his tail off. Is it stadium? Or are you just done? The combination of the losing and the sport turning into parody. We have a few open lines for the first time all show. People really flock to it. And maybe that's because we never bring up MSU football. There's nothing to talk about. But what would bring you back? 248-539-9797. We're going to get to those calls momentarily. You were very upset in between arguing with Otto, in between audio quotes. It was something he just said in his update.
Yeah, he said that per the Helene St. James latest article on the Red Wings GM search, that they started with 100 names and are slowly working through them. Mike, have you ever heard of something called the cons of optionality?
What?
It's this
idea. Is this like when Rico does like Schlesinger's puppy dog or whatever?
No,
like,
you're going to like this. This is actually something that I first really learned about and experienced in the world of golf.
Okay.
But it's the idea that when you have too many options, the cons of choice, if you have too many choices, too many options, there's too much to think about and too much to compute and too many different scenarios to play out in your head. So no matter which one you choose, whether it is the best or not, you will not be satisfied with your choice because you will be stuck thinking about, well, what if I had done this? What if I had gone the other way? 100 names is too many. If you fire your general manager or promote him upstairs, whatever you want to say, if you fire your general manager and you don't have 5, at most 10 names right off the top of your head that you're going to talk to first, what are we doing? You need a search firm to tell you that?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You know, the idea of a school starting with 100 coaches to find a basketball coach, then your process is idiocy.
Right. And no wonder it's going to take forever.
Well, look, I'm not going to do what Cookies did this morning. I mean, he went ranting and raving and going crazy. I've reached a point. It's August 20th. Camp opens up the 17th. If this is the product they're going to present to us, where no one who covers hockey has ever really seen anything like this, where a team is a couple of weeks from camp, you got the captain with a trade demand, you have no general manager, and there's no real intel on the job. Okay, you can have Max Boltman, who's an accomplished hockey writer, throw names out that are his opinion. He's not reporting those are the names.
No.
You then have Helene St. James telling us they started with the entire cast of a Broadway play as their talent pool. There's no world. There's even 100 people qualified to do an interview. So I just choose not to accept it. I don't want to get upset. This is an Original Six franchise that, much like MSU football, has fallen into the ball pit. They are just, it's a circus.
It's the bottom of the chili pot.
I just don't know what else to say. So naturally, 100 names. Do you know how long that process would take? I mean, you can't.
There are 32 NHL teams. If you took two guys from the front office, the top two guys that are not the general manager of every single team, you wouldn't have 100 names. You'd barely be halfway there.
You could take every GM and assistant GM and then take 10 homeless people. You still don't get to 100.
And it's this idea. It's another example of no direction. Where are we? No one is steering the ship. They made a trade today. We thought Horkoff wasn't going to be allowed to do that.
They made a trade and got a can of Hormel chili back.
A transaction that goes on the NHL transaction sheet was made, is my point, right?
I'll stand down.
Someone made a decision and pushed a button. But no, they're going to hire a baseball guy. It's going to be one person. It's going to be two. We've got 100.
What if it was just a cleaning lady and she tripped over and her head smashed off the mouse? Accept it. She went careening, tripped over the vacuum wire. Ping! Oh, what the hell? I just acquired Freddie Palazzo. Who the hell did they get?
Suter Mazzotti, I believe.
Is it Jason Mazzotti's son, former Spartan and Hartford Whaler?
Well, he's from Okemos, so I think you're correct. I think you nailed it.
Jason Mazzotti was a goalie for the Hartford Whalers who went to MSU.
Suter Mazzotti is 23 years old from Okemos, Michigan. He had 13 goals and 19 assists at Notre Dame last year.
I don't know if that's Jason Mazzotti's kid, but that's a decent pull by me.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it moving. So call in. The line in there about you should have the utmost confidence we're turning over every stone. Yeah, because basically you're handing out flyers like the people on Las Vegas Boulevard. You may as well be snapping flyers in people's faces. Want to be the GM? Like what? 100 names. Can you imagine 100 names? You probably got a couple of dead people on the list.
It's very thorough of a process, guys. What are you talking about?
Hi, we'd like to talk to Teddy Roosevelt. Is he home? Sir, he's been dead for 80 years.
Winston Churchill. That sounds familiar.
I mean, Jesus. David, can I get to the calls now? And if you want to dial in on that Wings thing, you have carte blanche. I don't know what to say, but I'm not going to freak out. I mean, Cookies was on one this morning. I'll leave that alone. Let's go to DJ 97.1. Deej, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, what up, though?
You tell me. That's what I want to know. Were you at the press conference yesterday? Did you get to the lectern?
No, not at all.
Okay.
My dog. Not at all. Hey, so check this out, and this is from the outside looking in because I've never been at MSU nothing. When I was younger, I was a U of M dude, but all y'all basically got to do is do what Indiana did, because Indiana was the bottom of the barrel of national sports forever besides basketball, and Indiana football was worse than Michigan State football has ever been. And look what they did. So that's y'all plan. That's what he got to do right there to bring all you guys back. Just go get the bag, get the right coach, and win. But this is what I called you for, though, Mike. It's your counterpart over there, because he said something that I get kind of tired of hearing some of these guys say, man. I can tell you from experience, Mike, my blood nephew has transferred 4 times in 4 years.
Good Lord.
In Division I basketball. He can care less about a rivalry. He can care less about tradition. He don't care about none of that. But what I do know is my nephew got every pair of Louis Vuittons and Gucci that you can name because he's sitting on the bag now. And that's what we have to just learn to accept in today's world. Me coaching high school basketball, bringing around these kids, when people say, oh, the tradition, the Michigan rivalry, hey, man, that stuff is over with, man. That's us 40 and over guys who still be on that, man.
But you understand that's why I can't come back. College, being a college sports fan was built on everything we've lost. DJ, even if MSU is winning, it's empty. It's not real.
So do you think Indiana feels like that with their national championship?
I don't know because they never had football fans in the first place. I don't know what they're feeling. I don't know.
But did it not feel a little empty or less than it should have when Indiana University went
Correct.
undefeated and won the national championship? Like, it felt
ridiculous
expected and imminent, and just like it was so strange. It should have been this unbelievable accomplishment that we couldn't stop talking about. I mean, imagine if Yale won the national championship in basketball, or like just some random team. That's what IU did. But because they bought the players and they bought the program, which is what you have to do, to your point, it just feels empty.
It felt weird. Now, DJ, I want to get to the most important thing. Did you say you coach high school basketball?
Yep, at Detroit Depsa. I've been there 9 years now.
Man,
Yep.
I tell you,
It's a rival of mine. No wonder me and DJ don't get along.
we should do a road show and heckle DJ. This will be exciting. No, I'm kidding. No, go ahead. Finish your point out, DJ.
I was just gonna say, in all honesty, man, like you talked about it before, man, and you know, I think I'm like a year older than you. Me and you, I'm 47. I think you're 46.
I'll be 46 this fall. Yep.
Yeah, we're kind of the old guys now. So as a coach, man, I don't like what these young kids do, but then like I always come on here and say, it's not about me. So it's about them and it's their time. So to put that into perspective, the landscape is they're buying players. That's today's kids. That's today's generation. So either we're going to adapt to it or we're not. That's just where I'm at with it.
And that's fine. And no, DJ, and that's respectfully why I've opted out. I don't think we're teaching young people anything positive. Anything. Oh, you had a hard day at school? Oh, call the ambulance and transfer. Oh, okay. Dude, I'm not with it. I'm just like, it's just all of it. Oh. So you gave this person your word and they paid you what you wanted, but then your pimp came to you with a better offer 3 days later. Dude, it's just, we're not teaching any lessons and we're producing losers. That's all this is. You are producing people who have no ability to handle the life that's ahead of them at all. And I'm sorry, here's the other part. 99% of these kids have no future in the pros. Now we're taking away even the small amount of guys who wanted to go and get a degree of any starch because you went to 5 schools in 6 years. What degree did you get? You could be a travel agent. That's the only thing you're proficient in. So the whole thing's a laugh factory. It's an absurdity. And I'm not trying to disrespect DJ's nephew, but 4 schools in 4 years, it's fugazi.
And that is the reason, not to get off topic, and this is kind of a separate thing. But
it's summer. There are no topics. Do whatever you like.
The point you just made is the reason why Dan Bartholomew's accomplishments, quote unquote, at Western Michigan make it into the update. We'll talk more later.
Not this
I'm going to bring it up in fair or foul, but I do, and I don't think the same accomplishments will happen at Michigan State as at Western Michigan, because at Western Michigan, you're never going to get $40 million for the football team, right? So you got to do something else that is positive. But he took an athletic department and put in programs that helped kids get better grades than they ever have, graduate at a higher rate than they ever have, and be involved in their community more than they ever had. I'm glad that in this awful chili pot hellhole of college sports, there was somebody who was actually doing something to create some better humans in this world. It gets mentioned in the update.
David's disgusted with you. Hold, please. David, no, say it. Don't be a coward.
No,
say it.
I just started looking at other things because I was done with what you were saying.
It's not going to lead to a national championship in Western Michigan football, and it was never going to anyways.
No, but do we have
holistically
the update I referenced from the other day? It was 17 minutes. He was talking about this guy was like the VIP at the Kiwanis Club. I'm going, what the hell is this update? It's ridiculous. Oh, Dan Bartholomew was also honored at the Knights of Columbus. I'm going, can this end? Please. We'll get to more of the people. And also, Red Wings, they started with 100 names. Fair or foul? Call in. I'd love to hear a Hockey Elite on that one. Mastercraft, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They can give you a $79 AC tune-up and free on-check, and you don't need to call around. The guys at Mastercraft are going to get to you faster than anybody else, and they're available 24/7 for emergencies. Free in-home estimates, all work backed by a 5-year warranty, and they offer flexible financing to work with your budget. Call the pros at Mastercraft today for your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs, and for every power failure or seasonal shift, Mastercraft has you covered. Go to mastercraftheating.com.
Are we serious? This is unbelievable. I'm saving it for fair or foul. And then I'm taking over the whole segment.
He was great in the community. He also picked up some Honey Crisps at the grocery store. He's a Sagittarius who likes long walks on the beach and deep conversation.
Who's the last Michigan AD with a national title on their resume? Or Michigan State, sorry.
I don't know, John Hanna.
There you go. There you go.
By the way, Mike, I grabbed that from his update. That is almost a minute long of just Bartholomew.
Oh, he was huge in the community and kids were good at math.
There was nothing else happening. Literally nothing.
It was unbelievable.
His favorite holiday is Arbor Day.
His wife's nickname for him is Muffin. I mean, it was unbelievable. And all I said to Rico that day was, I don't give an F. Either he gets him spending $40 million and the stadium's no longer a dump, or he can kick rocks. That's it. That's all being an AD is now. I'm sorry, no one cares about the Sears Cup. Hate to break it to you. Men's fencing today.
Wasn't asking people to care.
Bro, that update was legendary. It's tremendous. Let's go to Matt. 97.1. Matt, what's going on, bud?
Yo, what's up, Mike? So before I get to Michigan State, I did the right thing and I sold the tickets.
Thank God.
I didn't want to, but I did. You know.
And you're going to go to the playoff game, and you were at your sister's wedding, and it's all going to work out just fine.
Yeah, I guess. We'll see.
Jeez. All right, go ahead.
For Michigan State, they just have to win. For me to buy fully back in, they got to win some key games against key opponents like, Michigan, Ohio State, whoever else they play. And then I'll fully buy back in. As far as the Red Wings, they're a lost cause, and to me, they're dead. I no longer care. This town only has 3 teams: Lions, Pistons, and Tigers.
No, Matt, it truly does make you apathetic. You hear this report today. I mean, starting your prospect pool with 100 names to run an original 6 franchise?
I'm going to apply and see if I can get
Honestly, Matt, you might already be on the list.
I've been getting a lot of spam calls lately.
Exactly. Yeah, block call from the world headquarters. I mean, Matt, I am with you on this. I mean, like, step back and think about this. You are going to be receiving a call to be the president, the GM, the decision maker of one of the elite franchises in all of sports. There are 100 names, not in this galaxy or the next.
How about this, Mike? I just looked this up real quick.
Sure.
If you did an interview every single day with one person for 100 days, let's say you're number 100 on the list. You go, yeah, I'll take an interview. When do you want me to come in? They say, well, I got a couple other people to do. How's November 28th?
It's crazy.
100 days from today is November 28th.
If you did 5 one-on-ones a day, 5 one-on-ones a day, that's 20 days. And the one-on-one, like, if you're a serious candidate, like, you're going to do at least an hour phone conversation or Zoom. And that's if you're back to back to back to back to back. And no lunch break at the world headquarters.
And in that scenario, are you really? It's like going to class. Like, are you like accepting any of the information? Is that staying in your brain? You're asking the same questions over and over and over
Class,
to these people?
What's that? Sign Lenora Sellers. Paul, go ahead.
Well, no, it's just the more that comes out about the Red Wings GM thing, the dumber it is. It's just dumb. There's 100 candidates. Why did you hire a search firm to turn up 100 candidates for you?
They could have hired us.
Why is it coming out that it doesn't have to be, you don't have to have a hockey background to be involved in the search? Why is it that they're having to tell you they want someone to show up with a plan in place to tell us what they want to do? That's just a GM interview. They're supposed to show up with a plan. The idea that you need to specifically point that out is idiocy.
Okay,
we want to make Detroit a destination. Sir, we are the New York Yankees of hockey, okay? This doesn't have to be made a destination.
Well, we also don't get to
come
change state tax laws. Like, you're
Right.
not going to make this a destination compared to places that have no state tax. Here's my one thing, and Paul, Brendan, David, whatever, and if fans want to yell at me about it, it's kind of a fair or foul. Am I unfair? Am I wrong? Am I being a jackass? If they end up hiring Jeff Greenberg after all of this, a search firm, 100 names, and they simply move Greenberg's desk from Tigers World headquarters to Red Wings like Milton in Office Space, am I allowed to just quit and say, I no longer recognize this as a serious franchise?
I would simply say, then why just go to find another 100 names then and not go to Jeff Greenberg? You can't do 100 names and end up next door.
Oh, they can do whatever they want to do.
There's no point in 100 names if you just get the guy that already works for you.
If that's the case, I want them to post a video of them moving his desk, and I want the Benny Hill theme music playing.
Yes. I also want the big board of the 99 other people who didn't get the job.
Well, we have some suggestions if you would like.
Okay, go ahead. Ticket text.
100 names for Red Wings GM are Barry Melrose and Reggie Dunlop from the Charlestown Chiefs on it. What a joke. That's
What about Darren Pang?
Bobby and Macomb. Another one says from Scott and Carlton, I heard that Dan Bart Simpson or whatever his name is counted
It's
to infinity
Bartholomew.
twice. Then he saved a kid from a house fire. That's
They wouldn't need to interview Bartholomew because they would just listen to Brendan's update. They'd know everything about him.
There you go. You don't need 100 candidates for your AD. I'll tell you everything you need to know.
Jesus. 100 names.
Wings GM search numbers likely fabricated to make them sound like they are searching harder than they actually are. Too bad it's actually backfiring and making them sound like they have no idea what they are doing.
That would be my question to the Hockey Elite is, do any Hockey Elite fans feel good about this right now? I'm asking. You're allowed to have feelings. Yes, Paul.
Well, just how low on the barrel are they going for 100 names? Like, there can't be 100 actually qualified people for this job. So are they just like random? Are they going to call up Jim Koss and be like, well, you're a season ticket holder, right? You want to be number 98?
Well, it's like Akron. They're going to have a fan run their opening 10 plays of the season. They got a contest going. You get to be their offensive coordinator.
It's going to be the guy from Barstool.
Well, you said that with a level of disdain.
It's just, yes.
Nah, Dan's a good egg. I like
no, it's not Dan. It's the entity.
Maybe it's a Willy Wonka situation. There's going to be a golden ticket hidden in a hot and ready. If you get it, you get the interview.
You know what always bothered me about Willy Wonka, that whole thing? A number of things. How did the grandfather go from being a cripple to dancing in 10 seconds? The guy was sharing a bed with 6 other people. He couldn't get out of bed and walk for a decade.
He finally experienced some hope, maybe?
But they get a golden
Magic.
ticket, and he's Michael Flatley. I mean, first of all, the movie's creepy beyond anything else. Movie's absolutely nightmare fuel. Maybe Willy Wonka's getting an interview. Go ahead.
Be better than Jeff Greenberg in my mind right now.
No, my point, and again, he worked for the Blackhawks for 10 minutes. I mean, the idea of hiring the guy who's working for your baseball team to come over and run your hockey team, then why did you hire a search firm? That's like hiring a search firm in college. We got 100 guys who are going to look for coach, and you hire the existing defensive coordinator. Then what was it for?
Also, to the point, it's like you hire a search firm, you fly 100 different candidates into Detroit. You're spending all this money to just hire Greenberg.
There's no world.
But you couldn't get Stamkos.
No, there's no world. There's 100 names. Am I allowed to just, with no evidence, refute a report? Because I'd like to do that. The more I think about this, the more insane it is.
No, there's 100 names.
No way.
There cannot be.
You could take 3 people from every organization. You wouldn't get to 100.
When you consider it's the same ownership that is also operating the Detroit Tigers and some of the, I don't want to say lies, but the PR speak we've been given about the Tigers, even in stats or whatever.
Much safer choice.
Right. It can't be 100 names.
Well, it can't be because it couldn't be 99 because Gretzky's numbers retired, so it had to be 100.
You could tell me they had 20 names. I'd say it'd be too much.
Yeah.
You have to have an idea. Like, there's a break glass in case of emergency list. That God forbid something happened. These are the names we'd call. 100 names.
It's the cons of choice. If you have 100 people, well, this guy's going to be good at one thing, and this guy's going to be good at another, and this guy was a good interview, but we didn't like his plan, but that guy had a good plan, but his personality was weird, and you're just going to go around and round and round.
It's like American Psycho. They're sitting there comparing all the business cards from every candidate. Right. Oh, is that eggshell with raised lettering? How do you... I'll leave it to the Hockey Elite. Because they could end up with a wonderful candidate, but the process of it, like... The idea that they started with 100 names is bat bleep crazy, if it's true. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next, 97.1. All right, we got jam-packed phone lines. 2 topics in the mix. One, what can Dan Bartholomew do at Michigan State to bring you back to MSU football? And
increase the community service in East Lansing and the surrounding area.
Well, we'll let Brendan and his speed dating update play a little bit later. The other topic is this report, Helene St. James, the Wings start their search with 100 names to run this franchise. Does that make you feel better or worse? You know what side we're on. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Joe. He's been very patient, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, here's the deal. I don't think it's a sin to be a fan of your college team through thick and thin. When I was a young kid, Duffy Daugherty had the Spartans in the national championship games through the mid-'60s. And there's been a lot more thin than thick, obviously. But I think what's going to get me to have them be must-watch TV again is just show improvement. I think Fitzgerald's the right guy. I think Bartholomew's the right guy. Obviously, Izzo's the right guy. And if they can go to a bowl this year and be knocking on the door of 10 wins in a few years, I'm fine. I won't miss a game.
Okay.
But it's okay to still follow them and hope for them and root for them.
I didn't say it's not. Joe, I give you my perspective. I'm not mad at you in the least. Hell, I'm jealous. I'm jealous you can still enjoy it. I miss it. I miss levels of what it used to be because of the people and my time at a place that was very special to me. I'm not mad at you. I don't have that perspective anymore. The game has changed so much. I don't even recognize it.
Well, I know, and it's certainly a lot more fun when they win, but they got a shot at it, and I'll hang in there with them as long as I'm around.
Well, listen, you're a good man, and I tell you, they love customers like you. They love you.
Was Joe at a grocery store?
I believe he was ringing some items out, and that's why I wanted to move on.
It reminds me of that episode in The Office where Jim's avoiding the guy that comes in, and it cuts to him in the car on the phone with Philadelphia Sports Radio.
I'm gonna tell you, I love The Office. Huge fan of it. I think Pam is one of the worst human beings in the history of
the Ryan Russillo take. Yeah,
I hated Pam.
Yeah.
Oh, my art.
Pretty rough.
Failed out of art school, and then you're kissing the cameraman.
When you look at the resume of everything she did, it's rough.
Hate her.
It's very rough.
Absolute hatred.
Great show, though.
Oh, fabulous show. Couldn't make it today. Another thing, people be too offended by everything. You never even get the pilot launched. You couldn't make that show.
Yeah, some of the early stuff, you're right.
Early stuff, you'd have no shot.
Yeah, no.
Carry on. We'll go to Zach, 97. Zach, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good, pal. What's going on?
So, a couple of the callers earlier kind of was going to go because as a varsity football coach and a coach of multiple other varsity sports, as an official as well, even the game at the high school level has changed. Obviously, at the college level, it's super transactional. There's no care about rivalries. It's not about tradition anymore. It's about money. That is happening at the high school level just as much. There's NIL deals that are happening right now as we speak. And it's ironic because the basketball coach that called in got a player from my school to go to his school and then went on to play football at Ferris State University during their national championship runs.
Whoa.
Yeah. Anywho, for Michigan State to be successful, I think they got to be competitive and show a little more grit this year. And when he was at Western, their hockey program had some success, and the university put some more money into the program. I think the biggest thing they have to do is show that they're willing to fight and they're going to improve and get better.
No, and they got to spend.
From a Michigan fan.
Yeah, Zach, it's just about increasing scale. I think if you put it to scale for Western Michigan, he's very successable. Now we're at that next level, and that's going to be his test, is can Dan Bartholomew 10X what he was doing at Western? Because that's going to be about what it needs to be.
Absolutely. And, as much as you want them to, to become the next Texas Tech or another program like that that's dumping billions into their programs, it's very far-fetched at this point.
Oh, big time.
Just because of the lack of success in the donors.
No, and Zach, the other problem too, facility-wise, it's also when you look at what this all is right now, you have coaches, including Kyle Whittingham, just hired at U of M, this is entirely unsustainable. Everyone in the sport looks at this and goes, this is insanity. Yet here we are. So Zach, you're right. It's just until or unless there are rules, you have one pipeline to being relevant. And if you're not going to be relevant, then what's the point of any of it?
For sure. And it hurts me because I like when you're passionate about Spartan football. It makes radio better.
I
have a lot
miss
of friends
it.
that are Sparty fans.
No, of course.
We don't even get together anymore for the games because it's not fun.
No, and Zach, I'll say this, and look, you may bristle at this, but I need a level of blind faith from you. All right. Most of my life, State has not been good at football, so this is not a new thing for me. But yet, most of my life, college football was my favorite sport. Now, zoom in on the rivalry. Most of my life, State did not beat Michigan, and never had more talent than them. But the games were always incredibly compelling, going through the 90s. And, hey, you had a couple of clunkers in there, but the games, by and large, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, no, those games were legit. They were must-see. Now, the game feels empty. It feels different because both sidelines, they don't even know why they hate the other sideline. They've been there for 10 minutes, and it's not the same, Zach.
My childhood was the 2000s and the 2000s. My teenage years was in the 2010s.
Yep.
So that's my first memory was it the triple overtime game?
Oh God, there was a
when
double.
When you were wearing those atrocious green uniforms.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. So you're going back. So it would be they had the overtime game where Larry Caper scored to win it. Then there was the overtime when John L. was there, and I think it was Dan Goss missed a couple of chip shot field goals. I mean, I mean, look, but again, those teams weren't even good, but those games were passionate. Right. They mattered.
But the games were fun, and and I'm cautiously optimistic about the new coach because when he was at Northwestern, Michigan games with them were always close.
Zach,
scary.
Look, it's tough, and I'll be brief because no one really cares. But like, I want to give Pat Fitzgerald a chance. Not that I care about the sport anymore, but man, if you drew up a coach not to hire, guy who's been out of the modern game, a guy who doesn't have a roster to rip the best players from, right? You're hiring a guy who isn't actively coaching. Then you hired a guy whose idea of aggressive offense were 3-yard mesh routes and punting from plus territory. Look, we can all change. You don't have to be who you were last week. If Pat Fitzgerald hasn't completely evolved, this has no chance of working. Hear me when I say it. Now, maybe he has evolved. Maybe he had time. The one thing they can't fix, he can't take players from the school he left. Like when Auburn hired South Florida's coach, Alex Golesh, oh, look, Byron Brown is the new Auburn quarterback. Like, he's able to take his best players. We hired a guy who brought no one.
MSU just had to get him before the Red Wings did.
Pat Fitzgerald's on the list to run the Red Wings. There's 100 names. It's not impossible. All right, football season. Elevate your tailgate. Moran Chevrolet, proud sponsor of all training camp coverage, 97ontheticket.com. Great tailgate starts with the right truck, the 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8, ready for game day, and haul all your summer toys as well. There's a reason Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. The best pricing, of course, but inventory that's actually available. Go to MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, we'll check the text. We'll get to the last couple of calls, and then we've got fair or foul, and I have got, we are redefining the bottom of the chili pot. I have not one but two headlines, and Shabath has to choose which one is just dumber. But the text first. What do you have?
I know Stoney is retired, but is he interviewing for the Red Wings GM position from Andy in a truck?
If there's 100 names, quite possible the godfather of sports radio's on there.
There's probably only 5 real candidates out of this so-called 100, but they're really only doing 4 out of respect to Jaden Daniels. That's from Connor.
That's still, Jaden Daniels looks so bad in that story. But carry on.
If they go through this entire process and they still land on Greenberg, then I'm officially done. I've been a diehard for this organization for 30 years, and this circus is more embarrassing than 0-16 from Johnny in AH.
I got to push back on that. Going winless in a professional NFL season, come on. That's far more embarrassing than what if they land a good GM candidate? But we can sit here and say, anyone who covers the league, they haven't seen something like this. A team less than a month from camp, captain wants out, no GM. The search is on, except you find out there's 100 names and they needed a firm to do it. It's okay to say, all right, this is suboptimal. Comping this to the winless Lion, come on now. Now you're getting emotional.
On the Michigan State topic, Jonathan Smith was able to, quote-unquote, rip his best players out of the program he left. And how's that looking now from Brenton in Grand Rapids?
Wow, Brenton's sick. You found one example of it not working. Here, Kurt Signetti. Checkmate, bitches. Like, stop. Don't be stupid, man. You know what I'm talking about. You know the principle. Why do we have to do this gotcha crap where you find the one example it didn't work? Or we could go with the industry standard of it does work. Like when Bob Chesney leaves JMU and brings all his people over to UCLA. Like, that's an inherent advantage Fitzgerald doesn't have. If you can't see that, or you're more invested in just being a low-rent smartass, your prerogative. But come on, dude. You know the point I was making. Good grief. Sorry. I just, texters are so dumb sometimes. It just boggles my mind.
I just wanted to see how you'd react to that one.
But how did you think? It's so silly.
Yes, it is.
Why search that hard to find out one way it didn't work?
It's like, okay, caveat, they have to be good players. Sorry we didn't mention that.
Yeah, or the fact that the best players from Oregon State didn't come to Michigan State. They went elsewhere. Go look. Again, like, I know that requires reading.
Wait, Aiden Childs wasn't one of the best?
No, they spent all their money on him. The best guys went to places like USC and Texas.
Yes.
You didn't see Silas Bolden come to Michigan State. Like, dude, what? Like, just read. Sorry. Go ahead.
When I was a kid, I got excited about the Little Brown Jug. Barely care to watch Michigan even when they're good. You just can't get to know these players. That's from Francis in Ipsy.
That's where I'm at. All right, we'll go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, Andrew. What's up?
Michigan State football, I think it's, winning cures all. That's about where I'm at with it. It's certainly a different landscape nowadays from the last time Michigan State had a winning program. I mean, you had the 21 flash-in-the-pan K9 season.
Yeah.
But to act like it's impossible for Spartan football to be an 8-9 win team, I mean, they're top 10 in the U.S. in enrollment. The facilities are there. And I know you're low on Pat Fitz. I'm a little bit higher on him. He did an interview on Game Day with Reese Davis, and he's basically spent these last 3 years just deep studying NIL, trying to figure out how to adapt to the modern game. And frankly, I wouldn't want any of his Northwestern guys anyway. I know State doesn't have much of a leg to stand on there, but I don't know, man. You give me a 5 or 6 win season on Pat Fitz, and I'm drinking the Kool-Aid for sure.
Andrew, the only thing I'll say about the Game Day interview, because I remember that when he originally got hired, he's essentially interviewing for the job when he's interviewing with Reese Davis. I mean, he hadn't been hired then, and he wanted to get back into coaching. So he's saying all the right things he's going to say. And also, how much has the landscape of college athletics and NIL and transfer portal and whatever buzzword you want to put on it, how much has that changed since that interview already? I mean, we've got guys who are wearing NFL helmets today who are eligible to go back and play college tomorrow.
Man, You're certainly right. I mean, since it was 23 was his last year, it's already looking quite a bit different. Like you said, you got guys in NFL training camp entering the portal, but I don't know, you got to adapt or die, and we'll see if Michigan State can do that. I think you got your forward-thinking AD. They held on to the president, and I think that's been the bigger problem with Spartan football. You've missed on some hires. You missed on the John Smith hire, but you got to give some of these coaches a couple years to figure it out. I think Indiana's the outlier. I don't think Indiana should be the standard for rebuilding a program. I mean, Michigan State has the resources there where if they hired Curt Cignetti, they could have done the same thing. I mean,
all right,
but 2020 there.
But Andrew, there's a couple of problems, and I'll try to address these in order, okay? And it's just I don't know where you get that I'm negative about Fitz. I'm allowed to say here are some of the good and here's some of the bad. I'm not down on Fitz, but I think there are very fair questions to ask. So once again, my head's going to explode before 6 o'clock. 2, Indiana's the outlier. Cool. Is Texas Tech? Is Miami? Is SMU? Like, you want me to keep going with the schools that make the playoff? There's one way to do it. So do it or die. That's it. Now, the last piece to this, this is the other problem, okay? You said, winning 8-9 games. Who's talking about winning 8-9 games? 8-4 ain't getting into the playoffs. 9-3 ain't getting you in. Not unless you are a blue blood with the media behind you. Like, if that makes you happy, God bless. Do your thing. But I don't think 90% of fans are going to give a rat's ass about going 8-4.
9-3 only gets in at the next expansion, which will happen at some point. But Michigan was 9-3 last year. Didn't get in.
Right, that's my whole point.
Yeah.
Go 8-4. What does it get you?
Nothing.
The bowls don't matter anymore.
No one's going to play in the bowl game.
We have taken out what we call incremental joy. Like, it used to be, hey, we got a New Year's Day game, and we're playing an SEC team. Fun. That's all dead. Did you make the playoffs? Yes. Did you make the playoffs? No. You suck. That's it. Now for him,
championship or bust.
He's willing to go 8-4 and be happy. Fine. I don't think most fans would agree with that. Also, I don't think most people took what I said about Fitz as negative. I'm not negative about him. I'm saying you hired a guy at a distinct disadvantage. That's just, facts are mean.
There are pros and cons, and you happen to, at that moment, be mentioning the cons.
Which is real. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, Mark. What's up?
Well, I called to talk about the Wings, but I can't pass up this state talk. And unlike grocery store Paul, who will go all in on them, for me to spend money on this team, and I played a sport there 35 years ago, so I bleed green, you are going to have to show me a heck of a lot of change. And I don't even know if playoffs enough. I mean, it is an absolute disaster. And I'll leave it at that for my state talk. Transition on to the Red Wings, which, of course, 100 names is ludicrous. It's insanity. But what were you supposed to do? Were you supposed to put the search in the hands of Iserman and Horkoff? If you had any gonads, you would have blown those guys out, got the right team in there to do the search or get the right firm. So it's like, I don't even know what to do with that either.
No, Mark, you're right. Look, I'm happy they're using a firm. I just thought that headline was so unbelievable it warranted some conversation. Look, and look, maybe they end up with the right person. There's no world you could allow the inside guys to make an inside hire. So I'm with you. But yeah, the state thing speaks for itself. If fans are happy with the 8-4, then maybe Shabbat's guy Bartholomew is going to be all right.
You'll hear it in the update.
Oh, dear God. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Free Press writer Helene St. James has a bunch of quotes in her latest article from an anonymous source who has knowledge of the Red Wings' organizational thinking. They offer the following on Steve Yzerman, quote, "People forget that right around the Olympic break, we were only contending for a playoff berth. We were in first place, so it's hard to say, hey, Monday morning quarterback, why didn't you do this in April? And the real reason is because we didn't want to make knee-jerk decisions. We want to be super thorough," end quote. As for Yzerman's replacement, that
7
source,
years, knee-jerk decision.
Yeah, well, there's that. As for Yzerman's replacement, that source says they've been methodically combing through a candidate list that started with 100 names. They'd like a decision to come by training camp. St. James says the team does not want to trade Dylan Larkin without getting full value in return, however. Lions tight end Sam Laporta has been absent from practice the last few days. Dan Campbell tells you why. Corner Ennis Rakestraw left practice today with a non-contact leg injury per Dave Burkett as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, this is a treat. When Brendan co-hosts with us, we get a chance to play fair or foul. I genuinely enjoy this. David? What do you got?
Illegal cockfighting is foul, can confirm. All right, we will start with something that was topical this week, and that was what I wore to work yesterday. Fair or foul? Wearing gear from a school you didn't attend.
What did you wear?
So I decided in the morning when I woke up bright and early at 4 a.m, I was going to wear a Red Wings pullover yesterday, quarter zip, right? It was there, it was clean, I'll wear it to work. Needed to put a hat on with it. Okay. Didn't have a good hat to go with. Best hat I had was a white hat from Stanford.
Okay.
And it just got mentioned by John and Jim ahead of one of my updates that we talked about it and talked about wearing gear from a different school.
It's fair.
I went on a graduation trip to California. We drove up to Stanford, saw the campus, bought a hat.
You don't need to explain any further because I heard this yesterday morning, and John had a major problem with you wearing something else, school you didn't go to, and I don't have a problem at all.
That's cool.
You can wear whatever.
Yes. Exactly. John's the arbiter of justice. Still waiting for his response to all the cheating. Look, I made a ton of sweatshirt bets with cookies when we were doing Cash Ticket. What? So I'm a bad guy because I got an East Carolina football sweatshirt? Go to hell.
Well,
fair.
It's also like, does it change if I went to a smaller school? Like I met a guy golfing over the weekend who went to Bowling Green, and his thing is like,
what a loser,
going to campuses across the country and buying gear. So he was wearing like a Boise State visor. It looked cool.
I went to an Ole Miss football game. I bought a hat. Not supposed to wear it. Stop.
I saw that this week on a YouTube video. Actually, came up in the algorithm, an old one. When you pranked Sully. You were wearing that.
Oh, my God. The stories.
All right.
No, fair. No issue.
Okay, fair or foul? A kids' theme park ride that is Titanic themed.
Tell me more.
There is a family farm in England, the Gravelly Fruit Farm, that has a ride where kids, they get in the front of the boat and they sit at the back and it tilts up and then they slide down it like a slide. And it's right on the side, it says Titanic.
Foul. That's awful.
I thought you were going to tell me it was one of those water rides where they then go, how do you Cedar Point stuff where you dip into the water.
Right.
I wanted to hear.
This is fair.
No, David, it is.
It's a slide.
The owner, I should have grabbed the audio. It's hilarious. The owner defended the slide when it made news because, quote, there are World War I and World War II video games, i.e. bad things happen and it's okay to remember them.
This is foul. This doesn't even make sense. The women and children got off the Titanic. Only the men died on it.
Paul wins.
He's right,
Oh, my.
No, it's actually foul. I'm just having fun, but it's foul. No.
Agreed. Fair or foul? Timely one this week. Michigan having ads in the stadium. Our thoughts?
I'm not going to get bent out of shape by it. Of all the problems in college football, I know yesterday I asked Stoney this question because he's, dyed in the wool. He's a paying customer there. I understand if people look at it and go, oh, really? But I'm not going to make that foul. It's fair. It's just part of the deal now.
Michigan fan, David?
It is definitely part of the deal. It's fair. I know the tradition of Michigan, but it's just 4 logos or 3 logos, however it is, in the end zone. It's okay. It's not going to interrupt the game.
Right.
It's fair. I mean, it's the way college sports are going. All sports, really. It's fair.
And let's be honest, you could take pride in having a stadium that didn't have anything like that, but you're already inundated with ads every single day. You look at the renderings, they're all just white logos that you're really probably not even going to notice anyways, and they're going to get your school money. Really, Michigan should have done this 25 years ago and been pulling in this money all over the place. I worked at a Division II school that had the football stadium named after some alum that wasn't paying them. You go to the school down the road, it's like Truist Field, and they're getting naming rights deals out of it. It's like, why do we do that? We can get more money. Makes sense.
I hope MSU gets sponsored by Colon Blow.
I really want Michigan to have a binocular sponsorship on the side somewhere.
A vacuum cleaner. Fair.
And seriously.
Fair or foul? Criticism of Paul Skeens' body from the leaked beach photos. Did you see this?
I saw it. Look, he's not for an MLB pitcher, he's not in the greatest physical condition. The problem is, neither was CC Sabathia. It's clear something's going on with his arm, and I don't think it's the physical condition he's in. The problem, you're a famous person, you're dating a very famous woman, you're both public figures. I'm not comfortable with people taking pictures of people on vacation. It's just me. I don't think it's fair. These people left to go on vacation together and relax. Why you got to take pictures of them?
So would you call the Vrabel Rossini photos foul?
Oh, they're foul. The difference is, so is being on a boat with an 8.5-month pregnant woman. The kid ain't yours.
The difference is it's entertaining.
The difference is it's rather scandalous. This is an innocuous, innocent thing. I think when Mike Vrabel is out with a woman that ain't his wife and they're playing kissy, touchy, woo-woo, I don't know, man. It's a fine line. I'm going to say it's foul because ultimately there's something wrong with his arm. It's just clear.
Yeah, the critique of those pictures, it's foul. It's just ridiculous. I mean, Patrick Mahomes doesn't look the greatest either, but he's one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. Tom Brady wasn't that great until he decided to take his time back to Alienville, and now he looks amazing. He looks better than he did ever. But no, this is foul. Come on now, it's a picture.
It's foul. They shouldn't be taking this picture anyway. He's on vacation. I'm with Mike. Leave him alone. Let him do what he wants to do.
And the rest of his life is photographed. You can't give that guy 4 days away?
Yeah, it's his arm. Something's wrong with his arm. He's injured or something because his velocity's so down from what it used to be.
And you could even see it pitching against Tigers yesterday. He was overexerting. So then it's messing up his mechanics, and now he can't find a strike zone. He's trying to overdo it just to get back to a place to throw 97. I mean, he's 3-4 ticks down on velocity.
All right, I should have done this one earlier so I had more time, but you know what? I think I'll just take the whole hour if I need it. Fair or foul? Mike sandblasting me all week for the Dan Bartholomew update. And if we can pull back the curtain for the list, don't you dare play it, David. Don't even do it.
No, you have to play it. It's evidence. It's state's evidence.
No.
You were giving the guy's horoscope. Oh, he's VIP.
To pull back the curtain, as everybody knows, there are 2 update guys. I'm one of them. Otto's the other. I'm here in the morning. Otto the afternoon. Jeremy Otto annoys me because he's a family man and a good father, and he takes his kids on camping trips to feed them unseasoned chicken in the Upper Peninsula. While he's doing that, I have to cover the afternoon updates, but I can't be here for 16 hours. So sometimes they got to get recorded and left behind. And sometimes it's August 19th and there's nothing happening. And sometimes the lead story of the day at 11:30 when I'm doing these recorded updates is Michigan State's new athletic director. And you got to fill 90 seconds. It's got to be as long as it's got to be.
So usually when I grab a clip out of something and I label it short, I labeled this one long because it's almost a minute long of just Bartholomew.
And it was his feelings and his horoscope and the things he likes in this world. And I'm going, none of this is valuable.
What even else was in the update? Because there was literally nothing else
top
going on that day.
AP.
Yeah, you want me to do 90 seconds on that? I'll just read you the top 25 and give you their record from last year.
You said he opened the door for an old woman in 2023. Like you were listing his resume, and I'm going, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, you kept talking about how much he loves slacks for some reason.
I say foul.
It's fair.
Doing my job.
Okay, I think it's fair. It's not it was just an obscene amount of detail on Dan Bartholomew.
It was fair. I was just glad I actually received an update from you.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Boy.
Fair point.
That's right.
Mike never pulled Jeremy Otto out from under the bus.
No.
That 2:00 on Thursday was all me.
He no-showed, and I was trying to give him spices so the bastard didn't go over and feed his kids unseasoned everything, and he's not even here. We didn't get an update, and you did. You texted me later on, and you're like, oh, bro, that's because I didn't put the update in. I'm like, it felt good to run him over.
He took Jeremy by the back of his shirt, held him horizontal, and threw him under the bus.
Because Otto's always in here trying to cape up for the local teams. All right, I owed him one. Next. Thank you, Flavor Flav.
Fair or foul? This happened yesterday. Max Scherzer's reaction to a missed fly ball in left field.
I'm going to say fair.
Did you see this?
I did. It was ridiculous.
It was.
It's just, I'm okay with it. You know he's Max Scherzer. He ain't changing.
The left fielder was Jesus Sanchez. Do you know who pinch hit for him later in the game?
Tell me.
Daz Cameron.
No.
Yes.
Oh, my. Is he on the list for Wings GM?
I think so.
I've heard this in life that older people, you can't change them. They are who they are. Max Scherzer is who he is.
He ain't changing.
Wasn't surprised. He's
Can't
not
teach
changing.
an old dog new tricks.
Fair.
Correct.
Yeah, you're not changing Max Scherzer, and according to reports, he's going to be in an interview for the Red Wings GM.
Oh, he's in town today.
All right, next.
They like the fact that his eyes are two different colors. It really sets him apart from the other candidates.
All right, let's stick with baseball. Literally. Fair or foul? Pete Alonso's
Fair.
home run.
It was fair. And honestly, the whole Orioles team should have done a sit-in on the field.
Yes.
They are fighting for their playoff lives. It is astonishing how bad umpires are at their job. And if we're going to review balls and strikes, how do we not have a mechanism for that? That was a home run. It was so easy.
We have ABS that measures to the 10th of an inch, and we can't figure out in a ballpark if a ball went over the left or the right side of the foul pole. I mean, come on.
It was ridiculous.
I do believe it was foul, but we should have a system that shows everything down the line. It's not that hard, right?
You thought it was a foul ball.
I did. Yes. But it doesn't matter
Do your
because
eyes work?
we should have a system. We should have a system.
Yes,
That's it.
and he brought that up. Lasers or cameras. You know, they got the pylon cam. You could put one on top of the foul pole that looks up for the, whatever.
It was a home run.
Yes.
And they got screwed.
Yeah.
Period.
It was fair. It was a home run.
Absolutely.
Next.
All right. We saw this today. I showed you pre-show, Mike. Fair or foul, Elon University unveiled a new logo at center court of their basketball arena. They went from the standard Elon logo with the hawk above it, the word Elon, to a big old block E.
So basically they're knockoff Eastern Michigan?
Yeah.
You got to do better than that. Basketball courts are supposed to be fun. You got to give me something. So I'm going to say foul. You showed it to me and I go, what is that, MS Paint? What? It was awful.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go to a full bird logo. Just get rid of Elon and just have that in the middle, and then it's an E. So no, it's foul.
It's foul. I feel like too many E universities just do that. It's just an E on center court, and it's like, job done, and it's lame.
Well, Eastern Michigan has been lame for years because they at one point they had a really cool football helmet where it had a cartoon eagle, and he was wearing like a Superman outfit. Like back when Walt Church was the quarterback. Now they come out and look like a bunch of jackasses in concrete hats that just say E on it. Here come the Fighting E's. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, in my lifetime for EMU, for example, I can't remember a bird logo. Like if I didn't live here, I wouldn't know they were the Eagles.
Here, it'll be like pre-show when I was showing you highlights of Damian Tomlinson at TCU.
I'm sure you'll find it. But Paul, you brought it. Every school does it nowadays. And then all of a sudden we reminisce about the old, Toronto Raptors logo and the old Pistons horse logo. And it's like, why don't we just keep some of these?
It's weird. It's like every team's so scared of anything radical that they just go based on lame creative team logos in Madden or something.
Yes. They want it to look good on the little ESPN thing,
I've talked to TJ about it. I told him you shouldn't give the school a dime if they're going to roll these garbage ass helmets out there. They're ridiculous.
You're stuck on Eastern. Okay.
I am. I'm going to find it. It's atrocious. I'm sorry. And also, Renierson Stadium is one of the most depressing places you could ever go. I went one time when I first took my job down here in 2004. I wanted to see what the hell it was all about. It was Maction on a Thursday night. I left at halftime. I go, this is terrible. This is unbelievable. Couldn't believe I was there. It's atrocious. There are Well, I don't want to insult TJ further. Let me look for this helmet. I'll find it. Just okay. That is fair or foul. David, couple of texts, and then I want to give Shabbat the choice. We'll get to Lions injury update in the 5 o'clock. The Wings are a little newsy today as well with Elaine St. James report. What, you look like you're ready to pounce.
Do I have 100 choices?
No, but they have 100 names on their list they started with to run the team, which is jaw-dropping. David, a couple of texts, and I want to give some choices to you guys on two headlines that Honestly, I know one of them is far worse than the other, but just for the sake of fairness and choice, I wanted to give you both. So go ahead.
A text here says, it's nice to hear college football talk. This is what we need to build the hype. I need Spartans to be good again.
Well,
kumbaya.
Can't help you with that.
Someone else says, my goodness, Pat Fitzgerald and Max Scherzer GM candidates for the Wings. LOL, please stop. That was hilarious.
What? Listen, they're all just, these are all the news of the day. I want, and this is a PSA. And you are, look, this is the beauty of what this product is. A, it's free. And B, you get to choose whatever you like. Even before we created this app, it's one of the only things this company did right. This app, and you choose the chapters and you listen to whatever you want and throw away the stuff you don't. 2 to 6 ain't ever going to be the day part that's going to babble on about preseason football. Other shows do. You may love it. Maybe I'm not doing my job by not doing it. But I can look myself in the mirror. I don't know how anybody is wasting an hour talking preseason ball. Breaking down some dude that's going to be selling paint in 6 days. Won't be me. Can't help it.
Fair.
Another one text.
Foul.
Text in and says, EMU blew it all together because they should have been the Fighting EMUs, not the Eagles. I hate that name.
Look, well, they were the Hurons, first of
David,
all.
they mean the Fighting Emus.
No. It should have been EMUs. That's why I read it that way. Emus?
It's an animal.
Yeah, lemur,
That's what
emu.
the text is saying.
But that's, no.
Look,
I'm just so the listeners understand.
No, they're the Hurons. That's what they were. That's what they still should be. But then they changed. Okay, we're going to be the Eagles. Now you're just the concrete E's. I showed you the helmet.
Yeah.
They played state one year, and that helmet was sweet. It had the eagle on it, and he's wearing like a little Superman outfit. I mean, they got beat 49-0, but whatever. They did the best they could. I told TJ, your school's a disgrace. You shouldn't, honestly. They have the worst helmets in D1. They're terrible. Go ahead.
And they wear gray. That's not good either. Did you say the Wings had 100 candidates? Crap. I sent in my resume and didn't get a call. I must have been 101. That is
how
Tim
bad in the
Goodrich.
prospect pool do you have to be to not get a call from the Wings to interview? Let me give you the two headlines.
Okay.
You guys get to pick. I want the three of you guys to participate and the listeners. Headline number 1, Lenoris Sellers. Now, he's one of my favorite players in college football, and I do like his story of why he committed to South Carolina and stayed. His parents basically were like, no, you gave your word. These are our people. We're staying here. Like, unheard of in today's world.
Yes.
But Lenoris Sellers, who graduates in December, he doesn't have any classes this semester. Only an internship at a driving range.
That's my guy.
Okay.
There is no better job for a young person than working in golf.
Except when you're playing college football, you are not taking any classes. You are cutting grass and picking up golf
Amen.
balls.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Okay, so you support that. Well, then number 2 is going to be where you end up. You ready for this? A judge in Louisiana has granted a group that includes 16 players, including several in NFL training camps this summer, a restraining order that allows them to return to college sports as soon as this weekend. Players include former Ole Miss starter Daquan Wright, Xavier Harris, and South Carolina safety DQ Smith. It also includes, hold please, because I got to get the rest of the list. It's in a separate piece. I apologize. Bear with me. Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep. What is this? The kid, he played this weekend for the Bucks. He had 2 sacks. He wants to go back to college now. You had a running back, TJ Harden, who played at UCLA last year, asking for the Seahawks to release him so he can go back to college. When will it end? When do I not have to read about court injunctions anymore? Dude, you're in the NFL. You're wearing an NFL jersey. You can't go back to school.
So the player you're looking for to play for the Bucks this weekend is Jack Pyburn.
Thank you very much, Dave.
We had this in basketball, too. I mean, we had, who was it, Charles Bediako, who played in the G League. He was a member of the Grand Rapids Cruise. And then like 3 weeks later was literally in an Alabama basketball game. It's absurd. And what will it take for this to end? It's going to take the equivalent of the 2008 housing market crisis in college football for this to have a complete and utter reset. Like, I'm not even sure. I was really on board with the Protect College Sports Act when I first heard about it, and now I can't keep up with all the changes and all the levels that it's being pushed through the House and the Senate and the votes and the this and the amendments and that, and I'm not even sure it's going to be good for college sports anymore. But undoubtedly, Lenora Sellers gets the benefit of the doubt here, because the second headline is completely dumber. Because we have, again, literally people who are on, for the time being, NFL rosters asking to be released so they can go back and play college football. It's complete absurdity.
And here's a list of players that can go back. Now, again, now in the same breath, we were talking about Bartholomew and like what could get, MSU back. I'll tell you one thing. If MSU were serious about their business, I'd recruit all these guys.
Go get one.
There are no damn rules. James Madison, linebacker, Trent Hendrick, Ole Miss, the Daquan Wright, Xavier Harris, and Wydett Williams. These are 3 of the top 10 players available. SMU running back TJ Harden, 2025 Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year was Hendrick. I mean, dude, the list
Future Spartan.
Huh?
Future Spartan.
No, not at all, because MSU just won't do stuff like that. The point is, it's an absurdity. You left, you went through the draft process. You haven't been a college student all semester. You are not enrolled at a school this year. You went through the process. You went to training camp. You went to OTAs. You're in an NFL roster. You're listed. And these guys, who are these judges just granting these absurd injunctions and restraining orders? And all the while, I don't know if it was you or Otto had an update the other day. Some kid I never heard of at Michigan State is still battling for his eligibility because he was a part-time student at Valdosta State like 7 years ago. I'm going, what are we talking about? Meanwhile, Will Wade at LSU is trying to get 30-year-olds from Serbia eligible, and he's got 4 players. NFL players going back to college.
And
totally legal.
What's so the guy had 2 sacks in the last preseason game. What is so crazy is I talked earlier, and for those that missed it, we were talking about in pre-show. We were watching old college football highlights, my Alive days college football highlights.
Some good highlight reels.
Absolutely. And I said to you, and to think that the people we are watching in these videos are the fathers of guys currently on NFL rosters asking to be released so they can go back to college. It's absurd that this is even part of the conversation.
But this is why the sport has fallen into this hellscape. Every time, I mean, what even the Sorsby thing, he found a golf course judge to say you can go play. Like, why are there just not rules? Like, how can there not just be someone come out and go, look, yeah, technically you can play here, but that ain't happening.
Well, that's the other point that I've seen brought up online in this discussion is that you can be mad at the judge all you want. It's also on the schools to be like, nope, we don't need you. We're not gonna accept you. You're literally an NFL player.
I don't know. It's nuts to me. Paul, go ahead, buddy.
Well, no, they can make more in college is the sad thing because they're undrafted guys. So even if they sign on with an NFL team, they're going to get what, $600,000-700,000 this year in the season.
Oh no! What am I going to do?
Well, the thing is though, is that some of them can make $1 million or $2 million a year going back to college and starting for the college team, so they can actually make more.
Yeah,
which is why they're doing it.
Absolutely, and that's the difference of levels between the quality of play in college and the quality of play in the pros, and it's just got even worse in college because of the lack of stability between year to year between the rosters.
And as far as we know, too, the college money is guaranteed. So if he gets the $1 million, he's getting it all. Whereas if he signed on with an NFL team and made $700,000, they might cut him week 6 if he's not cutting it, and he's not owed any more money after that. He gets the $100,000 or so that he makes, and he's out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the other players too. I mean, it's just.
I'm okay with Lenora Sellers. Like, to your point about why he went to South Carolina, he stuck to his word. He's staying there. I give him the benefit of the doubt. You did what you got to do in school. You got through your classes. That's the goal as a senior. Your final semester is to have nothing to do. I took a golf class at Michigan State. Loved it. So Lenora Sellers is going to be an intern at a driving range. Good for you, man.
So here's one. A guy who played in a high school preseason game last weekend has abruptly reclassified and will now report to Texas A&M's training camp.
A high school preseason game.
Uh-huh. And now he's decided, well, I'm going to go to college now. So he's immediately reclassified, 2 weeks before the season, and now he's going to be an Aggie. What are we doing?
I wonder if he did his summer reading for high school. What a waste of time that would be.
Just wanted to give you the headlines. I don't make the news. I just report it. Enjoy your sports. 97.1. All right, let's get some texts. Then we got a little football today action, and then we'll spend just a moment on Lions stuff because there's two bits of news. We're not going to talk about the 9th wide receiver on the team and his feel-good story. You've got some injury stuff. We'll get to it. And I want to bring back the wings conversation because it is an interesting piece of reporting on the process. But let's get some text first. Go ahead.
One says, serious question. If a player returns to college, are they then eligible for the next draft?
Yes, they'd have to be. They'd have to be. If they're eligible to go back to school, how could you reject them on the way back?
But it's not like hockey. Like, can they get, or baseball, like, can they get drafted twice?
Well, they were undrafted. All of these guys that are on this list were undrafted.
I see. Another one says, why would a school have a backbone and not let an NFL player play? They die for 5-star recruits. They do worse for an actual NFL player. There's no shame anymore. I'm not suggesting that they would have a backbone, but it's an option. If you really want change in the sport, and I don't think enough people do, you could say, in the words of Dan Campbell, we're good.
David, are you okay?
Oh, I'm good.
All right. You just made a hell of a face there. Go ahead.
Another text says, have these kids that are asking to go back to college signed a contract? I would assume they would, considering they're on the field in preseason games.
Right. But as long as you have the restraining order and you have a judge somewhere in America saying you can't be ruled ineligible, they can now go back. So a TJ Harden could go back today and he would start for a Division I team at running back. Somebody will pay him.
This one says Teddy Bridgewater to MSU next year.
I quit.
Mike, you can't hate on the class schedule of golf course. That just means he completed all his requirements. Got to compliment that. LOL. Justin on Odyssey.
No, I don't. It's get a master's degree. You have to be functionally studying at the school. Like it's absurd. Okay, if you're going to be in school year 6 or 7, I don't know, man. Get your PhD ready. Figure it out. What do you mean you're not actively a student at South Carolina? And what's an internship at a driving range? Get the hell out of here.
Maybe he's going to be a golf course superintendent after his football days are over.
Oh, my God. You know what I'm saying.
I
know you know what I'm saying.
I do know what you're saying, but it is fun to poke fun at you about the world of golf.
That's fine. I don't have anything against it.
Someone just texted 4.
Okay. Oh, good. You made Paul laugh. There's your success today.
Paul's awake.
Yes, Paul.
Well, no, I've just immediately popped in my head. It's a good thing it wasn't 5 because, Dan is going to be very upset.
Next.
Let's see. Sorry, I had to drop off hold. I'm interviewing for a GM job. They saw my page on MySpace. Lucky number 100.
We're going to get to it.
Joe from Taylor brought up Eastern's mascot originally being the Hurons, as we mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, that was their name. They changed. You just brought it up. I'm telling you, they had a nice football helmet that had an eagle on it, and then they decided to do this crap. I blame TJ. I've told them multiple times you shouldn't support that school at all if they're not going to have some cool helmets. Lord knows the team sucks. Why is Chris Creighton still there? Guy's been there for 12 years, hasn't won a MAC title. Launch him into space. Why the hell are you donating any money over there? Guy, you imagine being in a school how are you at a MAC school for 12 years? Tell me you have no future in coaching if you're at a MAC school for 12 years.
I'm going to leave that one to you.
And the guy hasn't even won a MAC title. Not one. The dude Western hired showed up from Alabama 10 minutes ago and won a title. What is it, Lane Taylor or whatever the hell his name is?
Lance, I believe.
Whatever it is.
You know who hired that guy?
Dan Bartholomew.
Yeah, baby.
Great.
Woo!
You're out of here.
And they were out there in the community.
Oh, stop.
If he was doing an internship at NASA, we'd applaud him. But since it's not a high-end career, then it's shameful? Nah.
Oh, man, some of you are so effing stupid. It defies logic. Like, it's unbelievable you're a real person. You're walking this earth. Tell me you haven't procreated, please. An internship is not the same as studying and matriculating at said university. Why are you a college football player for the University of South Carolina when you're not taking any classes? You have a right to obtain a master's or a PhD. You can do a number of things. Working at a golf ball range is not one of them. It has nothing to do with the discipline of it. It's an internship. Second of all, don't just make things up. I don't think there are even internships at NASA. You either work for NASA or you do not work for NASA. God, people act like horses' ass. I tell you.
Scott in Carlton says, we're not here to play school, Mike.
I understand. Okay. You know what? I'll move on. I love how I end up getting gaslit like I'm out of my mind. You have a guy who's one of the most recognizable players in the sport representing a school he does not attend. You don't see the problem with that? Now, I'm not asking you because you're Caddyshack. I know. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just thinking, the NASA thing, not a lot of wiggle room for mistakes at NASA. Internship's probably not a great idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Oh, the intern hit launch control. No, that's not how that works.
I think they actually do have internships at NASA, I believe.
What, in the cafeteria?
Maybe, yes.
Culinary
Cleaning
services?
the stalls. Hi, former NASA intern here. Yes, there certainly is.
All right.
That's the latest text.
read. Oh, God, please help me. Read a functional text. There aren't any.
No, there are not.
No, I'm going to read this one from Twitter that came through to me and you.
Yes.
It says, wait, David, you cut off Brendan. You cut off the update. He told us that Dan Bartholomew held onto his Farmer Jack loyalty card long after they went bankrupt.
Thank you. Well, we should, you know what? Can
He's
we play?
loyal.
Can we play that update instead of Otto at 5?
I
want people to hear the nonsense that we endured the other day, and they can judge it. You should bump that. Okay, we'll get to it. All right, let me take care of some business here. FanDuel, you bet $5 daily, you get 200 in bonus bet resets every day. New customers, you place that $5 bet each day, receive up to $200 in bet resets, up to $1,000 total. And with baseball on every day, well, connect the dots. If that's what you want to do it. FanDuel's got you covered. Place your daily $5 bet and unlock up to $1,000 in bet resets. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet resets. Refund from token issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms. If these aren't full terms, I don't know what to tell you. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get to business in a second, but let's welcome in the Prince of Lake Okeechobee. It's time for a little NFL Blitz here. Hit it. DJ Paul Sarah from the depths of Okeechobee.
So I decided I'd have Mike versus Brendan here.
Oh, this is great.
The CBS released a list of their top players over the age of 30 going into this season in the NFL. So I got the top 20 here, and I thought you guys could go against each other to see who can name the most guys in the top 20, age 30 or older.
Oh, dear God. All right, who starts?
Who's over 30? I mean,
there's your biggest problem.
Yes.
Because it's a young man's game.
Yes.
So some of the
I'm just real quick rattling quarterbacks. Got to be under 30. Got to be under that. Yeah.
I'm going to give you one that I think he's older than I realize. May I offer Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes is 30 years old exactly.
Yes!
And he's number 3 on the list.
Yes! All right, I'm done. See you later. I knew he was getting a little...
We could do make it, take it, and then you could just keep going.
Man. All right.
No,
all right.
Whatever you want to do. I have a guess in mind.
All right, let me offer another one. And I know he's over the age of 30. And I think he's good, even though some people like to dunk on him, as you say. Can I give Dak Prescott?
Dak Prescott is number 12 on the list.
Yes!
Wow.
All right. Okay, now I'm in deep duty. Who else is over the age of 30 who would make this list? I go Matthew Stafford.
Number 4 on the list, 38.
3, 4, 12. Okay, this is good. This is good. Hold on.
I shouldn't have done make it, take it. I'm never going to get the ball.
No, you're getting the ball back. Don't worry. I got to think for a second. We can't do that on live radio. How about over the age of 30? I want to think about an offensive line. All right. I'm going to blurt this out. That way Brendan gets the ball. Trent Williams.
Number 5 on the list, 30 years old.
Bang! All right. Okay. Dude, it's tough because the players are not old anymore.
I know.
What about, I'm trying to think. I want to be expeditious about this. Over the age of 30,
Where's the shot clock?
I know, dude, I'm trying.
I need the ball. I have a
All right,
guess.
Josh Allen.
Number 1 on the list.
Yes!
Just turned 30.
Yes!
That's the one I
Josh
thought
Allen's
no one
30.
would get. He is 30. I remember he got
Wow.
he got drafted like 2017. He was an older college player. All right. All right, here's where I'll get one wrong. I think he's either 29 and about to turn 30 or has just turned 30. I give you a player I hate, but he might be on this list. Lamar Jackson.
Not on this list.
He is 29. He is 29.
I knew he was right on the fringe.
I thought you were gonna get the whole top 5. You got 4 of the top 5.
I did well. Over to Shabazz.
Given that any of the 30-year-olds are going to be just before my college days, you talk about graduating college, how old they were. I want to say I'm going defensive side of the ball. I think he's close. I think he's over. I'm going to say Myles Garrett.
Number 2 on the list, he's 30.
Nice job by you.
All right, another one that's borderline that I'm pretty sure is younger than 30, but we're going to take a shot. How old is Baker Mayfield?
Ooh, good one.
He's got to be 29.
He's not on the list.
Dang.
He's 31.
Wow.
He's old enough. He's just not on the top 20.
What? That's...
He didn't make the list?
That's a bad call. I took a good shot.
All
That's
right,
a bad call.
All right, now I'll take a shot. Because if he's not on the list, this guy might not be because his play's slipping a little bit. But I know he's over 30 because I argued with Rico about this guy. I give you Chiefs defensive lineman Chris Jones.
Number 19 on the list.
Barely.
Over to Shabazz.
All right, I'm going to stay on the line, but on the other side with a guy who has to be over 30. I just don't know. Given that Baker Mayfield's not on here, I'm not sure that this guy's going to make it. Lane Johnson.
Number 10 on the list.
Good poll.
All right.
All right.
It's make it, take it, right? You should go again.
Oh, yeah.
Brent.
Please. No, go ahead.
I feel like there's got to be an old receiver, but this is like a current.
This is where I was going with it.
A current top 20. Like,
think of this. He's got a Taco Bell in his house. At least on TV he does.
Devontae Adams.
Not on the list.
Oh, damn.
You led me astray.
No.
Can I say who I was going to say before I was poisoned? The jury was poisoned.
I'm sorry.
Mike Evans.
Not on the list.
All right. I was going to miss anyways.
Can I offer George Kittle.
George Kittle, number 14 on the list, 32.
Oh, God, now it's getting difficult. No, all right. There's no, his career's over. I can't say it. I know he's over 30. This is not my guess.
What?
No, I was going to tell him the name.
Referee, I'm going to shoot the ball, but if I miss, it doesn't count.
I'm going to throw a challenge flag. All right. Here's my guess, just for the sake of time. I know he's over 30. Khalil Mack.
Not on the list.
Damn. I was gonna say Tyreek Hill. He's off a cliff, but he's over 30.
I question if this player will be on the list as a top 20 player. I think he should be if he's over 30. Not guaranteed on that. Jared Goff.
Number 18 on the list.
He made the list? Damn.
Honestly, Jared making it in Baker not is crazy.
I agree with you. That's why I didn't guess Goff after the Baker guess. Fascinating. Okay, good. Make it, take it. We're under a minute.
Oh, geez. Travis Kelce.
Oh, hell.
Not on the list.
He's terrible. All right, Paul, who'd we miss?
Okay, so you missed number 6, Christian McCaffrey, who just turned 30.
Oh, damn. Wow.
You missed number 7, Derrick Henry, who's 32. You missed number 8, Daniil Hunter, who's 31. You missed number 9, Garrett Bowles, who's 34.
Garrett Bowles?
Just made a Pro Bowl and All-Pro.
Oh, God, man.
You missed number 11 from the Steelers, Cam Hayward, 37.
Cam Hayward?
He should not be on this list.
Not top 20.
You missed number 13, Quentin Nelson, the left guard for the Colts, who's 30.
Very fair.
You missed T.J. Watt, who's 31 at number 15.
T.J. Watt I did not have at 31.
You missed number 16, Joe Thuney, the left guard for the Bears.
Never would have got there.
You missed number 17, Derwin James, just turned 30, safety for the Chargers. And last but not least, number 20, Leonard Williams, the D tackle for the Seahawks, who's 32.
He's had a resurgence. Okay. Look, I think we did okay considering we got ambushed and we couldn't take all the time in the world.
Yeah,
Correct.
Mike, you ran away with it.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that, Okeechobee. All right, that is Paul Sarah. That was nasty work right there.
Yeah.
97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. A source of Helene St. James says the Red Wings started with 100 names in their GM search and are methodically working through it. Quote, yes, we'd like to have somebody in by training camp, but at the end of the day, what people should feel really confident in is that we're turning over every stone and going through a very thorough strategic process, end quote. The Wings acquired forward Suter Mazzotti from the Predators for future considerations. He's yet to make his pro debut, but played at Notre Dame. Lions head coach Dan Campbell says that Sam Laporta was hit in the hip a couple days ago, explaining his absence for practice. It flared up and aggravated, so they're resting him to let it calm down. Dave Burkett asked if that would creep into the season. Campbell said he didn't know. Ari Meroff says the Lions have had guard Will Hernandez and Laken Tomlinson in for a workout today. Josh Dobbs will start the preseason game Saturday, splitting reps with Altmaier. Ennis Rakestraw also left practice today with a non-contact leg injury. The Tigers off tonight, but start a 3-game series with the Royals tomorrow. KC third baseman Michael Garcia left the game today with a hamstring injury. The Cavaliers front office has been busy the last 24 hours. Last night, they acquired Peyton Watson for Max Strus and a future first-rounder. Today, they locked up James Harden to a 3-year, $97 million deal there. Per Pete Thamel, Oklahoma football coach, has agreed to a new 6-year contract, averaging $10.5 million. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Brendan Shabath in with me today. Paul Sarah, David. We've kind of run the gamut. Really good traction early, talking about MSU's new AD and kind of, is there anything they can do to revive that program and get you back? You can use Rewind to get that. We want to focus on the Wings and Lions. And look, you know the deal. We don't do a ton of preseason football. I think it's a complete waste of your time and ours. But when injuries happen or there's an interesting quote, certainly we'll give it to you. So I'm not going to go crazy on these, but I want to know if we could read into Dan Campbell, because as I said with the Terry and Arnold thing early in the week, good dude, Dan Campbell is honest. He's too honest. I appreciate him for it, but I want to play this audio about Sam Laporta, and I want to know, Brendan, if you read anything into his tone here. It just sounded interesting to me. So Sam Laporta hasn't practiced in a few days and won't, and he's got a hip. I want you to listen to your head coach and the way he talks here when he's asked about, could this bleed into the regular season? Just listen and tell me if I am falsely reading something into this.
Well, sounds like Burkett is getting on Dan Campbell's nerves.
No, I didn't take it that way.
No, I don't either. I take this as Dan Campbell is maybe a little gun shy based on past experience of we think Terrion Arnold is going to be okay. Injury. Like last year before all the legal stuff came out, when he was hurt, we think Arnold's going to be okay. Comes back for like one game, never see him again. He has shoulder surgery. Oh, we think Kirby's going to be fine. Never see him after the Chiefs game. Oh, we think we're going to be good on the legal front of Terrion Arnold. Cutscene. He's arrested like 3 days later. I think he didn't want to put himself in a box and say something that he was going to have to maybe take back or that was going to be contradicted in Laporta's injury update in, let's say, 5 or 6 days.
I'm good with that. I am. I when he did the pause and he said, I think we'll be good long term, it just made me think. But maybe I'm reading too much into it. All right. 2, where are you with Sam Laporta? He's coming off of an injury. He's injured again. He hasn't been the same guy since his rookie year. There's no other way to put it. We know they pay everybody. What are you doing with Sam Laporta? Is that going to be an October news release? They've paid him?
Probably.
Okay. I just wondered.
Because, and I always in my brain keep the streak going, harken back to, speaking of Dave Burkett, an interview he did with an NFL team doctor who did it for almost 2 decades during the offseason meetings, or maybe it was Radio Row at Super Bowl. I forget when it was, but it was in the thick of the offseason for the NFL, for the Lions at least. And they went through all the injuries. Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, Sam Laporta, and that doc talked about Laporta's back and the surgery he got and why he was confident that Sam Laporta could return to the level that he is. He said very different things about Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch in the same sitting interview. He was most positive between the three, undoubtedly, hands down, was most positive about Sam Laporta. I like to think about that when I think about Sam Laporta and hope that he can get back to those rookie year numbers. I think they're maybe a little delicate with him. It is preseason. There's no need for him to necessarily, they're not playing golf on Saturday. Don't need to play Sam. You don't need to play him in the next one either. Like, I think they trust that Sam, from a headspace and a reps point, is going to be okay. You know, he'll be out there and he'll do his job, and he doesn't necessarily need as many reps as some of the other guys to get going into that midseason form.
The opener, the Saints may not have any players by the time you face them.
Exactly.
Tyson's going to be out now 2 months. You got Kamara's out for a month, so your assignment got a little easier. But you segue into something else. Tell me if you heard this before. Ennis Rakestraw's hurt. So he leaves the game last weekend, and I ran cover for him, and I went, guys, we're not doing this. It's a contusion. Like, I get it. He's dinged up, but it's a contusion's a bruise.
Yes.
So let's just chill. Well, now today, a little something different. Non-contact injury. Now, he was able to, under his own power, leave the field. All right. At this moment, we don't have the exact thing. But again, when you say soft tissue, non-contact, it makes you think of things like hamstrings, groins, etc. Look, am I wrong for saying counting on Rakestraw for anything is a fool's errand?
No, it's complete hope.
Okay,
that's all it is.
So if that's where we're at, you lose Terry and Arnold, Rakestraw is an idea, not a person, and then you have DJ Reed, who was terrible last year. And you know Brian Branch is not back. You know Kirby's not back. Is this kind of like the thing people don't want to talk about? Is this secondary, no matter what they've done to the other pieces of the defense, if we're trying to win a Super Bowl, am I wrong for saying, man, I am going to need to see weeks of this secondary playing at a level I don't know that they can play at before I even say the words Super Bowl?
I'll put it plainly because you asked if you're wrong for saying that. Yes.
Okay.
And I have one number to back it up.
Let's hear it.
The only time in my lifetime the Lions have ever been Super Bowl favorites was at the end of the 2024 season when they were the number 1 seed in the NFC and they held a 15-2 record. Correct?
Correct.
That defense that year was 30th in the NFL in passing yards. The defense the year before, where they went 12-5 and went to the NFC title game and were up at halftime and should have won the Super Bowl that year.
Whoa. You don't get to say that.
That's my opinion.
You could say get there.
No, my opinion is if they beat the Niners, they roll the Chiefs.
Jeez.
My opinion is they roll that Chiefs team.
Okay.
And
I'm letting it go.
It's in the past, so we'll never know, right?
Okay.
But that defense, NFC title defense, was 27th in passing yards.
Okay.
Last year, 9-8 missed the playoffs, was 20th in pass yards defense. But the difference was they were terrible in run defense. 23-24, top 5 run defense. 25, middle of the pack. I think 18th is what it was. And of course, last year the offensive line was not as good, so the offense is not as good. The key about why your statement can be wrong is if the offensive line is better. If the offensive line is good enough for this football team to be a top 3 offense in the NFL and to roll teams with 40 points a game, 35 points a game, whatever it is, then I'm not as worried about the secondary. And the defensive line has to be better so they can stop the run.
All right, there's a lot of ifs
I just
and
said if
buts
like
and
4 times.
There's a lot going on there.
Right.
Now, the other
but I'm
problem,
not just sold on the secondary's bad, the season is over.
Whoa,
you know what I mean?
Didn't say any of that.
No. That's just the tenor of the topic.
Mike, the tenor of the topic is my safety duo either never plays football again or isn't the same. Some blend of that. I've lost my starting corner because he's facing 8 felonies and life in prison. The guy who I need to take his job is a walking Band-Aid. You just start to add things up a little bit and go, all right, look, I need to see some people step up on that side. Now, here's the other part. I do believe they've improved the defensive line's depth.
Yes.
I do. I do believe we'll get a better Aleem McNeil because it can't be worse. And it's a year later. Fine enough. Derek Moore, whether you like the pick, don't like the pick, it's a player they didn't have. It's a button they can push where you hope he can help. Their problem last year is the secondary, even when injured, they covered okay. Like, there are all kinds of these metrics, and I'm careful, especially in football metrics. Well, their distance to target and like, well, how clingy were they? And it's like, all right, guys, at the end of this, here's the data. Their issue wasn't play to play being horse bleep. It was there were major coverage busts that would end up killing them.
Yes.
Right? The D-line, their inability to get to the quarterback in a timely manner is what killed them last year. Killed them. It's why I just think Aiden's numbers are so trumped up. This idea, it's time to pressure, and they were horrible at it. Mm-hmm. So I hear you in that. It's just this idea, we're going into this season, and I don't hear a lot of people talk about it, where it's Brian Branch is a superstar. I think Brian Branch is awesome. He blew his Achilles. I don't know what the hell he's going to be. And then you have Kirby Joseph, who, when you look at their turnover margin, with Kirby or without her, 2 totally different menus.
Yeah.
And pardon me if I just don't believe he's ever playing football again.
I totally understand that belief. And there are levels of hope that you can subscribe to. And
I'm hopeful for this team look, I think they're going to be good. I just can't go where other people go. Like, I go, okay, I think they win 10 games. That's where I'm at until I see more. I don't have any negativity. I think they have too much talent, to your point offensively. They have too much talent to be bad. But the O-line, this is the other thing. I'm not sold this O-line's better. Like, just because the names change doesn't mean it's better. Look, Cade Mays is out for a while. Then you look at, all right, I'm still looking at Mahogany at left guard. That's a problem. Then you find out they're repping Rutledge at center a little bit. I'm going, oh, don't do this. Because you need him to get better as a full-time guard, right? I got worse at right tackle, way better at left because Sewell leaves here, goes over here. Well, I'm starting a rookie. Now, if that rookie turns into Joe Alt, awesome. If Blake Miller turns out to be great, I feel a hell of a lot better. Do I know that? No, I do not. So, no, it's interesting because it's like everyone's skating by that secondary thing, and then Rakestraw gets hurt again, and I'm going, man, what are we going to have to start the season back there?
I think the question is, where is your hope invested? Is your hope invested in the secondary potentially staying healthy and maybe being better with guys that we don't know and guys stepping up? That's not where my hope is. My hope is invested in the line of scrimmage. Both sides of the ball, offense and defense, particularly on offense, because this team is really special if Jared Goff has time to work through his progression and if Jahmyr Gibbs has holes open for him on the offensive line. And part of the reason, it's not blind hope, part of the reason I have hope on the offensive line this year is because we maybe don't love the names or are not too familiar with Larry Borum or Juice Scruggs or Ben Barch, but they are people who have played offensive line. Correct. That is different than what they had last year.
That's true.
It is depth.
Barch is hurt. That's why they're bringing in former Giants bust Will Hernandez and
Laken Tomlinson.
What a blast from the past. But you're right about the other guy. No, the depth got better up front both ways.
Right.
The question is, do they have the high-end players? What we're all chasing is 2023. That's what we're chasing. They had a top 5 O-line.
Mm-hmm.
To win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, I think you have to have a top 5 O-line.
But I don't think they're going to get to that level. But what I'm chasing and where I have my hope invested is that they'll be better than last year.
Oh, listen, they can't let that offensive line was inexplicably bad. So you're right. There's last year and then there's 2023. They got to find that midpoint to get near where people think they're going to get.
And in the NFL, with the talent that they have, where they have a top 10 player at every key position on offense, I think they can be good enough to compete for an NFC championship and thus a Super Bowl.
Okay. I'll go there once I see some more.
Right.
I can't right now. But look, the Rakestraw thing, I don't know how serious it is. Anytime it's non-contact, he walked off on his own power, thank God. But I mean, enough already.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kobe shot the free throws after he tore his Achilles.
All righty.
Silver lining, but still.
That's a deep pull. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville's Michigan's Trex Superstore, and their brand new warehouse, phenomenal. It's the size of Ford Field. If you're a contractor, you're not buying from them, you are missing out. You're leaving money on the table. Selection, service, price, nobody's going to outdo them. Full window program as well. So check it out for yourself. Stop on by, take home some samples, or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. So gave you the Lions update. A lot of people are still hopped up about this Helene St. James report. So let's just give that to you as well. We're all waiting with bated breath for what the Red Wings are doing. And, Doug Karsh had an interesting tidbit of an industry league source of his calling him on vacation and going, what the hell is going on with the Wings? Nobody knows nothing. And you are sitting here on August 20th. Camp is less than a month away. And yes, they have started their process. I would surely hope so. But the tidbit that Shabath is going to give you over here, listen to the words that are about to leave his mouth and tell me what sticks out here.
Well, there's something that you or I actually haven't mentioned to each other. Actually, we did once, and it was during an auto update that I want to bring up because we've talked about the fact that for some odd reason, this Red Wings team has decided the best course of action to hire our next general manager, to find that person, is to search through a list of 100 names.
It's insanity.
That's insanity. We can get to that. We glossed over this one too, though.
Okay.
Quote from this anonymous source. People forget that right around the Olympic break, we were not only contending for a playoff berth, we were in first place. So it's hard to say, hey, Monday morning quarterback, why didn't you do this in April? And the real reason is because we didn't want to make knee-jerk decisions. We want to be super thorough, unquote.
Okay, there's a gap there. And this is where I don't know if the source is just being willfully ignorant. There's a gap between the good old days when the team was good and then the complete collapse per usual in March to where you were not invited to the playoffs. The space between I'm not in the playoffs and then late July, there's quite a gap there.
What about the space between Steve Yzerman, hired as Red Wings GM, and Steve Yzerman, promoted out of Red Wings GM?
7 years.
Right. What about that space? Is that Monday morning quarterbacking?
Because there's no excuse that when the season ends, he should have been fired. Period. It should have been over. But this is the problem. No direction. No one knows what the hell they're doing down there. So this idea, and shame on that person. That's absurd.
Yeah.
Well, at one point we were good. Right, but like the last 3 years, you fell off a cliff in March. When the season ended, Yzerman had to go. You didn't. Then Larkin demands trade. Yzerman has to go. You didn't. Then you don't execute the trade. You don't use the buyout market to get rid of bums like Comfer and Rasmussen. And you don't do anything impactful in free agency.
And you let Steve Yzerman make draft picks.
Then Yzerman goes upstairs. So I do not accept that.
No.
I just don't. The 100 names thing, I'm not bent out of shape. We made fun of it a little bit. You could take the top 3 people from every organization in hockey and not come up with 100 names. So just whatever firm you're using. I mean, that sounds like a billable hours issue.
Oh, absolutely.
Hey, we're going to give you 100 names to sort through. Get a little extra cheddar
Took us
here.
2 hours each name to find them.
That's like lawyers. They want to nail you 15 minutes. An email took them 15 minutes. Written. Oh, are you going to bill me for 15 minutes?
Itemized receipt.
Oh, baby. I mean, it's just like, okay.
No, the 100 names is not the end of the world. We are having our fun with
That's
it today.
a ha-ha more than anything else.
But it is an example of a rudderless ship. There is no direction. No one knows where this franchise is going, and the people running it apparently don't know.
And the indecision at the end of the season, that's where, once again, where the hell is Chris Ilitch to talk? You cannot get rid of someone of Yzerman's cachet with a boilerplate statement. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable for Yzerman not to take the podium. It's unacceptable for Chris Ilitch not to. Period. One of them had to. Well, they didn't. The point is, you're sitting here now and you want to tell me, oh, well, we didn't want to make a rash decision. There's nothing rash. You collapsed again. You missed the playoffs. It's over. Then the minute Larkin asked out, it had to be over or he had to be traded. They have just taken this path of, it's not even like circuitous. They haven't gone, they've just sat there. I've never seen anything like
it. It's the old, I forget, is it Einstein or somebody? Do or do not. There is no try. You have to do or not do something, but you're just sitting in this pool of indecision, of nothing actually happening, of being too scared to pull the trigger, whether it's making a trade, making a free agent signing, pushing through a deal for Stamkos or Mantha. We don't have to relitigate how it would have worked out, but just the fact that it was on the table and it got held up because of indecision, waiting to fire Steve Yzerman, waiting to hire the next guy, picking 100 names, this lack of just forthright decision making.
No, and I think, this is the other thing is like so many people in this town get sensitive. It's not attacking. It's taking this preponderance of evidence and you just formulate a baseline opinion that this is not a well-run organization. And it goes beyond a playoff drought. This is an original six. Look, as an outsider, all right, as a POS New Yorker who's lived here more than he lived in New York, I view the Red Wings like the Yankees or the Lakers or the Steelers or the Packers. Like this is a Tiffany franchise. It is being run like the Islanders of my youth. Like it is just, it's sad. Now, maybe they can pull this from the ashes. Maybe they make a wonderful hire. The problem, 2027 is a punt. I mean, you can't unload Larkin now. And if you do, well, the draft already ended. Free agency already ended. I didn't get to capitalize on that trade. And the other problem is you won't be bad enough to start a true tank or a true rebuild. Like the DeBrincat thing, we haven't even been able to broach that subject. Edvinson won't talk to you until you hire a GM. You better thank your lucky stars no one offer sheeted him. So like there's all these things and I'm going, all right, so how does this work? They could come back and still be a zombie ship. And then I don't get to start the build in earnest until next offseason. That's my problem. You've allowed this, whatever took place last year, and I'm with you on this, and I'm glad you said it. You had 7 years of data. It didn't work. Fire Yzerman. Be done with it at the end of the year. We could already be well on our way to a rebuild. And instead, we haven't started. Oh, you think you've started your rebuild? We're sitting here less than a month from camp. 100 names? What are you interviewing, janitors from other teams? There aren't 100 people deserving of the privilege of running the Detroit Red Wings.
That's where Rico Beard is today, actually.
Anywhere's better than him being in the show sheet when he's on vacation. Okay. Get out.
See, let me say this because what you're saying is exactly right, Mike. It's the evidence shows, and it seems to me like there is no plan. The season ended for the Red Wings on April 15th. You didn't fire him until July 15th. So in that 3-month span, that means
it's 4 months later today.
Today, yes. But when the season ends, there's a thing called exit interviews. You interview players, whatever, and then you have executive meetings to figure out what your plan is for the offseason. So within that plan, along with the 7-year evidence with Steve Yzerman, there should have been an idea of what we want to do. Then Larkin, the news comes out on June 5th. Now you need to say, okay, are we going to do this? Are we going to not do this? And if you're not going to do it, then stick with it and say, you're still here. Let's go with it. But have a plan. Not wait until July 15th and then a month after that, more than a month after that, correct, you then start your search with 100 names. Can't happen.
No, and that's my problem in all of this is now, again, and I appreciate the reporting, oh, well, people should feel great because we're going to be thorough. It's like, thorough. I'll say it again. You could take the top 3 people in every organization, you don't get to 100 names. It's a ridiculous starting point. If it would be like a radio station trying to fill a job with 100 names for one host. There aren't 100 good hosts in America. What the hell are you talking about? 100 names? What are you interviewing people on the street?
It doesn't show your organization is thorough. It shows they lack direction.
Exactly. I don't need thorough. I need decisive. I need you to have a plan
and none of it is
push
that.
forward with it. As long as you, even if it's wrong or if I don't agree with whatever the plan is, if you believe in it and you think it's right and you make decisions with conviction, then I'm all for it.
And that's why I said that about Iserman, because when Larkin decides I want to trade out of here, if your decision was to keep Iserman, then let that be your decision. I may not agree with it, but let it be your decision.
Right.
The idea that we have reporting that on the day Iserman was launched into space, they were trying to sign Anthony Mantha, and it was Horkoff doing the deal. What planet am I on? Horkoff wasn't going to be the GM. Now, if you hired a firm and you hired Jeff Greenberg or Sean Horkoff, my head will explode. You can't have 100 names and hire an outside firm to hire the inside people. You can't do that. But think about it. The reporting suggested, and I'm just backing up Brendan's point, your point, David. You had Horkoff trying to broker a deal to sign Anthony Mantha, knowing Horkoff wasn't going to be the GM on the day that Iserman was getting out of town.
And the previous report told us that Horkoff was manning the day-to-day duties but would not make any trades. What happened today?
Does it qualify as a trade?
Yeah, it's just a difference of what we got reported 2 weeks ago.
Who'd they trade for? Leo Mazzoni? Who the hell did they get today?
Suitor Mazzotti. That's what it is.
I might be related to him. I mean, you traded for one of my cousins.
I also do have some breaking news, courtesy of the texters. Do or do not, there is no try is not from Einstein.
Oh, good.
It's from Yoda.
Okay, well, I didn't make that reference, and I'm not a nerd like Rico, so I can't quote Star Wars.
I just remember it from a poster in high school. I'm not a Star Wars lover, nerd.
Einstein, Star Wars. Star Wars, Einstein.
Einstein was probably on the poster next to the Yoda one. Like, sorry, guys.
97-1. Well, this is a treat. When Brendan co-hosts with us, we get a chance to play fair or foul. I genuinely enjoy this. David? What do you got?
Illegal cockfighting is foul, can confirm. All right. We will start with something that was topical this week, and that was what I wore to work yesterday. Fair or foul? Wearing gear from a school you didn't attend.
What did you wear?
So I decided in the morning when I woke up bright and early at 4 a.m, I was going to wear a Red Wings pullover yesterday. Quarter zip, right? It was there. It was clean. I'll wear it to work. Needed to put a hat on with it. Okay. Didn't have a good hat to go with. Best hat I had was a white hat from Stanford.
Okay.
And it just got mentioned by John and Jim ahead of one of my updates that we talked about it and talked about wearing gear from a different school.
It's fair.
I went on a graduation trip to California. We drove up to Stanford, saw the campus, bought a hat.
You don't need to explain any further because I heard this yesterday morning, and John had a major problem with you wearing something else, school you didn't go to, and I don't have a problem
That's
at all.
cool.
You can wear whatever.
Yes. Exactly. John's the arbiter of justice. Still waiting for his response to all the cheating. Look, I made a ton of sweatshirt bets with Cookies when we were doing Cash Ticket. What? So I'm a bad guy because I got an East Carolina football sweatshirt? Go to hell.
Well,
fair.
It's also like, does it change if I went to a smaller school? Like I met a guy golfing over the weekend who went to Bowling Green, and his thing is like,
what a loser,
going to campuses across the country and buying gear. So he was wearing like a Boise State visor. It looked
I
cool.
went to an Ole Miss football game. I bought a hat. Not supposed to wear it. Stop.
I
That's
saw
ridiculous.
that this week on a YouTube video. Actually, came up in the algorithm, an old one. When you pranked Sully. You were wearing that.
Oh, my God. Oh, the stories.
All right.
No, fair. No issue.
Okay, fair or foul? A kids' theme park ride that is Titanic themed.
Tell me more.
There is a family farm in England, the Gravelly Fruit Farm, that has a ride where kids, they go on, they get in the front of the boat and they sit at the back and it tilts up and then they slide down it like a slide. And it's right on the side, it says Titanic.
Foul. That's awful.
I thought you were going to tell me
No.
it was one of those water rides where they didn't go, how do you Cedar Point stuff where you dip into the water.
Right.
I wanted
think
to
this
hear.
is fair.
No, David, it is.
It's a slide.
The owner, I should have grabbed the audio. It's hilarious. The owner defended the slide when it made news because, quote, there are World War I and World War II video games, i.e. bad things happen and it's okay to remember them.
This is foul. This doesn't even make sense. The women and children got off the Titanic. Only the men died on it.
Paul wins.
He's right, you know.
Oh, my.
No, it's actually foul. I'm just having fun, but it's foul. No.
Agreed. Fair or foul? Timely one this week. Michigan having ads in the stadium. Our thoughts?
I'm not going to get bent out of shape by it. Of all the problems in college football, I know yesterday I asked Stoney this question because he's, dyed in the wool. He's a paying customer there. I understand if people look at it and go, oh, really? But I'm not going to make that foul. It's fair. It's just part of the deal now.
Michigan fan, David?
It is definitely part of the deal. It's fair. I know the tradition of Michigan, but it's just 4 logos or 3 logos, however it is, in the end zone. It's okay. It's not going to interrupt the game.
Right.
It's fair. I mean, it's the way college sports are going. All sports, really. It's fair.
And let's be honest, you could take pride in having a stadium that didn't have anything like that, but you're already inundated with ads every single day. You look at the renderings, they're all just white logos that you're really probably not even going to notice anyways, and they're going to get your school money. Really, Michigan should have done this 25 years ago and been pulling in this money all over the place. I worked at a Division II school that had the football stadium named after some alum that wasn't paying them. You go to the school down the road, it's like Truist Field, and they're getting naming rights deals out of it. It's like, why do we do that? We can get more money. Makes sense.
I hope MSU gets sponsored by Colon Blow.
I really want Michigan to have a binocular sponsorship on the side somewhere.
A vacuum cleaner. Fair. Fair.
And seriously.
Fair or foul? Criticism of Paul Skeens' body from the leaked beach photos. Did you see this?
I saw it. Look, he's not for an MLB pitcher, he's not in the greatest physical condition. The problem is, neither was CC Sabathia. It's clear something's going on with his arm, and I don't think it's the physical condition he's in. The problem, you're a famous person, you're dating a very famous woman, you're both public figures. I'm not comfortable with people taking pictures of people on vacation. It's just me. I don't think it's fair. These people left to go on vacation together and relax. Why you got to take pictures of them?
So would you call the Vrabel Rossini photos foul?
Oh, they're foul. The difference is, so is being on a boat with an 8.5-month pregnant woman. The kid ain't yours.
The difference is it's entertaining.
The difference is it's rather scandalous. This is an innocuous, innocent thing. I think when Mike Vrabel is out with a woman that ain't his wife and they're playing kissy, touchy, woo-woo, I don't know, man. It's a fine line. I'm going to say it's foul because ultimately there's something wrong with his arm. It's just clear.
Yeah, the critique of those pictures, it's foul. It's just ridiculous. I mean, Patrick Mahomes doesn't look the greatest either, but he's one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. Tom Brady wasn't that great until he decided to take his time back to Alienville, and now he looks amazing. He looks better than he did ever. But no, this is foul. Come on now, it's a picture.
It's foul. They shouldn't be taking this picture anyway. He's on vacation. I'm with Mike. Leave him alone. Let him do what he wants to do. And
the rest of his life is photographed. You can't give that guy 4 days away?
Yeah, it's his arm. Something's wrong with his arm. He's injured or something because his velocity's so down from what it used to be.
And you could even see it pitching against Tigers yesterday. He was overexerting. So then it's messing up his mechanics, and now he can't find a strike zone. He's trying to overdo it just to get back to a place to throw 97. I mean, he's 3-4 ticks down on velocity.
All right, I should have done this one earlier so I had more time, but you know what? I think I'll just take the whole hour if I need it. Fair or foul? Mike sandblasting me all week for the Dan Bartholomew update. And if we can pull back the curtain for the list, don't you dare play it, David. Don't even
No,
do
you
it.
have to play it. It's evidence. It's state's evidence.
No.
You were giving the guy's horoscope. Oh, he's VIP.
To pull back the curtain, as everybody knows, there are two update guys. I'm one of them. Otto's the other. I'm here in the morning. Otto the afternoon. Jeremy Otto annoys me because he's a family man and a good father, and he takes his kids on camping trips to feed them unseasoned chicken in the Upper Peninsula. While he's doing that, I have to cover the afternoon updates, but I can't be here for 16 hours. So sometimes they got to get recorded and left behind. And sometimes it's August 19th and there's nothing happening. And sometimes the lead story of the day at 11:30 when I'm doing these recorded updates is Michigan State's new athletic director. And you got to fill 90 seconds. It's got to be as long as it's got to be.
So usually when I grab a clip out of something and I label it short, I labeled this one long because it's almost a minute long of just Bartholomew.
And it was his feelings and his horoscope and the things he likes in this world. And I'm going, none of this is valuable.
What even else was in the update? Because there was literally nothing else
Top
going on that
25
day.
AP.
Yeah, you want me to do 90 seconds on that? I'll just read you the top 25 and give you their record from last year.
You said he opened the door for an old woman in 2023. Like you were listing his resume, and I'm going, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, you kept talking about how much he loves slacks for some reason.
I say foul.
It's fair.
Doing my job.
Okay, I think it's fair. It's not. It was just an obscene amount of detail on Dan Bartholomew.
It was fair. I was just glad I actually received an update from you.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Boy.
Fair point.
That's right.
Mike never pulled Jeremy Otto out from under the bus.
No.
2:00 on Thursday was all me.
He no-showed, and I was trying to give him spices so the bastard didn't go over and feed his kids unseasoned everything, and he's not even here. We didn't get an update, and you did. You texted me later on, and you're like, oh, bro, that's because I didn't put the update in. Like, it felt good to run him over.
He took Jeremy by the back of his shirt, held him horizontal, and threw him under the bus.
Because Otto's always in here trying to cape up for the local teams. All right, I owed him one. Next. Thank you, Flavor Flav.
Fair or foul? This happened yesterday. Max Scherzer's reaction to a missed fly ball in left field.
I'm going to say fair.
Did you see this?
I did. It was ridiculous.
It was.
It's just, I'm okay with it. You know he's Max Scherzer. He ain't changing.
The left fielder was Jesus Sanchez. Do you know who pinch hit for him later in the game?
Tell me.
Daz Cameron.
No.
Yes.
Oh, my. Is he on the list for Wings GM?
I think so.
I've heard this in life that older people, you can't change them. They are who they are. Max Scherzer is who he is.
He ain't changing.
Wasn't surprised. He's
Can't
not
teach
changing.
an old dog new tricks.
Fair.
Correct.
Yeah, You're not changing Max Scherzer, and according to reports, he's going to be in an interview for the Red Wings GM.
Oh, he's in town today.
All right, next.
They like the fact that his eyes are two different colors. It really sets him apart from the other candidates.
All right, let's stick with baseball. Literally. I mean, literally. Fair or foul? Pete Alonso's
Fair.
home run.
It was fair. And honestly, the whole Orioles team should have done a sit-in on the field.
Yes.
They are fighting for their playoff lives. It is astonishing how bad umpires are at their job. And if we're going to review balls and strikes, how do we not have a mechanism for that? That was a home run. It was so easy.
We have ABS that measures to the 10th of an inch, and we can't figure out in a ballpark if a ball went over the left or the right side of the foul pole. I mean, come on.
It was ridiculous.
I do believe it was foul, but we should have a system that shows everything down the line. It's not that hard, right?
You thought it was a foul ball.
I did. Yes. But it doesn't matter.
Do your
because
eyes work?
We should have a system.
Oh.
We should have a system.
Yes.
That's it.
And he brought that up. Lasers or cameras. You know, they got the pylon cam. You could put one on top of the foul pole that looks up for the, whatever.
It was a home run.
Yes.
And they got screwed.
Yeah.
Period.
It was fair. It
Fair
was
ball.
a home run.
Absolutely.
Next.
All right. We saw this today. I showed you pre-show, Mike. Fair or foul, Elon University unveiled a new logo at center court of their basketball arena. They went from the standard Elon logo with the hawk above it, the word Elon, to a big old block E.
So basically they're knockoff Eastern Michigan?
Yeah.
You got to do better than that. Basketball courts are supposed to be fun. Like, you got to give me something. So I'm going to say foul. You showed it to me and I go, what is that, MS Paint? Like, what? It was awful.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go to a full bird logo. Just get rid of Elon and just have that in the middle, and then it's an E. So, no, it's foul.
It's foul. I feel like too many E universities just do that. It's just an E on center court, and it's like, job done, and it's lame.
Well, Eastern Michigan has been lame for years because they at one point they had a really cool football helmet where it had a cartoon eagle, and he was wearing like a Superman outfit. Like back when like Walt Church was the quarterback. Now they come out and look like a bunch of jackasses in concrete hats that just say E on it. Here come the Fighting E's. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, in my lifetime for EMU, for example, I can't remember a bird logo. Like if I didn't live here, I wouldn't know they were the Eagles.
Here, it'll be like pre-show when I was showing you highlights of Damian Tomlinson at TCU.
I'm sure you'll find it. But Paul, you brought it. Every school does it nowadays. And then all of a sudden we reminisce about the old, Toronto Raptors logo and the old Pistons horse logo. And it's like, why don't we just keep some of these?
It's weird. It's like every team's so scared of anything radical that they just go based on like lame create a team logos in like Madden or something.
Yes. They want it to look good on the little ESPN thing,
I've talked to TJ about it. I told him you shouldn't give the school a dime if they're going to roll these garbage ass helmets out there. They're ridiculous.
You're stuck on Eastern. Okay.
I am. I'm going to find it. It's atrocious. I'm sorry. And also, Renierson Stadium is one of the most depressing places you could ever go. I went one time when I first took my job down here in 2004. I wanted to see what the hell it was all about. It was action on a Thursday night. I left at halftime. I go, this is terrible. This is unbelievable. Couldn't believe I was there. It's atrocious. Like there are like, well, I don't want to insult TJ further. Let me look for this helmet. I'll find it. Just okay. That is fair or foul. All right, let's. Rieger has joined us. You're in a new seat. What the hell are you doing over there?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I wanted to be closer to you guys, I guess. Yeah. I'm listening all day today. I was mowing my lawn. You guys sound fantastic, but then you started talking about Michigan State. I had to turn it off. I'm sorry.
Started. That's literally where we started.
No, I kid. I was very impressed with the passion it sounded like by Michigan State people. It's good
They
to have
responded.
it back.
They
I know.
really did.
I enjoyed it. Couldn't believe it.
Hey, winning cures all. Got to
It
win
was
some
just
games.
a question of could they earn their way back into your sports sphere?
Would you say we learned the answer is yes to that
Absolutely.
question?
But did you know the answer was yes anyway? Like, come on, man.
I don't know because, like, legitimately, like, I made the joke pre-show about, like, can you name one defensive lineman? And you rattled off somebody, and I said, maybe, I don't know.
I said Ben Roberts.
And I said, sure, I'll take, maybe, I don't know.
Guys, I was wondering, I don't ask either of you for favors.
Okay.
And I've already buttered you up. I said you had a great show. Is there any chance you guys could stay on the air till 7? My interview at the world headquarters is for 6:30 to interview for the GM job for the Wings.
You were number 101 on the list?
No, I'm 99. I'm 99. I do the intermissions for the Wings, so they want to talk to me. And I know what course he is. So could you guys cover for me?
It's pretty wild.
Well, they need to, you better come with a plan. What is your plan, Jeff Rieger?
Get better.
You sound just
Riveting.
like that's great for Chris who wants analytics. We good hockey. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
for
I'm
your
all
time.
about puck possession.
So what are you going to actually?
Pucks on net.
What are you talking? Are you going to do Wings tonight?
Yeah, I'll bring up the Wings. We got 4 hours, the collective we, by myself. Wojo can't be bothered to show up. So we're on till 10.
He is remarkable.
It is. He's enjoying his summer. What do you want from the man?
I want him to work.
He's probably knee deep in 5 gins. I want to start with the Lions topic. There is a former executive that trashed Brad Holmes. I want to play the audio. Not Brad Holmes. I'm sorry, Dan Campbell. And I want to play the audio, and I want to know if it's credible. I want to know if it's warranted. So we're going to do that. Not to mention, I was talking sports with my brother. He had the dumbest take I've ever heard. So I'm going to bring that up as well at some point.
What? See, you're overselling again.
No. It was really dumb.
Is it local?
So I was bringing it up to my bro. I was bringing it up, and I said, Dylan Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah, who pitches now for the Giants.
pitcher.
Yeah, he had a 6-out save list.
Right. Of course, Scotty Harris let him
I
go
wonder
for
who could
nothing.
use that.
Right, exactly. He got cut, and the Giants pick him up, and people are like, "Oh, the one that got away." And then, have you been following the resurgence of one Cody Clemens?
Yes.
He's got 21 bombs. He's got a 750 OPS. He's having a nice season with the Twins. So I was talking to my brother about this. I'm like, those two guys, where do they rank on the ones that got away? And he's like, well, the ultimate one that got away. I'm like, what? He's like, John Smoltz. I'm like, dude, that's from 1987.
Yeah, we're done here.
Exactly. That's what I said. But then he's like, no, how
is
many Hall of
next.
Famers do you give away?
See you tomorrow.
All right.
97.1.